Abstract. The beginning of the 90s of the 19th century. Tsarevich Nikolai was appointed by his father as governor of the Far East. The main task of the young heir is to learn how to govern the country by the example of a huge region. On the direct instructions of Alexander III, the cornet Alenin-Zeisky was appointed his bodyguard, in whose body is the consciousness of a special forces soldier from the 21st century. What will Lieutenant Colonel Alenin choose in this situation for the guards? Political conjuncture to adapt to the existing regime, or is it a chance for an alien from the future to somehow change the bloody path of history in the 20th century? Dedicated to his beloved wife Ludmila. Prologue. I stood at the stern of the messenger, and watched the island of Razboyny go into the distance. It was on this island almost 2 years ago that a group of Hunkas ambushed the same steamer. And Tsarevich Nikolai was also on it then. For me, that attack of bandits ended with a wound when I shielded myself from the bullet of the future emperor. It's good that fortune did not leave me, and a small piece of lead fired from a rifle with a telescopic sight met on its way the blade of a throwing knife and a watch that was in my pocket under it. Got off with a concussion, a huge bruise and a crack in the rib. Then there was the Irkutsk Cadet School, where I arrived to enroll with a bunch of letters of recommendation, starting from His Imperial Highness the Sovereign Heir and ending with the commander of the Amur Cossack Regiment. After graduation, I was summoned to an appointment with Alexander III in St. Petersburg. And there, for saving the heir to the throne, I received hereditary nobility, the prefix Zeisky to my surname, the Order of St. George of the 4th degree, a good estate near the capital and a plot of land next to the river Zay. As I assume, somewhere near the site where the gang of Golden Lou washed gold. Then I was on vacation. Let it be a week, but I was. In my estate, I met and, one might say, became a friend of the whole princess and, even if illegitimate, but the grandson of Alexander II. Met, perhaps, his new love Anechka von der Felden, who is like 2 drops. She was like my wife in my former life. Yes, yes. I am not crazy. Indeed, in this body of a 19-year-old cornet lives the consciousness of a 55-year-old former Special Forces officer from the 21st century. How this happened, I do not know, but a little less than 5 years ago my matrix consciousness somehow transferred from the 2018 year into the body of a 14-year-old Cossack girl in 1888th year. My name is Alenin Timofey Vasilyevic, and I am the full namesake of Timoka, who was in this body before me. But in order. I was born in 1963 in a military family in the city of Blagoveshchensk. I studied SOSO, but I was doing sports hard. By the end of school I fulfilled the standard of the CMC in biathlon. I really wanted to enroll in the Far Eastern Higher Combined Arms Command School in Blagoveshchensk, where officers were also trained for the Marine Corps, but I did not pass the points. I failed the Russian language. I can't write essays, I'm not Leo Tolstoy, unfortunately. So instead of military school I got into the army, as I thought at first as an ordinary infantry Vanya. But everything turned out to be much more interesting. From the military enlistment office with a buyer, a young senior lieutenant with infantry buttonholes, I and 2 other guys flew by plane across the country from Blagoveshchensk to Veliky Novgorod. Then on the UAZ they took us somewhere near Pskov to summer camps, where it turned out that the infantry buttonholes of a senior lieutenant were a disguise, and I would serve in some kind of special forces, although the uniform of soldiers and officers in the training was amphibious troops. And I served in the special forces for 23 years, with a tail, not counting studying at a military school. After 6 months of training at the training school, where he received a minor specialty, he served in Afghanistan for almost a year in the 177th Separate Special Forces Detachment as part of the 22nd Brigade of the SPN. I was assigned to this unit because of my appearance. The spitting image of a Pashtun, as the guys in the squadron teased me more than once. For Afghanistan, he received medals for military merit and, for bravery, the Order of the Red Star, the call sign, Ermak, the glory of a good miner and sniper. In the detachment, as the KMSU in biathlon, after trial shooting, he was awarded the SVD and first paired with the main sniper. Soon, he became a full-time sniper. Then there was a fight, during which he received 2 wounds, in the head and right arm. After the hospital in Tashkent and the wounded leave, about 4 months remained before my demob, when unexpectedly, even for himself, he took and wrote a report with a request to send me to enroll in the Ryazan Amphibious School. Dad, the commander of the 177th OSPN, Major Karambayev, gave a report and signed a description of the platoon leader, in which he outlined so much good, even if you make a monument out of me. Then the training camps on the basis of the Samarkand Automobile School, where he got into the company of those entering the amphibious school. Physical examination and medical examination. Despite her injuries, thank God, he passed. The award of the order exempted her from taking entrance exams. Then the Abitura in Zuts, near Ryazan, and I am a cadet of the RVVDKU. 4 years of training in a special battalion in the Special Forces Department, a red diploma, lieutenant's shoulder straps, the right to choose a place of service, and the 173rd OSPN in the native 22nd Special Forces Brigade, which was already based in Azerbaijan. And then maintaining constitutional order in Baku, Nagorno-Karabakh, the Ossetian-Ingush conflict, 2 Chechen campaigns, a couple of business trips abroad, the Georgian conflict, and a well-deserved demob in the 2009 year. Superannuation, and even with benefits, was already up to the most I can't, so I left. There were no problems with housing. After their parents moved to the Krasnodar territory, a 2-bedroom apartment in Blagoveshchensk remained, and from my grandfather a strong farmstead in Ermakovskaya Pad on the Amur, where I have lived constantly for the last years. I escaped from Blagoveshchensk, where I was very often invited to solemn events as an honorary guest or a New Year tree. 2 more orders of courage were added to the awards for Afghanistan and the Star of the Hero of Russia for the operation in Pervomaisk against Radoev's gang. And if you add Jubilee medals, for service, and a bunch of all sorts of signs for Chechnya, then the iconostasis on the ceremonial uniform turned out to be significant. So I worked in the city administration as an honorary resident until I got tired of. Went to my grandfather's house, repaired it, and lived a quiet retirement life. Pensions and allowances for the hero of Russia were enough in excess. The forest provided game and other gifts, Amur, fish, a satellite dish with a modem provided communication with the world via the internet and television. And Babel lived. There were 2 wives at one time, but they could not stand the constant waiting for their husband from combat exits, which sometimes lasted for 6 months. Did not have children in both marriages. Loneliness remained, but it gradually began to like. Lately I have become addicted to reading books, especially on alternative history with Popadance. Fortunately in electronic form such works could be found on the internet a lot. I was thinking of writing my memoirs, but everything ended on a summer morning of 2018 year. Ran out, as usual, in the morning to the forest to exercise, saw a bright ball in the sky. I had time to think, after all, the Pindos hit with nuclear weapons. Unbearable heat and darkness. I woke up in the body of a 14-year-old Cossack boy, Timoka Alenin's shepherd boy, who was some kind of relative of mine. On my father's side, I was descended from the famous Ataman Ermak. This has been passed down from generation to generation in our family. True or not, I don't know, but all my forefathers believed in it. So, according to the stories of his grandfather, he settled in 1946 year in the Ermakovskaya Pad after demobilization due to a wound received in battles with the Japanese, due to the fact that relatives of the Alenins used to live in this place, who left the Don to explore the Amur and disappeared all. The last to die was Alenin Afanasy Vasilyevich, the Cavalier of St. George, who was remembered and respected on the Don. He died after the Hunkas killed his grandson Timofey, having previously killed all his sons. On the site of their old house, which burned down during the hard times of the Civil War, grandfather built his house. My father was born in that house. From this house, and I ran out for my last charge. The transfer turned out to be very timely for Timoka. He was wounded by the Hunkas, who tried to steal a herd of horses to China, which was grazed by the Cossacks. It was during this raid that Timoka was wounded. I, thanks to my skills, was able to fight back and stay alive. Then, there was a lot of things. And the choice of his path in this world, and the death of grandfather Athanasius, grandfather for Timoka, but who also became a native for me in a couple of months. 5 years ago I decided that the main goal for me in this world is to transfer the knowledge of a special forces soldier from the 21st century to the Cossacks. For this I planned to enter the Irkutsk Cadet School, then by hook or by crook break into the Nikolai Academy of the General Staff. There, during my studies, somehow go out to Russian intelligence and, having proved myself, try to get to the beginning of the Anglo-Boer War as a representative from the General Staff or under the guise of a volunteer. Through reports, try to prove the effectiveness of Boer ambushes, sniper fire, the actions of small groups behind enemy lines, theoretically and methodically justify all this and insist on creating an experimental sabotage and reconnaissance group, at least 50 Cossacks. And after training, run it in on combat exits in the Chinese campaign. And then as God willing, small, you say, for a representative of the 21st century? And it's okay that I got into the body of a shepherd boy, besides an orphan, for whom it's almost impossible to enter a Junker school with 2 classes of a parish school. Yes, it's unrealistic, the probability is almost 0. But I was able to. And now, I'm facing a dilemma, what to do. I am an officer of the convoy of His Imperial Highness Nicholas Alexandrovich. His father, Emperor Alexander III, before leaving for the Far East, where Nicholas was sent as governor, personally asked me to save his son. And I gave the word of an officer. Well, yes, a dilemma, I thought. On the one hand, at the age of 19, to be in the close environment of the future emperor, who considers himself to owe his life, is just some kind of trick. But what does it give me? If you look from the point of view of the political conjuncture, then there are simply enormous opportunities for career growth. Grow into the upper world. Yes, without any problems, if you do not substitute. To become a general? Also possible. But I know how it will end in the 17th. Although in my world Nicholas was not the governor of the Far East. Perhaps this is another world? Or did I manage to influence him that way? Be that as it may, but I want to prevent the bloody horrors of revolutions and civil war, if they are here. Thoughts galloped, and I began to breathe deeper and slower to calm down. All the information I could reach over these 5 years said that everything is not so simple in this world, as we were taught in my time in the future on the subject of history. Everything is much more complicated and scary. Yes, the one walking will master the road, I thought. Well, let's take the next step, and then we'll see. Chapter 1. Awarding. The messenger was coming in an arc to the birth of the village of Cherniv to more right side, against the current. A crowd of people gathered next to the arch, entwined with ribbons and Christmas tree paws. In my opinion, under 2,000 people. Taking into account the fact that during the inventory of the population in 1891, a little more than 800 people lived in the entire Cherniv district, including children, people from all the nearest districts gathered to meet the Tsarevich. A caravan of ships carrying Nicholas with his retinue, and everything necessary to fulfill the duties of the governor, walked along the Amur River almost without stopping in the villages. But the fact that there will be a stop in Cherniv was reported to Ataman Savon by telegraph in advance, a week ago. I was standing on the starboard side, from where 2 sailors were supposed to bring a ladder to the pier. 10 Kuban guards of the convoy were lined up next to me, who would provide a perimeter. The Cossacks' faces were the very equanimity, although inside, I judge by myself, everything is the opposite. Always alert and suspicious of everyone. This was not the first appearance of the Tsarevich among the people, and not even the 10th during the trip to the Far East. But every time, a frenzied expenditure of nerves. With difficulty, but gradually managed to convey to the Cossacks of the convoy that the protection of the sovereign heir, as well as any other protected person, should be taken seriously. That their role is not a ceremonial function and beautiful posing next to the Tsarevich, but hard work every second to protect him. Each of the escorts should evaluate any change in the situation around the heir by the criterion of danger, safety, in terms of threats to the life and health of the protected person. For this, he must not to lose sight of any trifle at first glance, to be always ready for any situation, to be able to quickly understand the behavior and aggressive intentions of people, not to trust anyone and be able to take preventive or protective measures. The steamer was moored, and I was looking at my native shore. Behind the first row of greeters, who were represented by Alenin with a loaf of bread, Archpriest Tashlikov and the old elders of the village, Afanasy Razdobriv, Feofan Podshivalov, David Shohairev, Mitrofan Savon and Ion Guzevsky, I saw the native faces of Uncle Petro and Mitya Shiriki. And a little apart from them stood one of the senior secret agents, who he provided secret protection for the Tsarevich in the village. With a sign, the agent showed that everything was in order. Well done, I thought to myself. I don't know who he introduced himself here, but he managed to win respect if the Cossacks let him into the first ranks of the welcoming party. When planning the work of the secret part of the Tsarevich's security for the duration of the trip, we faced a problem: who will the agents be represented in Transbaikalia, and especially on the Amur and Ashuri, where only Cossacks live in the villages? 10 agents, who were torn from their hearts by Colonel Shirinkin, as well as the collegiate Secretary Koroblev, who headed them, were in difficulty. What kind of disguise to put on? Cossacks of them, like. In general, merchants, clerks, travelers will not pass for Cossacks. Someone else? Gradually, we figured it out and got used to it. The steamer stuck its side to the pier. The sailors jumped out and threw the ends of the ropes on the improvised bollards. After that, the ramp was brought to the pier. I got off first. The Kuban followed me, forming a corridor with 2 columns. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the eyes of Ataman Savon and Archpriest Tashlikov widen in amazement. Apparently, they recognized me. Taking into account the fact that after the award ceremony and a week's rest, I learned that I would accompany Nikolai to the Far East to his native places, I did not write anything to Seliverstov, wanting to make a surprise. And it seems that it turned out. Controlling the descent from the Tsarevich's steamer, I, occasionally glancing at the first rows of greeters, increasingly saw an expression of amazement on the faces of Staniknikov and Cossacks when recognizing me. The Tsarevich began moving along the pier to the greeters. The Kuban people in their ceremonial scarlet circassians, having left the pier, moved forward in 2 columns of 5 people, pushing the greeters apart and forming a corridor. The Tsarevich went through the liberated space in the form of the lifeguards of a separate Amur Cossack platoon, which existed so far on paper and whose chief, also according to papers, was Nikolai. Despite a very warm day for the beginning of May, about +20 degrees, a greatcoat was thrown over Nikolai's shoulders. But instead of a papaka on the head of the heir was a cap. Approaching the ataman, who bowed in a bow, Nikolai broke off a small piece of loaf, salted it, dipped it in a salt shaker, and sent it into his mouth. Your Imperial Highness, the Sovereign Heir Tsarevich and Grand Duke Nikolai Alexandrovich, Ivan Mitrofanovich Savon began, straightening up after bowing. The Cossacks of the Cherniv district are glad to see you again on their land. But the Tsarevich broke the prepared script. Taking a tray with a loaf from the ataman's hands, Nikolai handed it back to Podsol Golovachev, and himself, hugging Savon, kissed him 3 times, after which he addressed the greeters. Gentlemen Cossacks, it has been almost 2 years since many of you participated in repelling the attack of bandits who attacked the steamer where I was, as well as your village. The investigation of this event took too long. It has finally been completed, and I, taking this opportunity, can now thank my rescuers. A satisfied hum rustled through the crowd of greeters. Although before that the words of the Tsarevich were listened to warily. Ataman, have all the Cossacks that were telegraphed to you been gathered? Savin's heir asked. That's right, your Imperial Highness, the ataman stretched out in front, flashing a gold medal for diligence on his uniform. Everyone here is built a little higher up the road to the village. This is good. Let's go to them, ataman. Your Reverence, Nikolai addressed Archpriest Tashlikov, accompany us. Timofey Vasilyevich, follow me. This command already referred to me. As I followed the Tsarevich past the frozen elders of the village and the Cossacks behind them, I heard whispering, exactly he, look at you, Timoka, a vigorous root. Timoka is nobility, Yegori is an officer. The Cubans cut through the crowd like butter, forming a free passage for the heir. A few dozen steps up from the pier, and Nikolai stopped in front of a 2-chain formation of Cossacks. In addition to my older 10, Uncle Mikhail Leskov, who slipped ahead of us and joined the ranks of Mityai Shiriki, 2 Cossacks from the Alginsky Stanitsa and Malek Mishka Bashirov, stood in the ranks. Approaching the formation of Cossacks, Nikolai, turning to the retinue that followed him, called one of the adjutants and, taking a velvet folder from his hands, handed it to me. Timofey Vasilyevich, your native village, you will read out the decree of His Imperial Majesty. And I will give awards. I opened the folder with trepidation. I knew that the Stanichnikov would be awarded, but the awards were not known to me. By the grace of God, we, Alexander III, the Emperor and Autocrat of all Russia, the Tsar of Poland, the Grand Duke of Finland and others, and others, and others, I began under the stunned looks of the awardees. The awarding procedure was somewhat delayed, since the Cossacks had to go out of order to the Tsarevich. Tur and Leshiai received the insignia of the Military Order of St. George of the 4th degree, the rest of the Cossacks and Malek Mishka Bashirov each received a gold medal for bravery, with a chest. Father Leshy, Uncle Mikhailo and Mityai Shiriki each received a gold medal for bravery worn around their necks, and the Olgins, the same, but silver. Savon was awarded a silver neck for diligence on the Stanislavsky ribbon, and all the elders were awarded a gold breastplate on the Stanislavsky ribbon. But the most important reward, from which all the villagers and guests were delighted, was the forgiveness of all debts to the treasury for the Cossacks of the Chernihiv district and exemption from taxes for 5 years, starting this year. The delight was so strong that the Kuban barely restrained the crowd. The villagers really wanted to express their gratitude to the sovereign heir. I already wanted to shoot in the air, but, thank God, the pressure of the crowd weakened and it calmed down. The next action of the Tsarevich also caused the delight of others. Cornet Alenin, build 2 ranks of Cossacks of the senior set of the Cossack school of the village of Chernihiv. Yes, Your Imperial Highness, I bravely replied, after which I commanded Roma. Cossack Seliverstov build the first 10. After my friends and brothers lined up, I commanded, attention, and wanted to report to the Tsarevich, but he waved his hand and said, addressing the formation. Gentlemen Cossacks, for your courage, heroism, bravery and skill, all of you are appointed to serve in the Life Guard Separate Amur Cossack platoon of His Own Imperial Highness the heir of the Sovereign and Tsarevich of the personal convoy. We are glad to try, Your Imperial Highness. The formation of young Cossacks answered amicably and clearly. At ease. The Tsarevich commanded and turned to me. Command, cornet. After the prayer service, taking the oath. Yes, Your Imperial Highness, I took a stand at attention and brought my palm to the cut of the papaka. Your Reverence, the Tsarevich turned to Tashlikov, let's go to the prayer service. The Tsarevich and the archpriest moved forward, followed by the retinue, the ataman and the elders. This group was gradually followed by the greeters, past whom the heir passed. I, with a nod of my head, asked permission to stay with Golovachev and received his nod in return, turned to the formation. Well, let's be healthy, brothers. We wish you good health, Your Honor. Those whom I considered and consider to be my close friends, and, one might say, brothers barked back at me in unison. But my new position in society allowed me to communicate in front of others only in this way. Especially since there were a couple of Cubans behind my back. Gentlemen Cossacks, after lunch, despite your age, you all take the oath and will serve in the Life Guards of the personal convoy of the sovereign heir. Under my strict guidance, I smiled rapaciously at my former students. I hope you haven't forgotten what this means yet? For some Cossacks, it was already hard to call them Cossacks. They have grown so much and matured for almost 2 years that I have not seen them. Their heads sadly sank down. I see that you remember, and I hope that you understand what an honor you have been given. After taking the oath in about 2 hours, you will become Life Guards, and not young Cossacks. After that, you will have to prove with your service at the choice of the sovereign heir and Tsarevich of Grand Duke Nikolai Alexandrovich was correct and you are worthy of it, Your Honor. As always before during the training, Roma got in with a question. So today we will sail with the sovereign heir accompanied by? All the other guys stared at me with the same question in their eyes. Yes. After the oath, you will begin service in the convoy. A place is reserved for you on one of the escort steamers. Place the horses on the barge. Have you not been informed about the need to be at the meeting of the Tsarevich with full equipment for service? We brought it, Your Honor, but we thought it would be some kind of occupation or a review. No one said about the oath and service. So we only take the oath next January, and then not everyone, Romka answered for everyone. And what are you, Fox, not happy to serve in the convoy? I asked. Your Honor, yes, we are all glad. It's just so unexpected, awards, Life Guards, convoy. My head is spinning. The George Cavalier Tour, or Verkhoturov Antip, sounded. His answer relieved my heart. To be honest, I was afraid in my soul that after being wounded, the tour would break. Then you have an hour to get ready completely. Then you arrive at the pier. A barge is moored a little lower, you will get on it and place your horses. The place on the steamer will be shown to you by Senior Sergeant Timofeev from the Kuban separate platoon, while you are coming under his command. And last, I turned to Timofeev, who handed me several pairs of shoulder straps from a large stack that he held in his hands. I hand you the shoulder straps of your platoon. Before the oath to bring the uniforms in line. The shoulder straps that you are wearing, leave. I walked with Timofeev along the line, handing out the shoulder straps of the Amur separate platoon with the monogram H. What do you say, Sergeant? With such belts the uniform will be more beautiful? I pointed to the Cossacks who sported in the officers' belts of 1912, which were sewn 2 years ago. It looks beautiful, Your Honor, the sergeant answered sedately. It is necessary to introduce some kind of difference for the Life Guards Cossack platoons of the Amur region and Transbaikalia. And the shoulder belts are fine. I looked at my former students, who were enthusiastically examining the awarded shoulder straps, and commanded. Gentlemen Cossacks, equalize. At attention. In an hour with horses and weapons you are at the pier and are at the disposal of the Senior Sergeant Timofeev. At ease. Disperse. When the formation broke up and the Cossacks began to run home, I called the younger Seliverstov to me. "Romka, tell Mom and Dad that after the oath we will go home together. While the Tsarevich will have lunch, and we will have an hour of time to talk. And then the next time we get to the village, it is unknown." "Yes, Your Honor." Romka tried to stand at attention and salute, but after receiving a slap on the head from me, he turned around briskly and ran to the house. "This red-haired man with a torn lobe, who are you, Your Honor?" the sergeant asked, and the second escort cocked his ears questioningly. "The brother named. When my parents were killed by the Kunkas, and then my grandfather died, Romka's father and mother took me into their family. For 3 years, we can say, I lived with them," I answered. "So you, Your Honor, come from here?" "Yes, from here." 2 versts away, the farm stood where I was born and grew up. The Hunkas burned it down when the Tsarevich and the Staniknikov were attacked 2 years ago. Somewhere in the village there should be a house that was built for me. At the expense of the treasury. But where, I don't even know. And there's no time to look. To go to the cemetery to bow to the graves, and I would have time to see Uncle Peter and Aunt Olga talk. "Yes, the service in the convoy, it's like this," Timofeev drawled thoughtfully. "They sent us to the ends of the earth. Where is the Kuban native, and where is the Far East?" "Nothing, Sergeant, but how much have you already seen and will see again?" "That's it, Your Honor. But it's sweeter to serve in your native land." "You're already glowing with joy." "At home. And now, when we see the natives smoking, it's unknown. And I'm already pulling the second super age. I haven't been home for 7 years. And why did you ask for a separate platoon?" "As far as I know, the case was voluntary. Candidates were chosen by villages." "Yes, my brother is the smallest and my nephew got into the platoon. It is necessary to look after them. To transfer experience. Experience is a good thing. We will teach in this way." "I already understood that, Your Honor," the sergeant grinned. And the second Cuban sadly said, "From your studies, Your Honor, not only muscles, even veins and bones hurt. Cheer up, Life Guards. As they say, it's better to drain a bucket of sweat than to lose a drop of blood." "Okay, jokes aside. Timofeev, in an hour you meet Cossacks from the Amur platoon, place them with things on the escort steamer. He has already landed below. And then you lead them in formation to the church. There the oath will be taken." "Yes, Your Honor." "Allow me to perform." "Do it, Timofeev. Do it." The sergeant and the Cossack escort made a turnaround and headed for the shore, and I turned around and headed for the church, where the prayer service began. It was not possible to get into the church, as the old Cossacks were intercepted on the approach. Even if not the elders, but I could not answer their questions out of respect. A crowd immediately gathered around us, who, with bated breath, listened to my story about studying in Irkutsk, the revolt of convicts. About what I saw on the way to the capital, about the awarding of Alexander III to me, about drinking tea together with the royal family. All around, the Cossacks and Cossacks just sighed and gasped. Asked what the sovereign, the empress, and their children looked like. Envied that I slept for 2 whole nights in the royal palace. In general, the unplanned meeting with the villagers was fruitful and fast. Before I had time to come to my senses, the bell began to ring, announcing the end of the prayer service. I broke out of the circle of the Stanichniki, or rather they quickly and respectfully gave way to me, and approached the porch of the church. A few minutes later the Kuban people appeared from the church, who accompanied the Tsarevich in a box. The enthusiastic roar of the crowd. Nicholas, greeting Cossacks and Cossacks. Timofey Vasilyevich, is everything ready for the oath? That's what I got, flashed through my head. I chatted with the villagers for joy and lost track of time. I already wanted to give the answer, no, but starting to turn my head to shake it negatively, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a table set. Turning his head further, he found a double-layered formation of Cossacks in brand new shoulder straps, on which monograms glittered in the rays of the sun. That's right, Your Imperial Highness, I answered, taking a deep breath, turning to face Nikolai. Well, let's not waste time. Let's get started. The oath of my former students, and now subordinates, took place in a solemn atmosphere. I, without using the text, recited her words by heart, which were repeated after me by the Cossacks. Archpriest Tashlikov looked at us with a paternal smile. And there was a ringing silence in the square in front of the church, in which only the chorus of our voices was heard. The text of the oath was pronounced. Father Alexander blessed the newly minted Cossacks of the Life Guards. And the square exploded with joyful shouts, under which the Tsarevich walked past the Cossacks who had reorganized into a one-step formation, shaking hands with everyone. After that, Nikolai and the nearest retinue went to the tavern to Savon, where a solemn dinner was laid, and I waited with Roma until everyone congratulated the Cossacks, went first to the cemetery. It was necessary to bow to the graves of my parents, grandfather Athanasius. Then I almost ran to the steamer to pick up gifts for the Seliverstovs, and at the same time to say hello to my golden eagle, which Roma, along with other Cossack horses, had already driven onto the barge. Pyotr Nikodemovich and his wife quickly left after the oath. Apparently, they were preparing a meeting. 1 hour off duty, with the permission of the Tsarevich, I had. But I had to hurry. An hour, it's not rubber. Entering ahead of Roma from the hall into the house, I saw Uncle Petro, in a ceremonial uniform, and smartly dressed Aunt Olga. In some kind of tension, they looked at me. Uncle Petro, Aunt Olga, what are you frozen, like not relatives? With these words, I hugged and kissed Seliverstov, and then his wife. My God, Timofey, what a smart Cossack you have become, Aunt Olga wiped tears from her eyes with the tip of her handkerchief. Cornet, Officer Yegori, in 2 medals for bravery. It's a pity that Katerina and Vasily can't see you. And how happy Uncle Afanasy would be. Leave your lamentations, Pyotr Nikodemovich entered the conversation. Come, Timofey Vasilyevich, into the upper room, to the table. Uncle Petro, but what Timofey Vasilyevich, I said, putting my hat on the hanger shelf and taking off my sword belt. For you, I was like Timoka, well, Timofey, I grew up after all. So, I remain. Excuse me, Timofey Vasilyevich, I loved you as a son, and I love you, Seliverstov excitedly ran his hand over his mustache. But now, I will address you only like this. Out of great respect. And don't argue with me, Timofey Vasilyevich. Uncle Petro, well, okay, in public, why at home? I hung up the checker and turned to Seliverstov. Come on, don't argue with him, Timofey. T has not forgotten his stubbornness. And now, the older he gets, the more stubborn. Aunt Alka came up to me and stroked my shoulder strap. I can't believe it's you, Timofey. Wow, officer. Even though you wrote in a letter that you graduated from college and became a cornet, but somehow I couldn't believe it. A year has just passed. And then read the news from you for 6 months as there was no. Under these words, I, held by the hand of Aunt Olga, moved to the upper room. Behind my back, Roma entered the room, dragging a large trunk with gifts. And what is this, Timofey Vasilyevich? Seliverstov asked, pointing to a hefty bag. There are presents there, I said, entering the upper room, where the entire Seliverstov family gathered around a richly laid table, with the exception of Anfisa and her husband Semyon Savon. There was a certain pause. Stepan and Nikifor stood and looked at me, taking a semblance of a drill stand at attention, and their wives, fiddling with handkerchiefs in their hands, looked at me somehow warily and expectantly. The children also looked with curiosity. I looked at them and didn't know how to behave. 2 years ago, before leaving for college, I called Stepan's eldest son uncle. He was 13 years older than me. And now I am his honor for him. My dear named relatives, before sitting down at the table, let me give everyone gifts. I hugged Aunt Olga. Romka, where are you there? Bring the bag here. A flushed Roma entered the room and put the bag on the floor with a bang. I bent over this miracle of a suitcase handbag structure and, opening it, took out the first gift for the head of the family. To Uncle Petro, Stepan, Nikifor and Semyon I brought Mosin's Cossack rifles and 100 rounds to each. Having received such toys in their hands, the big children immediately snapped the bolts, began to throw their rifles to their shoulders, aim. Good, oh, how good! The satisfied senior Seliverstov once again raised the Mosinka to his shoulder and took aim. Then he lowered the rifle and put it to his leg. Thank you, Timofey Vasilievich, for such a royal gift. We heard that good 5-shot Cossack rifles were put into service, but we haven't had to see yet. Hold more in your hands. Under the approving expressions of Nikifor and Stepan, I took the 4th rifle out of the trunk and handed it to Pyotr Nikodemovich with the words, "This is for Semyon." It will be too fat for him. The elder Seliverstov's face darkened. Uncle Petro, then at your discretion, I put the rifle against the wall, and then took out a wooden box from the trunk and put it on the table. Let's get down to gifts for women. Opening the box, I began to take out small velvet-covered cases from it and hand them to the female half of the Seliverstov family. Aunt Olga was the first to open the case and gasped. Inside were gold earrings, a pendant with a chain with red agates. What a beauty! The female head of the house of Seliverstov took one earring out of the case, enthusiastically examining it in the sunlight. Timofey, my boy, what kind of money did he spend? After Aunt Olga, the daughters-in-law Uliana and Elena squeaked admiringly. I took 2 more smaller cases out of the box and handed them to my 2 weather daughters, 3 and 4 years old, from Nikifor and Elena. The mother immediately refocused on the gifts of her daughters. Taking the case from the eldest, opened it and, with an astonished cry, said, Timofey Vasilievich, is it possible to give this to children? These earrings are the same as mine. Let them grow up beautiful since childhood, I replied and put the last case on the table. This is for Anfisa. Bending down to the trunk again, he took out of it a Circassian dagger, the hilt and scabbard of which were decorated with silver. Ivan, I called the eldest 7-year-old son of Stepan and Uliana. Have you been accepted as a Cossack soldier? Accepted, Your Honor, the named nephew answered me with shining eyes. Then this is for you, I handed the dagger to the kid. And call me Uncle Timofey. Okay, I waited for the boy's nod in response, after which I took a good hunting knife in a leather sheath from the trunk and called the 4-year-old younger Stepanik to me, who was looking at me in fright, hiding behind the hem of my mother's dress. After receiving the knife, the little one frowned at me and asked, And why is it a dagger for Vanka, and a knife for me? They will accept you as a Cossack soldier, and I will give you a dagger. Can't you deceive me, uncle? I will not deceive, I patted the boy on the curly head. The word of the officer. Finally took out the last gift from the trunk. Uncle Petro, this dagger was given to me by the Tsarevich for Ivan, the son of Anfisa, to put his nephew on the tooth. And this knife from me could not be handed over to me. And when I get to the village again, it is unknown." With these words he handed the dagger and knife to Peter Nikodemovich. Here Ivan Stepanovich got in with a question. "Uncle Timofey, why didn't you give Romka anything? All the gifts for Roma on the steamer. And the main gift in front of you is a whole life guardsman with a gold medal for bravery. So now at the table, with your permission, Uncle Petro. And we need to wash this thing thoroughly." I took out my watch, opened the lid. "Although Roma and I have 15 minutes left for this." Everyone fussed and began to sit down at the table, arranging their gifts on empty seats, except for rifles, of course. They were neatly put in one corner. Quickly poured into glasses and stacks. I allowed myself and Roma to pour only small stacks of liqueur, for which Aunt Olga was a craftswoman. They drank first to me, then to Roma. Then we did not drink with the newly made guardsman anymore, but only ate. At the table, the people somehow relaxed. There were stories about what happened in the village while I was away. There were no global changes. Thank God, no one died. But more than a dozen babies were born. Everyone is alive. My school is alive and thriving. Not only Cossacks, but also youngsters, are being driven along the obstacle course with might and main. The news was all good, but time flew faster than it was possible to tell at least the main. 15 minutes later, I regretfully got up from the table. And all the others got up behind me. Went outside into the courtyard. Stood with a Roma in front of Peter Nikodemovich, who was holding an icon of the Mother of God, and the whole Seliverstov family was lined up behind him. Timofey Vasilyevich, 3.5 years ago, I first said thank you for raising my son. This is when the two of you beat 7 young Cossacks at a party. Then I could not even imagine that one of the sons standing in front of me, and I did not perceive you in any other way, as I took you into the family. At the age of 19 he would become a cornet, the first officer from the Cossacks of the Chernihiv district. Moreover, and the first St. George Cavalier in the district. And the second son at the age of 18 would be awarded a gold medal for bravery, will become a life guardsman and will guard the heir to the throne. Seliverstov paused, catching his breath. At this moment, Aunt Olga sobbed, but Uncle Petro sked at her and continued. Timofey Vasilyevich, you have achieved what no Cossack in the Amur army has yet achieved. For some reason I am now sure that you will be a Cossack colonel and even a general. Just don't forget about your roots, about your village. Seliverstov paused again, and I used it. I won't forget, Uncle Petro. That's good. Pyotr Nikodemovich crossed me with an icon, and I, putting a cross on myself, kissed her. And to you, Roman Petrovich Seliverstov, I want to wish you to serve with dignity, not to drop the honor of our family. I swear it, Dad. Romka crossed himself widely and kissed the face of the Mother of God. Seliverstov once again crossed me and Roma. Go and serve, then turned away, trying to hide the tears. Here, with sobs, Roma was hugged by her mother. Older brothers moved forward. The farewell was somewhat delayed. But after 5 minutes, we finally left the courtyard and headed to the tavern, where the Tsarevich's lunch was continuing. Chapter 2. Old Friends. After sailing from Chernihiv on the second day, we arrived early in the morning at Ushakov settlement, where we made a short stop. At the end of the meeting of the Tsarevich and the residents, I asked Nikolai and Golovachev to take a steamer escort to the village of Bussy. After receiving permission, I finally talked with my brothers. If we briefly summarize the first information received, then the Cossack school in Chernihiv is in great authority among the village residents of the Amur region. According to a similar combat training program, young Cossacks began to be trained at the training camps. There is no end to fry. We have to arrange a competition and select the best. In winter, the first dozen went to guard the wagons of the trading house, Churin & Company, for 2 years in a row. This year, the second dozen will now go, if the merchant Kazyanov agrees to such a replacement. The elders are now in the convoy of the Tsarevich himself. The healer Marfa came up with something there on the medical part and reached the Governor-General of Corfu, and he sent her to Irkutsk for a state-issued Tomsk to professors. From Roma, I learned which cat ran between the Savon and Seliverstov families. If at first Semyon and Anfisa's life was normal, in love and harmony, then friction began between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The main reproach was the long absence of children, plus Anfisa did not like the independence. If Semyon was first on the side of his wife, then later switched to the side of his mother. Once he even tried to beat Anfisa, but she rebuffed him so much that Semka did not show up on the street for a week until the bruises on his face came off. It also did not benefit the young family. Even the birth of a child did not lead to the establishment of relations. The Seliverstovs, of course, supported their daughter in everything and blamed Semyon for all the troubles, who could not put himself in the family as a real Cossack husband. Such a sad story. It was not without my stories about studying at the college, a trip to St. Petersburg, a warding, a manor, and a new service. Brought to the Cossacks that the convoy of His Imperial Highness will consist of 4 platoons, Kuban, Transbaikal, Amur, and Ushuri. Kuban and Transbaikalians are already following with the Tsarevich. But the security is mainly carried by the Kuban, as they have experience of such service. The Amur people will join in Blagoveshchensk, and the Ashurians, in Khabarovsk. There will be 6 officers in the convoy. The commander of the 100 Podsol Golovachev, the centurion Shadrin, is responsible for the Transbaikalians, the centurion Serdyuk. Who will be from the Amur and Ashuri Cossacks, I don't know yet, pause equals 450. And you, Ermak, what are you responsible for in the convoy? Ramka asked me when we were having a conversation, sitting along the side of the wheel at the stern of the steamer. Due to the fact that the chimney was smoking with might and main, few of the passengers of the ship were located in this place. And we had to talk without extra ears and in a simple setting. The wheel slapped on the water, drowning out our conversation, and we communicated as before. Gradually the shock of the fact that I became his nobility, the guys passed, and with my permission they again began to call me my battle nickname. But only one-on-one. And I, the Fox, am responsible in the convoy for the combat training of the Cossacks, especially the Tsarevich's personal guards, and for the work of secret agents, I replied. And who are the personal and secret agents? This question has already been asked by Peter Danilov. Dan, there is an open or even demonstrative guard. Such guards include escorts. And there is a hidden. It is carried out by secret agents who are dressed like ordinary people and carry out security in the crowd. And why did we have such secret agents in the village too? There were, Dan, there were. In Ushakov, too, there were. And tomorrow they will be in Bussy. And then in Blagoveshchensk. Wow! Great! The goblin said admiringly. This is not for you to hide in the forest. And who are the personalities, Ermak? These are those, Leshii, who are directly next to the Tsarevich. Have you noticed that in our village and in Ushakov, the sovereign heir was always guarded by 4 Cubans, taking him in a box from all 4 sides? So they are personal. Their main task is to protect the Tsarevich from any attempts on his life, even at the cost of his own life. And we will also be personalities? Ramka asked with an enthusiastic gasp. I have such plans, brothers, for you. And you will help in the secret part. All the guys buzzed animatedly. and I looked at them and thought that they did not miss my phrase at the cost of their lives. Just Cossacks are ready for this and, if necessary, will really give their lives for the future emperor. And when, Ermak, will you start teaching us? It was a laconic tour. And I liked his question the most. With the Cubans and Transbaikalians, there were big problems in this matter. They did not want to learn from the brat. More than 80% of the Cossacks in these platoons had passed fire, water and copper pipes. What I tried to convey to them, they perceived, if not with hostility, then very close to it. Not for a Cossack all these wisdoms. They themselves with mustaches. Who needs to be wrung, at least with their bare hands? And if anything, the right checker is at hand. Therefore, the main bet on candidates for personal and guys in the secret part was on the youth. And so far everything was going with a creak. Only my awards and a good attitude from the Tsarevich and saved at first. Now, it's easier. Slowly began to gain authority. Now we'll start. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the senior sergeant Timofeev, who was heading in our direction. Your Honor, the sergeant turned to me, as ordered, revolvers and pigs, well, pistoliers unpacked. Everything is ready. Well done, Timofeev. Glad to try, Your Honor. Seliverstov and the rest of the column follow me one by one, having given the command, turned to the sergeant. Lead, Timofeev. The sergeant quickly brought me to the cabin on the first deck, which was used as a small armament depot for the convoy. When I entered it, I saw 10 shortened Smith-Wesson revolvers laid out on a single table, and 20 pieces of holsters lay on the floor nearby, 10 for open carrying and 10 for hidden. Standing at the table, a senior sergeant from the Transbaikalians, whose last name he had not yet remembered, asked, Your Honor, will we give out? We will, but first I will explain to the Cossacks what it is, how to use it, and then you will give out, and don't forget 30 rounds for each. Having said that, he took one revolver from the table, and picked up 2 different holsters from the floor. After leaving the cabin, he gave the holster for concealed carry to Timofeev, and he turned around to the 10 who lined up along the side. Attention, Cossacks! All personal guards will be armed with Smith-Wesson revolvers in police execution. For their open carrying, you will use this holster. I showed the Cossacks an open belt holster made according to my sketches for a revolver in the style of a la American cop. A leather case formed for a weapon, fixing the revolver with a strap under the trigger, comfortable wearing due to fastening on the belt from any side and under any arm. For these revolvers and holsters, they had to endure a serious battle with Colonel Shirinkin and the chief of His Imperial Majesty's Security, General Pyotr Alexandrovich Cherevin. If they agreed to arm the secret agents, they did not want to give the Cossacks of the convoy revolvers in any. This weapon of the officers. Only a demonstration competition between secret agents and the Cossacks of the convoy, arranged at the training ground, was able to change their opinion. The result of this show-off was the complete loss of the Kuban with standard convoy weapons to agents armed with revolvers. Even in the summer they conditionally could not protect the protected person from the attack of 2 secret security officers. While the Cossacks of the convoy died without having time to use weapons. Even one of the officers of the 1st Kuban 100, who attended these competitions, did not have time to get a standard Russian Smith-Wesson from his smart holster, pause equals 450, and the cord, which was attached to the handle of the revolver, and then to the neck of the centurion, somewhat prevented the officer from conditionally firing at the attackers. And when I and another agent, who really liked the shooting in Macedonian, and we had a good practice shooting with 2 hands, hit 24 targets in 9 seconds, the question of the need to arm the Cossacks of the convoy with revolvers seemed to be solved, but not to the end. Cherevin made a Solomonic decision: all 30 secret agents attached to the convoy of His Imperial Majesty will be armed with revolvers, even 2. But the Cossacks are armed. There will be only personal guards, 32 people, 8 Cossacks from each platoon. So they got 100 revolvers and 300 cartridges for the barrel of the convoy. Each cartridge had to be gnawed out from shuriken with a fight. And another 100 holsters, of which 50 are for open carry and 50 for hidden. I could not understand the logic by which such a number of gun cases were issued. 30 agents had to carry concealed revolvers. If they are given 2 revolvers, then 60 concealed carry holsters are needed. If only 1, then 30. And only 32 ulsters are needed for open carry. Such is the quartermaster's mathematics. These memories flew through my head while I called Ramka and fitted a holster on his waist belt. Then he showed on it how the shoulder strap for concealed carry is attached. After that, he gave the command to the 10 to get weapons and equipment. In 15 minutes, everyone should arrive at the ship's forecastle in uniform for training, with a belt holster and a revolver. After checking the receipt of new weapons for the brothers, he went to his cabin to also change for classes. Not in full dress uniform on the deck to ride. After the specified time, a 3x3 box stood in front of me on the tank and Roma, who was located on the right flank. And this is a problem, I thought, looking at the system. That was familiar to our first classes 4 years ago. They are broken into threes. And have already worked together in them so that they understand each other subconsciously. Okay, we'll come up with something later. Gentlemen Cossacks. Today you received a new weapon, a Smith-Wesson revolver of the small Russian model of the 38th caliber, as the Americans say, or 3 in 8 lines, as we say. This weapon was released in a small batch for the convoy of His Imperial Highness, in which you are now serving. I made a short pause, looking around the dozen, and then continued. The revolver is 25 lots lighter and 2 inches and 3 lines shorter than the Russian Smith & Wesson, which is 4 and 2 lines. Self-cocking. Cartridges on smokeless powder. Since there are not very many of them issued, we will mostly train idle, dry. Yeah, dry. 7 sweats will come down again, the owl whispered softly, that is, Yevgeny Savon, the younger brother of Anfisa's husband, but I heard him. Cossack, Savon. I barked. If before you all had 7 sweats, now a dozen or even more will go. Now you not only have to stay alive yourself, but most importantly, to save the life of the sovereign heir. Do you understand this, Yevgeny? That's right, Your Honor. And the others? That's right, Your Honor. That's fine. I will continue. At 30 to 40 steps, this revolver is not at all inferior to an officer's revolver. Well, then the personal distance, as it were, should not really worry. This is already the concern of the other guard rings. You are the last frontier, and you should not pass. And in order to avoid such a disaster, you will have to learn a lot. Today the first lesson will be devoted to new weapons and the first basics of working with them. Until Blagoveshchensk will study for 6-8 hours with what I'm going to show you today. And upon arrival in the city, where we will have a long stop, we will begin to study the tactics of the personal agents in various situations. Your Brod, may I ask a question? A senior sergeant from the Transbaikal Cossacks addressed me somewhat impudently, about 10 of whom came to the last cabin on the bow to watch the lesson. Ask, Sergeant, I answered, preparing in advance for some kind of trick. I have not had to communicate closely with the Transbaikal platoon of Cossacks yet. Joined in Irkutsk, this platoon was still on the sidelines in the protection of the Tsarevich, which was carried by the Kuban. And what kind of tactics is this? And what situations? Guard, and that's it. The sergeant looked around triumphantly. The sovereign heir will make trips, as now on a steamer or ship, follow on horseback, in a wheelchair or walk, I began the answer. You will have to guard him at this time. Protect him when he is at home, in his office, in a public place, during receptions, meetings with people, balls. You will have to be ready to save the Tsarevich during a hurricane, flood. When bandits attack. For all these conditions there are certain actions that need to be learned so that they can be done without hesitation. Well, your brother, in your opinion, it turns out that we can't do anything? Is that it? With a grin asked another officer standing next to the Cossack who asked the first question. Something, like good Cossacks, you know how, otherwise you would not have been taken into the convoy of the sovereign heir. But, as bodyguards, you are not trained yet. If you do not believe, let's do a little study. You are constables, since you are standing in front, the first pair of personal guards of the Tsarevich. The Cossack standing behind you will become the sovereign heir whom you are guarding. And 2 more Cossacks behind him, the second pair of personal guards. I pointed with my hand at 3 Cossacks. It's very good that you are with rifles. Apparently, Centurion Shadrin knows his business. So, are you ready? Both officers, grinning, looked into my eyes, and then shook their heads in agreement. Without waiting for the nods of the other Cossacks, I grabbed a revolver from my holster, cocked it and pointed it between the guards, while yelling, tearing ligaments, trying to psychologically crush the conditional opponents. Weapons on deck, Sue. Quickly. I'm shooting. A shot in front of the Cossack's feet, and then the small Petrovsky bend went mixed with the demand to drop the weapon. The Cossacks, stunned by the shot and such pressure, froze in a pillar. Then the Cossack, who was supposed to represent the Tsarevich, dropped his rifle on the deck with a bang. The rest of the rifles were thrown after him. I holstered the revolver, and then, drawing a pistol with my right hand, fired 5 times. Bang, 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 transferring my finger from one Cossack to another. So, gentlemen Cossacks, I calmly continued. The convoy was killed, the Tsarevich too. You have failed your task, gentlemen, because you are not ready for it. The head is bad, said the first of the officers who started talking and, taking off his hat, wiped his sweaty face with it. We were told that we were okay, but that's such. Is something wrong with you, Sergeant? Your Honor, may the officer never shoot at the sovereign heir, said the second sergeant, also wiping his face with a papaka. There will never be such a thing. Will it be or not? We'll talk about it later. We need to bring some information to you all so that the blinders fall from your eyes. At this time, pushing aside the Cossacks, Centurion Shadrin made his way to the forecastle of the steamer, who almost fell at the last moment, tripping over a rifle lying on the deck. What's going on here, Cornet? What kind of shot? Mr. Centurion, I tried to prove in practice to the Cossacks of the Transbaikal platoon that they are not ready to serve as the personal guard of the Tsarevich, despite all their skills. Timofey Vasilyevic, and for this it was necessary to shoot? I think, Mikhail Petrovich, after today's demonstration, it will be easier for us to find a common language with the Stanichniki. Isn't that right, Sergeant? That's right, Your Honor. Senior Sergeant Lagunov, pulling his hat on his head, the Cossack stretched out into a front. Pick up your weapons, gentlemen Cossacks. If you want to watch the lesson further, then disperse on board. Moreover, 8 Cossacks from your platoon will soon receive the same revolvers and will be engaged in the same scheme. Do not interfere with the conduct of classes, do not interrupt. I will take breaks every 20 minutes, during which it will be possible to ask questions. Is everyone clear? That's right, both the Transbaikalians and my dozen barked in unison. After that, the Cossacks, picking up rifles from the deck, quickly began to line up along the side, and their number after the shot grew to almost 20 people. You're clever at them, Timofey Vasilyevic. They now execute your commands faster than mine. And at first I thought that the Cossacks were creating a riot. And it turns out that you had such an interesting lesson with them. Mikhail Petrovich, tell me, what do the words Snigolov and Okayam mean? For the first time, I hear, asking a question, I took the centurion aside so that the Cossacks would not hear us. From the centurion's explanation, I realized that in Old Slavonic Snigolov is a daredevil, a dashing thug, and OKM is a complete scumbag according to the concepts of the 90s of my world. In general, according to the centurion, these were the ones who became dashing atamans and princes in the bygone centuries. Our conversation with Shadrin was interrupted by some civilian type wrapped in a warm floor-length robe. "Mr. Centurion, would you deign to tell me what is going on here? Why such a noise? Stop him and the shooting immediately. And what the fuck is this from the hill?" I managed to think to myself before Shadrin spoke. Centurion Shadrin. "Sir, introduce yourself." "Who do I have the honor to talk to?" "Court Councilor Likachev Alexei Alexandrovich. I am going to Khabarovsk, to the office of the Governor of the Far East, the sovereign heir of the Tsarevich Grand Duke Nikolai Alexandrovich." It seemed to me that now this civilian lieutenant colonel would burst from arrogance and complacency. I haven't seen such aplomb for a long time. Unless the official from the mining department who died during the destruction of the Golden Lu Gang had neither his last name nor his title. But there was no less conceit, if not more. In general, not only is he a fool, but also in the image, which meanwhile continued to broadcast. "Centurion, I demand to stop this noise. Your Excellency, the Tsarevich and maybe 10 other people, including His Imperial Majesty, have the right to demand something from the Centurion and me. In front of you are 2 chief officers of the Life Guards of a separate 100 of His Imperial Highness the heir of the Sovereign Tsarevich of the personal convoy. This steamer is allocated for the personnel of the convoy 100, its weapons and equipment. How did you end up on this steamer?" With each phrase, I let more and more metal into my voice. As I think, representatives of the Gendarmerie Corps will deal with this issue in Blagoveshchensk. I have never seen a person transform so quickly. Just now there was a smug and arrogant turkey, and a moment later you have a thief who was caught by the hand, hunted and looking around. Some kind of shrunken figure. The court councilor somehow suddenly became smaller. "Mr. Cornet, you see, on the steamer that was allocated for the office of His Imperial Highness, I did not get a cabin that would correspond to my position. And on this steamer the captain is my distant relative. So, I agreed with him. I didn't even think that I was violating any instructions and regulations, gentlemen." Likachev began to slowly come to life. "Well, let's finish the shpak. Your Excellency, and it turns out that you are a resourceful and determined person," I spoke in an admiring voice. "Just yesterday, the Tsarevich in my presence, together with His Excellency Sergei Mihailovich Dukovsky, were looking for an enterprising, brave and determined person who would head the civil administration of Sakhalin Island. Preferably with the rank of court councilor, so that there was a place for growth. Tomorrow in the village of Bussy, I will definitely tell about you to His Imperial Highness." Alexei Alexandrovich surprised me once again. The expression of his face, figure, and appearance changed dramatically as I narrated again. The hero came to life, straightened his shoulders, became alert, broke down, whispering something similar to, "I have the honor." "Gentlemen," a hunched figure with an elderly shuffling gait left us with the centurion. "Timofey Vasilyevic, do you know how to talk to people, whether with junior ranks or with high ones?" As if Mr. Likachev wouldn't let a bullet in his temple from such a prospect, Shadrin said, grinning, looking at the back of the court councilor, who had already reached the stairs, which had to be climbed to the deck with luxury cabins. "Such do not shoot, Mikhail Petrovich," I answered, thoughtfully watching Likachev. "Let's bet on a pack of cartridges that tonight he will come to me to hand over a bribe or try to thank me in some other way for the information changed in his favor for the Tsarevich." "And will you accept a bribe, Timofey Vasilyevic?" The centurion looked at me in surprise. "Come on, Mikhail Petrovich. I'll get this brainiac and make him write a receipt that he will work for the secret part of His Imperial Majesty's security. These usually sound like regimental drums. What are they doing, Timofey Vasilievich? Shadrin rolled his eyes. They write agent reports on everyone at such a speed as a drummer knocks on a musical instrument called a drum with sticks. The centurion laughed, showing even and snow-white teeth, which could only be envied. Well, you startled me, Timofey Vasilievich. Knocks like a drum, wiping away the tears that came out, Shadrin said. Did you come up with such an analogy yourself? No, this is how Colonel Shirinkin expresses himself. He also says, knocks like a woodpecker in the centurion laughed merrily again, but I, looking back, saw the Cossacks waiting for the start of classes. It's time to end the fun. Excuse me, Timofey Vasilievich, one more question. I still haven't understood, but what are your duties in the 100? They don't look like adjutants, Shadrin asked seriously. Mikhail Petrovich, His Imperial Majesty's Guards are commanded by Lieutenant General Cherevin, and his deputy is Colonel Shirinkin, who organizes interaction with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Gendarmes Corps, military units, directs the Secret Service and everything like that. So I will carry out the same in our 100 responsibilities. Plus combat training of escorts and personal guards. Yes. I will not envy you, after all that I heard. We had other rumors, that Tsarevich's favorite savior, Mikhail Petrovich, so that there would be no misunderstandings between us. At the last meeting with the Emperor, Alexander III asked me to save his son. I swore to him to fulfill this request. And I will do everything in my power for this. Timofey Vasilievich, Shadrin abruptly came to attention. I swear to you to make every effort to ensure that the request of His Imperial Majesty was fulfilled. You can rely on me. I will twist my Transbaikalians into a ram's horn. They will carry out any of your orders. Although this is no longer required. My Cossacks are already yours. Thank you, Mikhail Petrovich. I stretched out my hand to the centurion, who squeezed it with force. Let's start the lesson. The Cossacks were waiting for. You study, Timofey Vasilievich, and I'll go talk to the captain of the steamer. Suddenly, it turns out that we still have unaccounted passengers. I saw this court counselor a couple of times, but I thought everything was fine. That's right, Mikhail Petrovich. Somehow, I overlooked this question. Check. This steamer is allocated only for convoy service. Tomorrow 5 people from the Secret Service will arrive in bussy parts. After Blagoveshchensk, the rest of the Cossacks of the Amur platoon will be located. Perhaps someone from the staff of the future office of the governor. But they will all follow separate lists approved by the Tsarevich. After seeing off the departed centurion, I returned to the formation of my 10. A little distracted. Let's continue the lesson, I said, standing in front of the formation of Cossacks. Your Honor, may I ask one more question before you begin? I heard a question behind my back. Turning around, I saw a policeman who was paired with Lagunov. The constable? Senior Sergeant Kargin, the Cossack, stood at attention. Excuse me, Your Honor, but you said you had to bring some information to us, but Centurion Shadrin interrupted you. I wanted to, but later. Although, I looked around at the Transbaikalians who were listening attentively to our conversation, who were located along the side. I'll tell you a little now so that you all understand what you will have to face when guarding the Tsarevich. The Cossacks froze, catching my every word. I felt my Cossacks' ears pricked up. You all know that in April of the 79th year, an attempt was made on the Tsar Alexander the Liberator, I began. Retired Collegiate Secretary Solovyov, and this rank corresponds to a centurion, shot at the Tsar 3 times with aim and 2 more times during detention. The Cossacks began to chatter excitedly. Wishes were poured out to continue burning in the fiery hell to the apostate from the faith, who attempted to kill the autocrat of Russia and the Tsar father. The emperor was saved then only by the fact that the paramedic Maimon indignantly called out to Soloviev, who was walking towards the emperor with his hands in his coat pockets, which attracted the attention of the emperor. The Cossacks fell silent at once, listening to me. Then the Tsar father, despite his age, managed to evade the first 2 shots. From the third he was closed by Police Sergeant Milosevic, who in a particular dress accompanied the sovereign in the distance. Pause equals 450. Soloviev fired the 4th shot after Staff Captain Koch hit him flat on the head with his saber. The 5th shot went into the air when the gathered people attacked the attacker. Thus, the criminal managed to carry out shots at the autocrat, and from a very short distance. And only a miracle saved the Tsar. The Cossacks started talking again as soon as I paused. This might not have happened if the guards had reacted more competently to the threat to the emperor's life. I raised my voice a little, forcing the Cossacks to calm down. Both Staff Captain Koch and Sergeant Milosevic, at the first threat to the protected person, should have immediately opened fire to kill with the revolvers they had, and not run after the criminal with a saber and not cover the Tsar with their body. "Is that what it is, to shoot in your own way?" asked one of the Cossacks. "Any attempt on the life of a royal person is an enemy. And he must be immediately destroyed. And it doesn't matter who it will be, an officer, an official, or a woman." "Shoot a woman?" the Sergeant Lagunov breathed out in amazement. "Lagunov, is Vera Zasulik not enough for you, who shot at the St. Petersburg mayor, Adjutant General Trepov? If necessary, you will have to shoot. Therefore, gentlemen Cossacks, those who want to serve in the convoy, especially as the personal assistant of the Tsarevich, will have to break some moral foundations in themselves. And this is harder than learning how to shoot well or chop with a saber. There will be a hidden enemy in front of you, not the one you were preparing for. And this enemy, in order to kill the Tsarevich, will be ready to beat surreptitiously, and if necessary, he will sacrifice his life to achieve the goal. Therefore, before signing up for a personal account, think about what I have just told you." "And I was thinking how honorable it would be to serve in the convoy," one of the Transbaikalians sighed heavily. "That's for sure," another Cossack supported him with an equally heavy sigh. Everyone finished the conversation. Next questions in 20 minutes of classes. "Your Honor, may I ask one more question?" "What, Lagunov? And why did you give these youngsters, even if they were awarded, revolvers before us?" "You see, the sergeant, with these Cossacks I ate more than 1 pood of salt and managed to go through a lot. Each of them has hunkas killed in battle behind their shoulders. And they have already been trained a lot." Saying this, I turned sharply to the Cossacks, pulling a revolver out of the holster. The guys did not let me down. For 2 years, without me, the sides did not lie down, but continued to train. The formation instantly crumbled. Who rolled, who jumped, who somersaulted, my brothers left the firing line without interfering with each other. At the same time, more than half managed to get revolvers and, albeit clumsily, but aim at me. The stragglers fiddled with the strap of the holster. "Yadrina, Matriona," Lagunov could only say behind my back. The rest of the Transbaikalians stood with their mouths open. Turning back to the sergeant, I rubbed my forehead over the bridge of my nose with the barrel of the revolver. "And also, Lagunov, they have already learned to be always ready to repel any danger, and also know my peculiar jokes." "Yadrina Matriona, they are all edged and headless," said the sergeant, trying to put his eyes and jaw back in place. After this demonstration of skills, the Cossack finally began classes. At first they learned to simply grab a revolver from a buttoned holster. Then I got into a tactical combat shooting stance. At the same time I showed the weaver's stance. Then the exercises went with the exit to the rack after the commands, the enemy on the left, right, back. The shooting stance, from the knee, lying down, on the side, in rolling, in motion. I did all the exercises together with a dozen. I had to train while there was such an opportunity. The lesson lasted almost 4 hours, of which half went to explain to the Cossacks, including my dozen, why all this was necessary. When the training was over, the centurion Shadrin approached me, who looked at all these outrages for 2 hours. Yes, Timofey Vasilyevich, Serdyuk told me how you drive his Cubans. But it's better to see. Once very interesting and instructive. But why did you roll around the deck with everyone and do everything the same way as a simple Cossack? Mikhail Petrovich, you need to keep yourself in shape. And the personal example of the Cossack stimulates. I imagine what conversations will be between my Transbaikalians today. But I see that you need to get yourself in order. I'm waiting for you for dinner. After dinner, where current affairs were discussed with Shadrin, a meeting took place with Likachev. The conversation was not easy, but it ended with the fact that the court advisor gave a receipt for cooperation and chose the pseudonym artist. And I so wanted to call him Goat, but as they say, shit is shit, but our shit. We will work with this. Before going to bed, I summed up the results of the day and was satisfied with them. I talked from the heart with my brothers, had a good workout with the commander of the Transbaikalians, and they themselves established a good working relationship. Got the first agent of my secret service. Every day so. With these thoughts I fell asleep, hoping to see and find your Anna Svetlana. Chapter 3. Commerce. Dear Timofey Vasilyevich, how glad I am to see you at my house, Alexander Vasilyevich Kazyanov, as always looking more like an English aristocrat than a merchant, was walking towards me with a joyful smile on his face. Will you allow, according to the Russian custom? After these words, Alexander Vasilyevich hugged me and kissed me 3 times. How have you matured, Timofey Vasilyevich, since our last meeting? A real combat officer, awarded with high awards, Kazyanov, taking a step back, looked at me with some kind of paternal love in his eyes. I was right when I predicted a great future for you. Almost 4 years ago, a young but extraordinary Cossack, now a cornet and a cavalier of St. George. I hope to live to the moment when I will address you, Timofey Vasilyevich, Your Excellency. Alexander Vasilyevich, do not confuse me with compliments, as a girl. And I am also very glad to see you. That's it, I'm shutting up, and let's go to the table. I hope you haven't forgotten that I usually have breakfast at this time. I remember perfectly well, Alexander Vasilyevich, I replied, being carried away by the merchant along the corridor towards the living room. That's why I arrived uninvited by this time, hoping to find you at home. I am very glad of this, Timofey Vasilyevich. To admit, when 2 days ago, at the meeting of the sovereign heir, I saw a young cornet in his entourage, I wanted to look for a meeting with you. But, thank God, you were ahead of me. With these words, we entered the living room, where the same maids as almost 4 years ago were serving the table. Then there was a wonderful, as always, breakfast, during which I told about the events that happened to me during this time. Breakfast ended. Kazyanov, splashing a little cognac into a glass, lit a cigar. I, having poured cherry liqueur into a small container, moistened my lips in it, enjoying the wonderful taste. So, Timofey Vasilyevich, I am listening attentively to you. The merchant looked at me with a serious expression on his face. Alexander Vasilyevich, as I have already said, I am one of the chief officers of the Escort 100 of His Imperial Highness. I will only add that I am responsible for the activities of the secret guard of the sovereign heir. That's about some cooperation with you in this direction, and I wanted to talk. Kazyanov, primly pursing his lips, looked at me with some regret. Timofey Vasilyevich, have you come to recruit me for sex work? Frankly, I didn't expect. Yes, and then you should have a different uniform. The merchant shook his head regretfully, and his eyes flashed angrily. Well, what are you, Alexander Vasilyevich? How could you think such a thing about me? Recruit one of the economic pillars in the Far East. Oxdite. I spread my hands to the sides, showing my indignation. No, I came to talk about the possibility of a small commerce between you and me. And what kind of commerce is this? The merchant asked, but I didn't see interest in his eyes. I settled there. Oh, commerce, very beneficial to both sides. What do you think is the most expensive commodity in trade and bringing the greatest dividends, Alexander Vasilyevich? Weapons, alcohol, gold, precious stones, opium. Kasyanov began to list, but I interrupted him. No, dear Alexander Vasilyevich. The most expensive product is the necessary information. Remember your own words you said at one of our meetings. They whispered there, they whispered here, analyzed and received information without which success in trading is impossible. What kind of information do you need from me? Kasyanov asked aloof. Alexander Vasilyevich, I need information that directly concerns the security of the sovereign heir. Believe me, I am not interested in conversations at the table where questions are being discussed about the fact that the monarchical power is outdated and something needs to be changed. I am primarily interested in the fact that there are people in the city who are not who they pretend to be. Information that someone is trying to buy weapons and explosives in circumvention of the established rules. In general, everything that can be interpreted as an attempt to arrange an attempt on the person I am protecting. And how will I be different from a sexbot? The merchant asked, looking at me with some kind of challenge. Well, it's a pity that we didn't understand each other. I got up from the table. Thank you, Alexander Vasilyevich, for the bread and salt. All the best. I have the honor. I headed out of the living room. Already leaving the room, I heard a question in my back. Timofey Vasilyevich, where to send your money, which is stored in our house? Turning sharply, I looked at the merchant with disgust. Keep them for yourself, Alexander Vasilyevich, as a sign of gratitude for everything that you have done for me at the time. I wish your trading house to continue to flourish in the vast Far East. Still under the Russian flag. Nodding his head, he clearly turned around and almost marched down the corridor. Already at the very front door, a merchant caught up with me. Timofey Vasilyevich, wait, don't leave. Excuse me. Let's go back to the table and discuss everything again. I turned around and looked into Kasyanov's eyes. I didn't see any sense of guilt or remorse there. But there was a certain interest. Okay, Alexander Vasilyevich. Let's try again. Silently returned to the living room and sat down at the table. Timofey Vasilyevich, you uttered the phrase, while under the Russian flag. Is it really that bad? Alexander Vasilyevich, you are a smart person. Tell me what will happen if the heir to the throne is killed? Killed here as the governor of the Far East? Your predictions? You know, you won't answer right away. There are a lot of options. Kasyanov somehow nervously splashed brandy into a glass and drank it in one gulp. And what? There is information that an attempt is being prepared on the Tsarevich. There are options, Alexander Vasilyevich. And there are a lot of them. The attempt can be carried out by the remaining free people's will, who are now divided into several factions abroad. Some of them are also determined to wage revolutionary terror. There are certain forces in China, Korea and Japan that are ready to start a war with Russia, using the death of the Tsarevich as a reason for this. Our island friends the British, the Americans, and the Germans can also have a hand in this. The war, Kasyanov paled noticeably. I would not like this. I don't know how our military chiefs think at court, but in my opinion, we are not ready. Believe me, Alexander Vasilyevic, the sovereign is aware of the problems of the Far East. For the speedy development of its economic situation, which will allow it to maintain the necessary number of troops to conduct combat operations to protect our lands, the sovereign heir is sent here. Economic development, Kazyanov smiled bitterly. Timofey Vasilyevic, are you aware of what customs tariffs were introduced here a year ago? No, Alexander Vasilyevic. I admit, I had other problems that I had to solve. But I will listen to you with pleasure. You know, if everything was done in Russia the way smart people advise. If you have the opportunity, be sure to read Mendeleev's work, An Explanatory Tariff, or a study on the development of Russian industry in connection with its General Customs Tariff of 1891. Unfortunately, the economic policy of protectionism that has been implemented in the Far East in recent years and the new tariffs have led to the fact that we are forced to buy imported goods in Moscow. Kazyanov once again bitterly shook his head and lit a cigar. Puffing smoke a couple of times, he continued. Recently, instead of bringing American, English, German goods from China or Korea, we have to deliver them from Moscow. The way of goods to Blagoveshchensk lasts 5 months, since it runs along the route Moscow, Odessa, Vladivostok, Nikolaevsk, Blagoveshchensk. You need to pay for the goods in Moscow until the 1st of February, and then it will appear in Blagoveshchensk by the end of July. If you buy a little later, there is a risk of staying in Vladivostok for the winter. Can you imagine what these costs are? I nodded my head in agreement. And it is necessary to have time to terminate, get money for new purchases of goods. It is not profitable to conduct a little of the goods. And you don't have time to sell everything. So additional lending is needed. Besides us, merchants, gold miners need free capital. Do you know, Timofey Vasilyevic, how many gold mines are there in the Amur region alone? From where, Alexander Vasilyevic, I answered, interested in the merchant's story about the economic difficulties of the local sharks of capitalism. Okay, I'll tell you. As of January of the 93rd year, there are 315 official gold mines in the Amur region alone, which, according to conservative estimates, produce about 400 pounds of gold per year. And at the same time more than half goes to China, where prices for it are higher than the treasury gives. If you yourself cannot buy at a normal price, then give the opportunity to officially sell to someone who gives a high price. And not to engage in smuggling. The merchant flushed his face and, uttering the last phrases, began to gesticulate vigorously with his hand, in which a cigar was clamped. Apparently, he spoke to me about the painful. Can you imagine, Timofey Vasilyevic, only in Khabarovsk there is a branch of a state bank with minimal capital, which even the artisanal and nascent factory industry cannot provide loans. Our house provided financial assistance for lending to those in need, but after the introduction of new customs tariffs we ourselves barely make ends meet. There is not enough free capital. Kazyanov fatefully waved his hand. Economic development, how much in these words? English, American and Japanese vessels in our territorial waters are poaching along the entire Pacific coast. Not far behind them are Chinese poachers. Timofey Vasilyevic, hundreds of Chinese junks, scows and schooners freely enter Peter the Great Bay, where they are uncontrollably loaded with trepang, sea cabbage and take everything to China without paying duty-free. Only trepang is exported more than 2,000 pounds a year. Can you imagine what kind of money is going past the treasury, Timofey Vasilyevic? To be honest, I was somewhat shocked by this information, and especially by the numbers that sounded. In the 90s, the same lawlessness was going on in the post-Soviet mess, but I did not know the specific numbers. Here the numbers sounded, and they were huge for that time. In addition to trepang, illegal fishing of scallops, mussels, crabs, octopuses is conducted. It hurts to talk about how whole rookeries of sea lions are cut out. Kazyanov took a deep drag on a cigar, rolled smoke in his mouth, releasing it, calming down somewhat, said, "We cannot solve these problems, and you say economic development. Do you really think that if the sovereign's heir arrived here, then everything will magically be resolved? It's unlikely," I thought to myself, and said out loud. "Alexander Vasilyevic, I hope that the appointment of the heir as the governor of the Far East will speed up the solution of these problems." "God forbid," Kazyanov crossed himself widely, and I followed his example. The merchant was silent for a while, puffing on a cigar. Then, apparently, having decided something to himself, he said, "Timofey Vasilyevic, returning to our conversation. I realized what information you need. And I will give my trusted people the task to collect it. Sorry again for my behavior. Now I understand that only one more attempt on the sovereign heir is not enough for us to cause chaos. Also, I'll talk to my friends. I will try to convince them to also look for the information you need. But I will pass it only to you." "Thank you very much, Alexander Vasilyevic," I mentally took a deep breath and replied. "Maybe you need some help from me? You know, Timofey Vasilyevic, you need." "I wanted to meet with you for what reason? My friends and I have prepared a memorandum addressed to the Governor-General of Corfu on the need to open a branch of the State Bank in Blagoveshchensk. There is not only a request, but also an economic justification, with all the necessary calculations. Now, taking into account the fact that the sovereign heir himself has been appointed governor, could you give him this note?" Kazyanov looked at me expectantly. "Today it will be on the Tsarevich's table," I replied. "Thank you, Timofey Vasilyevic. Only the report is at my work. Will you have time to pick him up? Then you will be taken where you specify." "There will be, Alexander Vasilyevic, but it's better to hurry." I finished a glass of liqueur. "I will soon report to His Highness." Arriving some time later in the tiny office allocated to me in Golovachev, where 2 desks, a couple of chairs and a small closet were hardly placed, I quickly ran through Kazyanov's report. I, of course, am not an economist and not a financier, but knowing the future of the development of the Far East, I could say one thing about this document, very intelligently and reasonably. It remains only to hand over to the Tsarevich. Since the beginning of the nomination of his new governor to the Far East, I have been reporting to Nikolai every day about the plans, tasks of the convoy service and its secret part for the day and how the tasks set for the previous day were completed. Today's report should have been somewhat more extensive than usual, since it contained a lot of information received from agents in Blagoveshchensk. All yesterday evening, together with Collegiate Secretary Tsarevich Nikolai Alexeyevich, we sat in this office, bringing all the data received by agents into a brief squeeze. Koroblev's guys did a very good job, especially considering the deplorable state of affairs of the local police and gendarmes. The main problem was an acute shortage of personnel. Yesterday I just learned that the police functions in the Amur region were carried out by the Amur District Police Department, which was formed only 5 years ago and included a district chief, 3 bailiffs, a clerk, a secretary and 3 interpreters. 9 people per 14,000 population in the Amur region, not including cities, and an area of almost 500,000 square miles. In Blagoveshchensk itself, where there were now more people living than in the entire Amur region, there was a police chief, 2 investigative bailiffs, 1 police supervisor, an interpreter, a head clerk and 25 policemen. To them are added 2 representatives of the Siberian Gendarmerie District. And all as you want, and fight crime and revolutionaries. No, there were 11 more district policemen by the number of Cossack districts, yes, the mountain police, which was subordinate only to the mountain police officers and was maintained at private expense. But in the city they are not our helpers in protecting the Tsarevich. It turned out that Koroblev and his 10 secret agents with their training in quantitative terms, except for the lower ranks, exceeded the police and gendarmerie of Blagoveshchensk, it is better to keep silent about the quality at all. According to one of the senior agents, only one of the investigating bailiffs and both gendarmes can be dealt with. It's better not to mess with the rest of the blockheads, so that it doesn't get worse. And we don't have to guard Nicholas in this city for 10 days, as it was planned earlier. Yesterday Golovachev informed me that the sovereign heir would deign to stay in Blagoveshchensk to get better acquainted with the life of this city. As I think, the heir decided to break away during the long months of the journey in an ascetic environment. Khabarovsk is the administrative center. Vladivostok is a big construction site. There is nowhere to have fun in these cities. And here at the intersection of Nikolskaya and Bolshaya streets, the building of the officers' assembly is two-storied, with an open veranda, with a living room where balls, musical evenings, a good billiard room, a dining room. Directly opposite the officers' assembly, the building of the public assembly with a theater hall, in which every theater season the premiere took place, and this year even two, operatic operetta and dramatic. Dramatic, however, burned down in 2 months, and the first one lasted until today without loss. I took the folder for the daily report from the table and took out some photos from it. And nothing like actresses. Shapely. And faces even very nothing. If only a new Matilda did not form. Although, it's not for me to decide, but for Nikolai. My business is only to check those girls with whom the heir may wish to meet. It is necessary, by the way, to give a command to Koroblev to find out which is the best doctor in the city for venereal diseases. It will be necessary to examine these buds. I sighed heavily. Today I somehow have to dodge to clarify the plans of the Tsarevich about spending time in the city. I had an official program, and all security measures or it have already been planned and worked out. But how much more time Nikolai will spend in Blagoveshchensk over the program, I do not know. What he is going to do, I also do not know. And we do not need impromptu. May I come in, Your Imperial Highness? Come in, Timofey Vasilievich. I sent for you several times this morning, but they couldn't find you, Your Imperial Highness. With the permission of Podsol Golovachev, I left for the city in the morning for a meeting within the framework of the Secret Service. And who did you meet, if it's not a secret? The Tsarevich really looked at me with interest. Today you left me, for the first time, without notifying me about it. Your Imperial Highness, according to the protocol of meetings, you had a reception scheduled for Governor-General Baron Korf before lunch today, so I found it possible to ask for a meeting with the merchant of the First Guild Kazyanov Alexander Vasilievich. I have repeatedly heard this surname. There is a lot of talk about this merchant. Baron Korf also mentioned him several times today. And why did you meet with him, Timofey Vasilievich? Your Imperial Highness, Ivan Yakovlevich Churin's health has deteriorated somewhat, and now Alexander Vasilievich manages almost all the affairs of the trading house, Churin & Company. And this house has branches, shops in all major settlements of eastern Siberia, the Far East and even Manchuria. If we list only major cities, then these are Irkutsk, Sretensk, Blagoveshchensk, Khabarovsk, Nikolskoye, Vladivostok. There are retail shops in Inku, Mukden, Jilin, Port Arthur, Harbin. This is a huge trading network, and it would be stupid not to use its information capabilities to ensure your security. Especially since I was once associated with Alexander Vasilievich, quite close relationship. Timofey Vasilievich, did you manage to persuade the merchant to share information? It's hard to believe. Indeed, Your Imperial Highness, we first quarreled. Until the complete rupture of relations. Then we finally agreed. And what, this Kazyanov didn't ask for anything in return? I won't believe it for sure. What privileges does he need? He asked, Your Imperial Highness. I handed the Tsarevich a folder with Kazyanov's memo. Here is Alexander Vasilyevich's request with an economic justification for the need to open a branch of a state bank with significant capital in Blagoveshchensk. Yes, Timofey Vasilyevich, you and your friends never cease to amaze me. An interesting request. Nikolai got up from the table and went to the window. You won't believe it, Timofey Vasilyevich, but about 2 hours ago I discussed this issue with Baron Korf. Lieutenant General Dukovsky, who was present at this reception, fully supported this initiative, which, according to the Baron, should accelerate the economic development of the Amur region and the entire Far East several times. The Tsarevich returned to the table, opened the folder and went deep into reading. After a while he closed it and, looking at me, thoughtfully said, "Practically the same thing was said today by the Governor-General on this issue. Here are more detailed statistics and economic calculations." And the merchant did not ask for anything else? Just to convey this request report, Your Imperial Highness, I quickly replied. And how are you going to further stimulate such a secret employee and agent? Nikolai looked at me with some irony. Also to share some information with Kazyanov, looking into the eyes of the Tsarevich, I replied. And what is it, Your Imperial Highness? Let's say you have decided to open a branch of the state bank in Blagoveshchensk before the 1st of October this year. A small number of employees of your office will know about your decision and specific deadlines. Most will only know when opening a bank. And if I pay with such insider information with Kazyanov for decent information that will ensure your safety, then, in my opinion, it will be an equivalent exchange. Alexander Vasilyevich, you will be able to get good economic dividends from such information. An interesting sentence and a funny phrase, insider information. What meaning, Timofey Vasilyevich, did you put into this phrase? Information known to a limited circle of people and which can significantly affect economic indicators in the market. Well, if the information from Kazyanov is really worthwhile, then you can tell him that I really decided to open a branch of the state bank in the city of Blagoveshchensk on November 1st of this year. This issue has been resolved by telegraph with Finance Minister Witt. Thank you for the permission and information, Your Imperial Highness. I bowed my head. Timofey Vasilyevich, I keep going and I forget to ask. Do you know English? It's just that you often have Anglicisms in your speech. Yes, Your Imperial Highness, I can speak, write and read in English and much better than in French and German. I know these languages at the level of a 6-year gymnasium. I also speak a little and know a small number of hieroglyphs in Chinese, Korean and Japanese, I replied, thinking to myself that I would keep silent about Pashto and Chechen. Pretty much, Timofey Vasilyevich, the Tsarevich shook his head in surprise. The more we communicate, the more interesting things I learn about you. Your Imperial Highness, at the moment in the Far East there are mixed nationalities speaking a variety of languages. The 6 that I have listed are the minimum necessary in order to faithfully perform their official duties for your protection, especially in its secret part. You have high demands and requirements for the knowledge necessary for my protection, the Tsarevich smiled. Well, so it will only be calmer for me now. But for a moment, fright and a feeling of defenselessness flashed in Nikolai's eyes, like a little boy. What do we have on the daily report? The heir coped with himself. Your Imperial Highness, Podsol Golovachev is getting acquainted today with 30 Amur Cossacks who have been selected to serve in the convoy. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, economic issues will be resolved on their placement, uniforms, weapons. Kubans serve according to the schedule of posts and guards. Transbaikalians are preparing. Tomorrow their first dozen will enter the outer circle of protection. Agents of the secret part continue to collect information. I handed the folder for daily reports to the Tsarevich. Your Imperial Highness, here is a summary of the information that the agents collected in preparation for your arrival in Blagoveshchensk. Statistics, data on significant people, leisure, etc. From the information that requires special attention, I consider the information received about some unrest among workers at the Alexander mine of the Kingansky mining. Unfortunately, the mining management is reluctant, or rather does not cooperate with representatives of the Siberian Gendarmerie district. Nikolai, who was carefully reading the memo, only nodded his head, saying that he heard and took note of. Recently, Nikolai's interest in business has grown significantly. Of course, it was not about working from dawn and until dark or about how his father worked, but that Tsarevich already devoted 4 hours a day to the duties of the governor of the Far East, and, as I saw, he liked these duties more and more every day. Although I could be mistaken, since at most of the Tsarevich's working meetings he was not present. Nikolai preferred to accept officials, employees, tête-à-tête visitors. Only 2 escorts with the heir depicted statues during these meetings. And then Golovachev and I had to endure a whole war with the heir to the throne because of this. It turns out interesting that Tsarevich tore his head off the paper. There are more residents in Blagoveshchensk than in the entire Amur region? That's right, Your Imperial Highness, I nodded my head in confirmation. It's easier to survive in the city by finding a job. The more Blagoveshchensk is getting upset and developing, only 66 brick factories are working. This year merchant of the Second Guild Ivan Petrovich Chepurin immediately launched an iron foundry and mechanical plants. 156 trading shops in the city. We can say that Blagoveshchensk is the commercial and industrial center of the Far East. Khabarovsk is the administrative center. And Vladivostok will become a naval military shield and the sea gate of the Viceroyalty. Yes, interesting data. Leave them with me, I will read these statistics again. And I, Timofey Vasilyevic, will give you the report of Baron Korf to read. There all the data on various departments are broken down, the overall picture is not visible. Will you recycle it? Nikolai looked at me questioningly. That's right, Your Imperial Highness, I replied, coming to attention. Don't go to the front, Timofey Vasilyevic. And since our report is so long today, take a chair and sit down at the table. I took the nearest chair and sat down at the side of the table where the Tsarevich was sitting. Timofey Vasilyevic, what was that expression on your face when you approached the table? Asked Nikolai. Your Imperial Highness, yes, one thought flashed. Now, I will try to formulate it. Angarsk, Irkutsk, Blagoveshchensk and the administrative center of the Far East, Khabarovsk. Maybe it's better to rename it to Khabarovsk? And Yerofy Pavlovich Khabarov is not forgotten, and the name of the city will be more euphonious. Timofey Vasilyevic, after a short pause, the Tsarevich said. Will you allow this idea to be stolen from you and voiced tomorrow at the small council? Your Imperial Highness, with great pleasure. Thank you. What do we have next on the report? The heir smiled contentedly. Your Imperial Highness, next are the lists of the most important residents of Blagoveshchensk with their brief characteristics. We managed to collect initial information for 78 people. This work will be continued and expanded. So, Timofey Vasilyevic, you have not left the idea of collecting information on all more or less well-known personalities of the Far East? That's right, Your Imperial Highness. If some dark personality appears near a famous person, it will be easier to get information about it. Although the next task that the agents received is to identify the most famous criminals, smugglers of Blagoveshchensk. The criminal world should also be studied. Okay. Tell your agents that I am satisfied with their work. Yes, Your Imperial Highness. I will definitely tell. Only these are the people of Colonel Shirinkin. They will remain. But about the recruitment to the secret part, I would like to take time off for tomorrow before lunch. I need to meet with the director of the men's gymnasium, and in the craft, which is 5 years old, I would also like to go. Are you hoping to find candidates for the Secret Service? The Tsarevich asked, mechanically flipping through the report on the significant persons of the city. Maybe. And I really hope so. I just don't know where to look for. The principle does not suit anyone in our case. And I only have a dozen Koroblev. If you allow, Your Imperial Highness, then you can put a dozen of my Staniknikov on a part-time basis. I will still attract them. But in the police, despite the good salaries for agents, they will not go. To be a life guardsman is 1,000 times more honorable for them. Especially the first in the village. I don't mind, Timofey Vasilyevic. It's only necessary to arrange all this correctly according to departments. And the brothers, as you call them in private, deserve additional remuneration. I have already made sure that many Cossacks of the convoy are trying not to fall into the dirt in front of these young people. Which means that the quality of training and the service itself is growing. That's right, Your Imperial Highness, my lips spontaneously spread in a satisfied grin. All right, Timofey Vasilyevic, tomorrow, before lunch you can be free. Search for candidates for agents. Now, as a spider, you need to create your own network. Yevgeny Nikolaevich, admittedly, a great master of this business. But he also has much more opportunities. That's right, Your Imperial Highness. I would like to find frames in the secret part. Frames solve everything. I shamelessly stole a phrase from the future. Search and find, Timofey Vasilyevic, the Tsarevich said with a smile, turning over the last sheet of the report on the faces, and came across photos. And who is this? The heir asked, holding in his hands a photo of the leading actress of the operetta and opera troupe. This is the prima in the operetta, the Gypsy Baron, which you will visit in 4 days. There is a brief information about her and other artists in the report, Leisure, I replied, thinking to myself that this prima somewhat resembles Kshinskia, but, in my opinion, even prettier. Only how to send her to a gynecologist venereologist for an examination? And the rest of the buds? That's the question. So, leave the report to me. The Tsarevich closed the folder. I'll get acquainted with it in more detail. And you can be free. Go about your business. Chapter 4. Feminist High School Girls. Yes, I happened to find out that Nikolasha, it turns out, can scream, and even how, I thought, looking at the Tsarevich, who called curses on my stupid head. However, this phrase is very interesting. It feels like the eastern journey of the heir on the ship was not in vain. So tricky only bosuns can express themselves. No, and why was he so nervous? Both of them, Koroblev has already arrived. It's necessary, where, it turns out, Nikolai Alexeyevich has brains? I would never have thought. I and the collegiate secretary Koroblev were standing in front of the indignantly broadcasting sovereign heir for 5 minutes. All this time the Tsarevich was trying to convey to our stupid heads that my proposal to include women in the secret part of his protection by agents, how to put it mildly, is wrong. And Koroblev, who supported me in this endeavor, is also wrong. And this was brought to us very emotionally, using profanity, including naval terminology. And in the future it was said that Nicholas II was a rag, a quiet and weak-willed person who could not defend his opinion. I would like to switch places for these 5 minutes with those who wrote all this on the internet. The dressing was just wonderful, in the best military traditions, for 5 points on a 5-point scale. I would even put 5+. And it all started yesterday. When I came to the men's gymnasium, where the final exams were taking place, I met the director of the women's gymnasium Beketov, who came to visit him at the court advisor Sokolov. During a long conversation with these wonderful people, we had a whole samovar, and Pyotr Ivanovich advised me to hire several high school girls who are graduating from him this year. A couple of candidates from last year's issue were also proposed. All this happened after the discussion, why do women join the revolution? Where do Vera Zasulik and those like her come from? According to Beketov, in the last quarter of a century in the Russian Empire there has been a rapid process of changing family relations and the spread of literacy among women's society. If earlier knowledge was available only to girls from high society, now education has become available to other segments of the population. With this in mind, it became increasingly difficult to keep girls and women striving for self-affirmation at home, but access to higher education is currently severely limited. As a result, in ordinary life, the same high school girls who graduated from the Blagoveshchensk gymnasium in the first category, the maximum they can achieve is a place of a home teacher. And even after passing additional exams. And among the graduates there are girls with great ambitions, but who will not be able to realize their intellectual potential. Apparently, this reason, according to Beketov, led many girls and women to the ranks of radical revolutionaries, where among their male colleagues they met with more respect for themselves than in any traditional and law-abiding strata of society. And the worst thing was, according to Pyotr Ivanovich, that in a very short time there will be much more such girls and women. Society is changing, whether we want it or not. The principle of the 3K, Kinder, Kusch, Kirche, that is, children, kitchen, church, which German newspapers wrote about, quoting Wilhelm Too's words about the social role of women in Germany, is not suitable for modern Russian girls. They need other ideas. So, maybe for the self-realization of some especially active girls, the service in the secret guard of the Tsarevich is suitable? This, of course, is against the rules and decency of modern society, but it is better to let them serve than to go into revolution. Pyotr Ivanovich, with his idea of serving girls in security, was actively supported by his colleague Solovyov. In addition, Konstantin Nikolaevich immediately told me the names of almost a dozen high school students who could be interested in further service in the police department as secret agents guarding the sovereign heir. And it was also not only graduates of this year. Some students who brilliantly graduated last year and the year before have not yet been able to find a worthy place in this world. In general, after making brief extracts on the candidates, I returned to my office and discussed this problem with Mr. Koroblev. At first, Nikolai Alexeyevich took the idea of attracting girls to secret employees with hostility. But gradually, using examples, I showed him how profitable and effective it would be. Especially in the field of obtaining a variety of information in the role of a noblewoman, merchant or Philistin. Maid, teacher, governess and so on. It is possible to cover a wide segment of those people from whom a male agent is unlikely to receive information. In addition, during large receptions, balls, you will not enter the ladies' room. What will suspicious female personalities do there, you will not check. And if the girls are trained in a certain area of hand-to-hand combat and revolver shooting, then they will become jokers in the guard deck. Who of the intruders will be able to think that a fragile girl can unexpectedly and accurately strike to neutralize the villain criminal, and even more so shoot him? Inspired by such prospects, Koroblev volunteered to accompany me to the daily report to the Tsarevich in order to support the Secret Service in this innovation. Aha, I supported. They both got the most do not spoil. Okay, I'm sorry for Nikolai Alexeyevich. His pure spiritual impulse was roughly trampled by the dirty boots of the future emperor, I thought, looking at the head of the Secret Service, sitting at Golovachev's desk, wiped the perspiration from his forehead. To confess, Timofey Vasilyevich, I did not expect such a violent reaction of the sovereign heir to your proposal. Koroblev took a deep breath. I confess, Nikolai Alexeyevich, I too, answering, sank into his chair and put a folder with a report on the table. It's good, I didn't have time to say anything about children. Otherwise, I feel our execution would have lasted much longer. About what children? The chief secret agent stared at me questioningly. Yes, I thought, Nikolai Alexeyevich, our service has very little strength. I mean, the quantitative composition. If we recruit 30 people to the Secret Service, we still won't be able to block all directions. That's what you did before, Nikolai Alexeyevich. If one of the agents identified a suspicious person, they reported on command, and then Yevgeny Nikolaevich connected either the police department or gendarmes to the check. And who will we connect here, Nikolai Alexeyevich? Yes, you are right, Timofey Vasilyevich, there is practically no one to connect. You will have to do on your own, Koroblev sighed even more sadly. But where are they, these forces? My agents are already falling off their feet. That's exactly why I wanted to involve children in our work, who can be used to spy on objects. Tell me, Nikolai Alexeyevich, will you be suspicious of a group of kids who staged a game in front of your house, given that they are already constantly playing here? Of course not, Timofey Vasilyevich, answering, Koroblev spread his hands, showing that such a picture a priori cannot arouse suspicion. And what prevents one of the agents from identifying the leader in this group of children and offering him a small reward if he watches the house during the game and then tells who came to it? Yes, Timofey Vasilyevich, how simple it is. I bought information from janitors, doormen, waiters during my time as an agent. Sometimes I had to pay a lot of money. But to connect the boys to the surveillance? For some reason, no one thought of this. And it will be cheaper. We will have to think about such provision of obtaining information when we arrive in Khabarovsk. As far as I know, in Vladivostok the building for the governor is not ready yet. I'm afraid we will have to stay in Khabarovsk for a long time. As I understand it, Timofey Vasilyevich, you will not tell His Imperial Highness about this innovation in the work of our service? Koroblev asked me, smiling maliciously. I think that the sovereign heir should not know about all the subtleties of our service, I smiled in response to the collegiate secretary. Today we have gained a lot of experience on this issue, communicating with the Tsarevich. Looking at each other, we almost simultaneously laughed. That's for sure, Timofey Vasilyevich. In this state I saw the Tsarevich for the first time in 7 years of my service. The blood of the Romanovs leapt. How much of this blood is there, I thought to myself. And if Pavel is the first son of Saltykov, then there is no blood at all. At this moment, our conversation with Koroblev was interrupted by Captain Volkov, who entered the office, who played the role of a friend and an officer on special assignments in the Tsarevich's retinue. At one time, this officer served in the Life Guards Hussar Regiment, in the ranks of which, as part of the military education program, 2 summer seasons were held. Tsarevich served as a squadron commander. There Nikolai and Volkov met characters, and became imbued with mutual sympathy. Evidence of this was a gift, a gold cigarette case with a facsimile, to Yevgeny Nikolaevich Volkov from Squadron Commander Nikolai, presented by the Tsarevich at the end of his service in the regiment. During one of the horseback rides, Nikolai invited a young officer to accompany him on a journey to the east. Then the wound in the attack of the Hunkas on the steamer, Vestnik, with the Tsarevich on board, long-term treatment, native regiment, rank of captain, order of Stanislav of the 3rd degree. And now the retinue of His Imperial Highness. And such an interesting position. With Yevgeny Nikolaevich, we had an even official relationship. It was even possible to call them friendly, as far as the difference in age, rank and position around Nikolai allowed. But Volkov showed me the cigarette case after one of the stories about the joint service with the Tsarevich. And we had to communicate quite often, since we were settled during the journey next to by a personal friend and the officers of the convoy. Timofey Vasilyevich, Volkov addressed me, His Imperial Highness wishes to see you immediately. Let's go. I followed the captain out of the office, catching Koroblev's sympathetic look. While walking to the Tsarevich's apartment, I thought about what else could have happened. Thank God, nothing happened. It's just that the sovereign heir cooled down from the emotions that were caused by my proposal, and now he decided to listen to my arguments. He couldn't do it before, because he immediately began to actively express his opinion. Timofey Vasilyevich, and now be kind enough to justify the necessity and possibility of the service of women in my security. The Tsarevich was the very calmness and the very politeness. And you can't say that less than half an hour ago he expressed himself in my direction as a bosun in relation to a guilty sailor. Having quickly formulated to himself the positive factors already repeatedly considered with Koroblev from the service of women in the security system, I lay them out to the Tsarevich. So you do not assume the activities of female agents in my inner circle? That's right, Your Imperial Highness. The main tasks of this category of employees will be collecting information. In addition, from the brief characteristics that the director of the girls' gymnasium told me, 2 of the candidates know Chinese, 1 Korean, and 1 Japanese and Korean, while reading and writing hieroglyphs. None of the interpreters in the city and district police department can do this. They are only able to translate oral speech and speak. Interesting girls, said the Tsarevich with surprise on his face. I must admit, I'm surprised. There are only 2 translators in my entire office. And to confess, I still don't know exactly which languages, and whether they can write and read in Japanese, Chinese and Korean. By the way, Timofey Vasilyevich, you told me that you know all 3 languages. Yes, Your Imperial Highness. I speak a little and know a little more than 1,000 Chinese characters, which are also used by both Japanese and Koreans. But this is not enough for everyday use. I need to learn at least 1,000 more. When I have free time, I do it. Writing hieroglyphs is, in general, a whole art. Every hieroglyph, this is not a sound, but a whole image. It's hard to readjust to this writing. All this is interesting, Timofey Vasilyevich, but let's get back to our problem. Are you insisting on the need to include women in my protection? The Tsarevich asked harshly. No, Your Imperial Highness, I do not insist. But if such agents serve in the secret part, then, in my opinion, the efficiency of the service will increase. And how many women do you plan to recruit? After consulting with Nikolai Alexeyevich, we settled on 5 candidates. But, most likely, we will take 3. Everything will be decided at the interview and according to the results of the secret screening of candidates. Agents have already begun collecting information about their possible colleagues. I took a breath. All right, Timofey Vasilyevich, I give the go-ahead for admission to the service in the secret part of women. But no more than 5. Better than 3, as you plan. I hope that this will really increase the efficiency of your work. And how much I would like to see Colonel Shirinkin and Lieutenant General Cherevin, and they read women's surnames in the report on the staff of the palace police. The Tsarevich smiled dreamily. Leaving Nikolai Alexandrovich to dream, with his permission he went about his business, which became more and more every day. Training of 26 individuals, 8 each from the Kuban and Transbaikalians, plus a dozen of my brothers. And soon the Ashurians will be added, with whom it will still be necessary to find a common language. Thank God, from the Amur my native dozen. And thanks to the Fox and the Tur, who took a lot on themselves in teaching physics, they carried out hand-to-hand combat without me. Their experience of conducting classes at school affected them. I met the police chief of the city, the head of the table and the secretary also. One evening and one night were spent getting acquainted with the latest criminal cases of Blagoveshchensk. I also read the annual report. All this was provided to me by the city police chief, titular advisor Leonid Feofilaktovich Badarovich. After reviewing the paper at His Highness's chief guard, Lieutenant General Cherevin gave me the chief city policeman was inflamed with love for me. All my wishes about viewing any documents are fulfilled at the speed of sound. The secretary even stayed in the presence overnight to supply me with new volumes and folders. For this, I was sincerely grateful to him. In general, after familiarizing with the criminal situation, it could be said that Blagoveshchensk is a living city, and it is very easy to die in it. On average, 1 murder per day. Such is the hilarious statistics. Most of the murders were committed by the Chinese, who lived in the city, in the district during seasonal work, more than 6,000 people. All men of working age, who came here to earn. Women and children were forbidden to leave the Qing Empire. Formed on the northwestern outskirts of the city, Chinatown lived his life. Followed the order and reported to the city authorities, specially elected headmen. Seasonal workers did not pay attention to the blatant unsanitary conditions, poor living conditions. The main goal is to earn money and save it. There were opium dens and dens in Chinatown, with which the police fought unsuccessfully, or rather pretended to fight. The gendarmes fared somewhat better, in the sense that there were practically no cases. And there were 2 representatives of the Siberian Gendarmerie district in Blagoveshchensk, 3 in Khabarovsk and 2 in Vladivostok. The situation was explained to me by my old acquaintance Saveliev Vladimir Alexandrovich, who arrived in Blagoveshchensk together with Baron Korf, already the staff captain of a separate corps of gendarmes and the head of the department at the office of the Amur Governor-General. According to him, the minimum number of people living in the Amur Governorate is only 8 de jure cities, of which only Blagoveshchensk can be called a city. With a stretch, Khabarovsk. The rest of the cities are de facto small settlements. There is no large industry, there are no higher educational institutions. There is no combustible material for the revolutionary movement. In general, peace and quiet and God's grace. Therefore, despite constant requests to expand the states, refusals are coming from the capital. But Saveliev promised to provide all the necessary assistance from the available personnel, as well as some papers on the personalities that interested me. To sit late again, today. To date, I had an appointment, or rather, at my request, Grandfather Korf allocated a little of his time. It was necessary to resolve with him the issue of relocating 1 company of the 1st East Siberian Rifle of His Imperial Highness the Heir to the Tsarevich Battalion. Returning from an eastern journey, Nikolai became the chief of this battalion, and it was located in the village of Nikolskoye, the future city of Ushuriysk. We needed this company to strengthen the protection of the Tsarevich. After Grandfather Korf, a meeting with all the officers of the convoy, including the centurion Roman Andreevich Vertoprikov, who will be responsible for the Amur people. It is necessary to draw up new schedules of guards, posts, classes, taking into account the additional 30 Cossacks. Then accompanying the heir to the officers' assembly. His Highness deigned to want to play billiards today. Saveliev in the evening will provide an opportunity to get acquainted with the observation cases for some male and female high school students, as well as representatives of the intelligentsia of Blagoveshchensk. It turns out that there are still the arbiters of the fate of Russia at the table in the kitchen. We need to find time to listen to Koroblev with his information. Full of trouble. Where else would I find a couple of hours a day? Yes, it's worth spending them on feminist high school girls. In the sense of communicating. Well, it's in 2 days. After Nikolai Alexandrovich goes to the theater. The next 2 days passed in the same turmoil. Information was coming in an avalanche from all sides. Dan, more precisely the Cossack of the Life Guards Danilov Pyotr Dmitrievich, became my secretary. Apparently, genetics is not a corrupt girl of imperialism. Dan's father, Uncle Dmitro, has been a clerk in the village for as long as I can remember, and my son turned out to be a secretary on the first attempt. If it wasn't for Peter, I would have drowned in that shaft of papers that fell on me from all departments. Apparently, the police chief roused me about the presence of a paper from Tsarevich with a meaning almost like Richelieu's, who wrote out a civil and legal indulgence for my lady. And according to internal circulars, all departments and institutions of the empire had to immediately fulfill the requirements of the chief of security and report information about the planned encroachments on the persons protected by him. For the second day, I, as a representative of Lieutenant General Tsarevich, was flooded with empty pieces of paper from various departments, mainly with the expression loyal feelings. On Saturday evening we visited the local theater. Gave the operetta, The Gypsy Baron. I liked it very much. In that life, somehow it was not possible to go to the theaters. I visited here for the first time and was fascinated. I don't know how actors play in the capital's troops, but here the prima in the role of Safi was simply magnificent. Her lyric dramatic soprano, as experts explained to me about her voice, fascinated. The rest of the actors also sang beautifully and wonderfully. Looking at the actress who played the role of Arsina, I smiled to myself, remembering Koroblev's report, how the examination of the buds by a venereologist was organized according to my idea. One of the senior agents, Pavel Nikolaevich Mikhailov, distinguished himself, who, thanks to his appearance, specialized in obtaining information from women. Our hero lover, in a couple of days, seduced Prima's girlfriend and worked so hard in bed that the girl was in seventh heaven with happiness. The ointment, or rather what happened next, pleased the girl so much that she asked the agent for the address of our venereologist. Well, he informed her that for the best use it is necessary to undergo a full examination to clarify the ingredients of the ointment. Today was only the 5th evening since the doctor invented ointment for sensual love. By the way, I don't know what he mixed there, but according to Koroblev's report, not only all the actresses of the theater passed through his office, but more than 24 residents of glorious Blagoveshchensk. My idea turned out to be financially very profitable for Mr. Doctor. And at first he was so stubborn and did not want to sign a piece of paper with the consent of the ship to work for such a respected institution as the Palace Police. They moved from the theater to the public assembly hall, where the evening of the theater actors, the Tsarevich with his entourage and the local beau monde continued. The festivities ended late, and in the morning Eleanor Melodist, a 23-year-old maiden, unmarried, born in the family of a military conductor, swam majestically out of Nikolai Alexandrovich's apartments. As a child, she studied at the Kiev Music School of Pimenova, later took singing lessons from Tartakov. She made her debut on the opera stage in 1888 in Kiev. Adheres to progressive views on the relationship between men and women, the prima of the operetta and opera troupe, and just a beautiful woman with feline grace. Looks much better in real life than in the photo. Was not noticed in any defamatory relationships. She was not a kept woman. But, according to rumors, she could give a night of love to a man she liked. Apparently, she liked the Tsarevich. Nikolai is lucky, then the ballerina Matilda, then the singer Eleanor, I thought, looking at the beauty floating past me. Today, in an apartment rented by one of the agents, a meeting took place with the first candidate for service in the secret part of the Tsarevich's security, Maria Alexandrovna. The girl's father was a hereditary merchant, Alexander Filatev, whose ancestor Ostafy Filatev bought furs from Turikhinsk to the Amur region back in the 17th century. And the mother was one of the first Korean fugitives who, in the winter of 1864, in the number of 65 souls, crossed the border river with the Udage name Tumanula. In the winter of 1864, crossed the border river with the Udage name Tumanula. Now it is designated in Russian as the Foggy River, and in Korean, Tumangan. They moved and built Fanzas 15 versts from the Novgorod military post. So the first non-military settlement of Koreans was founded in the South Ussuri region in the valley of the Tizing River, now the Vinogradnaya River. Less than a year later, the first harvest of corn, millet, Russian peasants helped the Russian military to make stocks of cereals. Everyone was satisfied. The soldiers that their menu was diversified, and the Koreans that no one would return them to Korea under the protection of the Russian army and will not put to death. Soon, many Koreans converted to Orthodoxy, and 19 years ago, a young girl named Wang met with a young merchant of the First Guild, Alexander Filatov, who turned into these parts for trade. 18 years ago, the fruit of this love was born, Maria, who is now modestly perched on a chair in front of me. As I managed to find out from the dossier on the girl, Maria was taught Japanese and Korean, as well as reading and writing on them by her maternal grandmother. Being illegitimate from the feudal lord, Yangban, she received a good upbringing and education. But the love of evil. Maria's grandmother fell in love with the commoner, Pyongman. The father turned away from his daughter and forgot about her existence. Crop failures forced the family, in which 3 children were already growing up, including the 9-year-old eldest daughter, to escape to Russia. The Russian-Korean border had a duration of a little more than 16 versts and ran along the Tumanula River, which was from 70 to 100 fathoms wide. It was not difficult to block such a small section of the border. Korean border guards could even notice a single swimmer. But the Korean Pyongmans did not flee to Russia alone, but whole families, even whole villages. At the same time, they dragged all their belongings, household utensils, drove the available cattle. Such a camp could cross the border only on the move, that is, on the ice of the river. In addition, with a successful escape from Korea, winter gave time to prepare for spring sowing in a new place. I learned such details from Koroblev and I got acquainted with the dossier. And now I was flipping through the pages of Maria Alexandrovna Filatova's personal file, watching the girl askance, and thinking to myself that such a frame should be taken absolutely beautiful. Mestizos almost always turn out to be cute, but in front of me sat a stunned beauty with Asian charm. Clever. Almost all grades in the gymnasium disciplines are above 10 points. Athlete. The first female person who joined the cycling club of the city of Blagoveshchensk, which so far consists of 8 members. Dad does not deny his beloved daughter anything. Even bought a bicycle and ordered a special dress for riding. It remains only to add, Komsomolka, I thought and asked the first question. Maria Alexandrovna, have you signed the document that was submitted by the collegiate secretary Koroblev? The girl looked at me with her shining brown eyes and quietly replied. Yes. The information that you are about to hear is secret and is not intended for further dissemination. I smiled affectionately at the interlocutor. I hope you understand this? Maria looked at me somewhat startled and nodded her head in agreement. Very good, Maria Alexandrovna. Before we continue our conversation, I will introduce myself. Sorry, I didn't do it earlier. The chief officer of the convoy of His Imperial Highness Cornet Alenin-Zeisky. Is Timofey Vasilievich the same one? Curiosity lit up in the girl's eyes. And what do you mean by this question? Are you the same young Cossack Timofey Alenin, nicknamed Ermak, who 2 years ago protected the sovereign heir Nikolai Alexandrovich from a bandit's bullet? The face of the somewhat emotionally excited Filatova became so cute that I even mentally sighed regretfully to myself that at work, Nezia. More precisely, it is not recommended. Yes, and I received a letter from Anechka von der Felden a couple of days ago, full, so to speak, of friendship with small hints of a stronger feeling. And yes, dilemma. If that's what you mean, then that's the one, I replied dryly. Did it hurt? Yes, after all, male and female thinking, as well as logic, are very different. That's the question? No, fuck, it doesn't hurt. I got up after that and went with a saber to destroy the foes further. I thought to myself, and answered out loud. When the bullet hit, it didn't hurt. I just lost consciousness. But after I came to, it was very painful. Neither inhale nor exhale, I answered the girl seriously. But let's return to our conversation, which just concerns the protection of the Tsarevich. In addition to the lifeguards of a separate Cossack hundred of His Imperial Highness's own personal convoy, secret agents of the palace police are also involved in the protection of the sovereign heir. One of these employees, more precisely, an employee, I suggest you work. If you would like to see very large, almost like an owl, eyes of a Korean woman, then you should have been present at our conversation and my last phrase. The pretty brown eyes of Mrs. Filativa, who still looked more like her mother, became round, having lost her Asian section. Are you serious, Timofey Vasilievich? Somehow squeezed out a question, as I have already decided for myself, the future agent of the secret part. Maria Alexandrovna, if you signed a paper on non-disclosure of information that will become known to you, and about responsibility if it does happen, am I really going to joke so stupidly, and what will I do? Asked Filativa, who was gradually recovering. Maria Alexandrovna, I would like to hear your answer first. Do you agree or disagree? And after that I will tell you about the future secret work. I agree. Of course, a consonant. The girl jumped up from her chair with sparkling eyes, reminding me of her Komsomol readiness for everything by Pavel Korchagin, only in a skirt. Very well, Maria Alexandrovna. Sit down. After waiting for the girl to sit down on a chair, I continued, your job will be as follows. The main thing is to check the reliability of persons who will have access to the Tsarevich. In addition, you will be required to know in person all those living at the palace or the place where the sovereign heir will live. To know in person all unreliable persons whose photos are in the secret part. Your knowledge of Japanese and Korean will also be in demand, especially the ability to read and write in them. Under the guidance of Mr. Tsarevich Nikolai Alexandrovich, who commands the secret part of the Tsarevich's guard, you will undergo special training. You will be taught how to change your appearance with makeup, special techniques of hand-to-hand combat, revolver shooting and other tricks. For example, detecting and interviewing witnesses, collecting physical evidence, surveillance, indirect evidence, anthropometry and photography. While I was listing all this, Filativa's face took on an increasingly enthusiastic expression with every word, and happiness blazed in her eyes. Yes, Pyotr Ivanovich Beketov was not mistaken in this candidacy. The devil is in a skirt, not a girl. But such a pretty devil, I thought, looking at the girl. Besides you, it is planned to take at least 2 more girls into service. So there will be someone with whom to endure all the hardships of service in the secret part of the palace police. And now about the pleasant. As a junior agent, you will receive 70 rubles a month. I smiled when I saw Filativa's eyes widen in surprise again. Plus 100 rubles annually for personal expenses for the service. This is for clothes, makeup and other small things. It has not yet been definitively determined, but most likely, all the girls will be accepted into service as voluntary. Taking into account your educational qualification, in a year you can try to pass the exams. If you pass these tests, you will receive the first rank of a collegiate registrar. No, I'm just melting today with emotion. What eyes Masha Svet Alexandrovna has! A couple more such surprises, and they will not return to the normal section. In general, the first interview with the candidate was successful. Of the 4 other female candidates, we settled on 2 who graduated from the gymnasium last year. 4 days later, a troika of agents, together with Koroblev, 4 agents of old men and 10 more newly accepted from high school students, moved to Khabarovsk, which soon, perhaps in June, was to be renamed Khabarovsk. There they had to work out facilities, according to the requirements of the accepted instructions and regulations, and also begin training young people. According to the plans of the Tsarevich, we had to stay in Blagoveshchensk for another 10 or 20 days. Nikolai Alexandrovich was fascinated by Eleanor and somehow forgot about his official duties as governor. If earlier he spent 4 hours, and sometimes 5, he was working, now it was possible to get to him only in the morning for a couple of hours. The rest of the time he spent with the opera diva, which gave the guards a lot of trouble. This attitude of the Tsarevich to life began to strain somewhat. I felt like a bodyguard of a major boy and a lifesaver. It's good that at the end of May an event occurred that allowed me to have fun personally, and some people with large shoulder straps to think. Chapter 5. Fukushima Yasumasa. I was sitting in my office and reading a stack of papers of various contents that Dan handed me. Most of the papers my secretary sent to the trash, after I explained to him what I was interested in and what I could throw away without reading. So, what do we have here? Summary from the police chief for the past day. 2 murders. All in Chinatown. Who? For what? As usual, there are no witnesses. No one goes to contact the police. I analyzed the information to myself, running my eyes over the sheet. In general, the Chinese, as always, depict 3 monkey figures covering their eyes, ears and mouth with their paws. In Russian in my past life meant, I don't see anything, I don't hear anything, I won't say anything to anyone. But in fact, as I recently learned, these 3 monkeys in China symbolized the idea of non-doing evil and detachment from the untrue. If I don't see evil, don't hear about evil and don't say anything about it, then I am protected from it. That's such a philosophy. But in the case of murder investigations, the Russian version is better suited. There are no witnesses, since no one has seen or heard anything, and if they have seen and heard, they will not say. The next was a note from the gendarmes, after reading which I quietly fell into a precipitate. No, I understand, more precisely, I still poorly understand modern reality. But to do this? After reading the note again, I was convinced that my eyesight did not fail me. And I learned the information correctly. The note also said that Fukushima Yasumasa, who served as a military attaché of the Japanese embassy in Germany. Fuck and not get up. I reread the document again. What does it turn out? An official intelligence officer moves quietly through the territory of the empire. And they also organize solemn meetings for him? It's mind-boggling. Overwhelmed by such thoughts, I went to the staff captain Valeriev. Fortunately he, along with the entire retinue of the Governor-General of Corfu, was housed in a neighboring building. And at that time, had to be at home. May I, Vladimir Alexandrovich? After knocking, I opened the door of Savliev's office. And, Timofey Vasilyevich, come in. Glad to see you. Now, I'll order a cup of tea. What brought you to me so early? Vladimir Alexandrovich, I brought your official note about the imminent arrival of Major Fukushima in Blagoveshchensk. I would like to learn more about this gentleman. And how could this happen in general? An officer of the General Staff of Japan, 100% intelligence officer, freely moves around the territory of the Russian Empire? Well, as you said, there is some information on this gentleman. We received from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A second. The staff captain got up and went to a small cabinet, from where he took out a thick folder. Returning to the table with it, he began sorting through the sheets stored in it. Selecting a couple of them, took them out and handed them to me. As I felt that I would need. I took the most important papers with me here. Savliev smiled mirthlessly. There are not very many of them. I, having missed the last phrase of the chief gendarme of the Far East, was reading the information contained in 2 sheets. So, what do we have? Fukushima Yasumasa was born in 1852nd year. For 40 years, a strong man, I thought to myself. More than 12,000 kilometers have already been wound non-stop. Okay, read on. Was born in Matsumoto City in Nagano Province in the Takeda samurai clan. Wow! As Master Zhao, who taught me pole fighting in my first future life, told me, the samurai of the Takeda family are as fast as the wind, calm as the forest, fierce as fire, unshakable as a mountain. This was the motto of this clan. This famous Japanese family was descended from Emperor Save. The sixth descendant of Emperor Minamoto no Yoshimitsu developed Aikijutsu. In general, starting from the 12th century, and for a long time in several centuries, the Minamoto family was one of the main ruling clans of Japan. And many famous fighters and rulers came out of it, so whose descendant are you, Mr. Major? Quickly flashed through my head. He graduated from military school in Edo. After studying at Nanko University, he joined the Ministry of War. Fukushima Yasumasa showed the greatest skill in collecting information, that is, he worked in the field of intelligence. Was a military attaché in the USA, in China. For 2 years, he traveled to British India and Burma. 5 years ago, he was appointed military attaché in Berlin. An excellent topographer, geographer. Knows 10 languages, including Russian. In February, 1892 years after a dispute on the topic of equestrian sports achievements on long-distance crossings, at one of the social events at the embassy dedicated to the end of the Major's military attaché service in Germany, he began his equestrian journey from Berlin to Tokyo. The fact of the dispute was confirmed by Count Shuvalov, our ambassador to Germany. At the moment, Fukushima Yasumasa has made the transition on horseback from Berlin through Poland and further along the route Petersburg, Moscow, Kazan, Ural, Irkutsk, Blagoveshchensk. Is under the vigilant attention of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Empire. That's it. Classic reconnaissance mission under diplomatic and sports roofs. Meanwhile, Fukushima followed the Trans-Siberian Railway under construction after Moscow. The Japanese are not fools and understand that this railway, after its completion, will become a sword in the underbelly of Japan. It will allow moving within a few days, compared to the current situation, a large number of Russian troops and cargo from the European part of Russia to the Pacific coast and the Sea of Japan. The corresponding Japanese military circles could not but see a threat in Russia's intention to continue the railway to the ocean and seriously begin exploiting the rich as Far East, I thought, continuing to stare blankly at the leaf. Major Fukushima's journey is not even the first swallow. Given the widespread domestic espionage in Japan, I am sure that all the cities of Primorai are already flooded with cloak and dagger workers with slanted eyes. And why didn't I think of this before? Although, what to think? Who will deal with the problem of counterintelligence? Gendarmes, of whom there are 7 people in the entire Far East, or policemen, who, if we discard the number of lower ranks, can also be counted on the fingers? What are you thinking about, Timofey Vasilyevic? Saveliev brought me out of my stupor. As far as I understand, we will not be able to do anything with Major Fukushima on the principle of law, taiga, prosecutor, bear? Excuse me, on what principle? Saveliev looked at me in surprise. Vladimir Alexandrovich, we understand that a Japanese intelligence officer. His journey along the railway under construction and further along the highway to Vladivostok is the collection of intelligence information that will allow the Japanese General Staff to assess the military situation of our army in Siberia and the Far East. That is, Fukushima carries with him and in his head important information that he obtained while engaged in espionage. That is, formally violating the law. So I thought it would be nice if a bear or a tiger carried out the sentence. A brave traveler disappeared in the taiga. But who will allow us to do this? I answered the staff captain with a smile. Well, you are a beast, Timofey Vasilyevic. To take and feed such a brave man to predators, even though he is Japanese, Saveliev smiled at me in response. But to be honest, I fully support you. Although of course, no one will allow us to do this. But we must look at the information that he probably reflected in writing, I said seriously, looking into the eyes of the staff captain. And how do you imagine it, Timofey Vasilievich? To be honest, I don't know yet. I need to think about it, I replied and smiled. What are you smiling at? The staff captain immediately asked. Have you come up with something? No, I didn't come up with it, Vladimir Alexandrovich. Just remembered the story that Jung he told me. How would we not be in the role of those he told me about? And what or who did he tell you about? Vladimir Alexandrovich, have you heard anything about such Japanese warriors, who are called shinobi no mono? I asked Saveliev. No, Timofey Vasilievich. And who is this? If you translate literally the two hieroglyphs with which this word is written, you will get a hiding person or a secretly penetrating person. So in Japan, starting from the 15th century, spies were called. All these demons of the night perfectly owned ninjutsu, the art of espionage and intelligence. Very interesting. Go on, Timofey Vasilievich, the staff captain asked me. I have been serving in the Far East for more than 7 years, but this is the first time I hear about some kind of shinobi. Vladimir Alexandrovich, you can talk about these Japanese scouts for a long time, as well as listen to fairy tales about the exploits of our Cossacks Plastins. Especially if the story is being told by the Cossacks themselves. I grinned and saw the same cheerful grin on Saveliev's face. But I wanted to inform you about the events that occurred relatively recently. In 1853rd year, the American squadron of ships under the command of Commander Perry entered in a bay near the city of Edo. Perry handed the shogun a letter from the U.S. president with a proposal to start negotiations on the opening of the Japanese islands for foreign powers to penetrate there. This proposal was supported by dozens of squadron guns, the muzzles of which stared towards the Japanese coast. All this caused quite a stir. The shogun's administration did not know what to do. In this situation, it was decided to resort to the help of shinobi no mono to find out the true plans of the overseas devils. According to Stanislav Sky, paused. And what happened next? The staff captain asked with interest. And then, Vladimir Alexandrovich, either one or several of these invisibles, arrived on the commander's ship. They overheard a meeting that Commander Perry was holding with his captains. They managed to steal something from the documents, some things. After these espionage exploits, Shinobi no Mono returned to the shogun and provided him with all the information they had obtained. Here I fell silent again. Timofey Vasilievich, do not torment. Continue. You paused so dramatically. All the actions of these magnificent scouts were in vain. No one could read the documents brought. And the shinobi but Mono could not tell what the meeting was about. No one knew the Anglo-American language in Japan. That's the kind of bad luck the Japanese had, I finished sadly. Saveliev looked at me in surprise for a few seconds, and then burst out laughing. And why are you laughing so loudly, Mr. Staff Captain? Holding back a smile, I asked. Saveliev, wiping the tears that appeared in his eyes and continuing to giggle, said, I imagined how we got the Fukushima records and are puzzling over how to read them. I definitely can't. I don't know Japanese, Timofey Vasilievich. I am familiar, but superficially, I answered seriously and thoughtfully. Moreover, as I assume, the most important thing will certainly be written in cipher. And a key is needed to it. Do you, Vladimir Alexandrovich, have a cryptographer who knows Japanese perfectly? Are you kidding me, Timofey Vasilievich? Saveliev stopped, smiling, and looked at me attentively. Is this your idea, to get the major's documents, has no prospects? Even if we do, we won't be able to read. It turns out like this, Vladimir Alexandrovich. I'm afraid that Filateva and I are unlikely to cope with decryption. Unless Major Fukushima has become impudent and does not encrypt his records, hoping for his full diplomatic protection. By the way, I still can't understand how he was allowed to safely pass through the territory of the Empire? I asked the chief gendarme of the Far East. Or do I not understand something? Timofey Vasilyevich, what do you know about the work of our diplomats, military attachés and agents? I confess, Vladimir Alexandrovich, that there is practically nothing. Then I will give you a little tour of the activities of our work abroad. Saveliev settled more comfortably in a chair. It's a shame to say, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has the largest agent network abroad. This agency mainly extracts secret information of a diplomatic and political nature. This intelligence is in charge and managed by the Department of Political Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and in the field abroad, ambassadors and consuls. As they say, they are allocated significant sums for the maintenance of paid secret agents. The staff captain sighed sorrowfully, and then dreamily rolled his eyes to the ceiling. Also, we must not forget that the Black Cabinet works effectively at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, even if formally subordinate to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Through this department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs receives valuable information through the perlustration of correspondence of embassies, consulates, missions and agencies of foreign states located in the capital. And how do you manage to read this correspondence? I asked. I won't lie. I don't know for sure. But at the level of rumors during my studies, I heard that the mail of diplomatic missions gets into the Black Cabinet a few minutes before sealing the post package before sending it to the train station. In this secret expedition there is a complete collection of immaculately made metal seals of all foreign embassies, consulates, missions and agencies in St. Petersburg and abroad, as well as all ambassadors, consuls, attachés, ministers and chancellors. With the help of furnaces to open and seal this diplomatic correspondence, without the slightest trace of an autopsy, presents no difficulties. But this is all at the level of rumors, my friend. I nodded my head intelligently, pretending that I understood the hint of the representative of the gendarmes corps. Meanwhile, Saveliev continued to read me the educational program on espionage and intelligence. Again, according to the information that goes in a separate building of gendarmes, the Foreign Ministry also has encrypted codes of all countries, with which this correspondence is freely read and translated, but not in the Black Cabinet, but in another. As it is called, I do not know. But perhaps representatives of this institution will be able to read Fukushima's notes if we get them. How do you look at this proposal, Timofey Vasilyevich? I'm in favor, with both hands, Vladimir Alexandrovich. If only there is such an opportunity? I think if you send the materials to Lieutenant General Cherevin, he will find such an opportunity. But we got a little distracted. With your permission, I will continue. I am happy to listen to you, Vladimir Alexandrovich, I replied, not at all lying. I put our department, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, in second place in terms of agent work, but this work, in my opinion, is somewhat limited. The main task of our agents is to cover Russian revolutionary organizations, individual revolutionaries and their activities abroad. Saveliev thought for a few seconds, and then continued, the People's Volunteers, Timofey Vasilyevich, have not been completely defeated. The famine that has struck many provinces of Russia over the past 2 years, has added many supporters to their ranks here, inside the country. And theoretical research of new forms of struggle against autocracy is underway abroad, but many remain on the same platform of terror. When we move to Khabarovsk, I will let you read our bulletins for the last 3 years. It would be interesting to get acquainted. I inserted my word. Thank you in advance, Vladimir Alexandrovich. You will have time to thank Timofey Vasilievich. What am I telling all this about? All circles of power in all countries know that diplomats are engaged in intelligence gathering, but they turn a blind eye to it. As an example, I will tell you a story that I heard while studying at the courses. Is it true, or is it a historical anecdote? You judge. Valeriev, clasping his palms in a lock, put them on the table and was silent for a few seconds. Gathering his thoughts, he began the story. When the infantry general Count Nikolai Pavlovich Ignatiev served as a military agent in London, it was in the late 50s, he once received a letter from St. Petersburg. The letter sheet had impressions of all postmarks on one side of the attachment, although the stamps on the envelope were placed one on the front and the other on the flap side of the envelope. This letter with such impressions could prove that the message was illustrated in London or the British Isles. Pause equals 450. Count Ignatiev reproached the British foreign minister for opening the letters of a member of the Russian mission. The minister, and then it was Count George Clarendon, gave his word of honor to the Lord that there is no black cabinet in England. Later, in a private conversation, the Count told Ignatiev, "And what do you think I should have said? Do you really think that we are not interested in knowing what your minister writes to you and what you inform him about us? Yes, the English are famous gentlemen and people of the word. I want to give my word, I want to take it back." I smiled sadly. You correctly noticed, Timofey Vasilievich, the staff captain also grinned not very cheerfully. With this story I wanted to bring to you that everyone knows everything, but they pretend that they do not know. We see this state of affairs in relation to Major Fukushima. Everyone knows who he is, they know what he will do when passing through Russian territory. But the current state of things obliges us to pretend that nothing is happening. We don't even have an article in the criminal code that we could apply to this cursed Japanese. Even if we prove his espionage, the maximum we can do is to escort Mr. Fukushima to Vladivostok and send him to Japan with honor. And that's it. Is it true, Vladimir Alexandrovich? I, who was freaking out from such information, stared at Saveliev in a daze. To my deep regret, the truth is, this is our legislation. If Fukushima was a subject of the Russian Empire, then according to the Code of Criminal and Correctional Punishments, in the 85th edition, Article 256, could be applied to him. The staff captain narrowed his eyes, paused, and then quoted from memory, "Whoever of the Russian subjects reveals any state secret to foreign powers, although not hostile to it, or informs them of plans for Russian fortresses or other fortified places or harbors, ports, arsenals, or publishes these plans without the permission of the government, then for this he is sentenced to deprivation of all rights of the state and to exile to settlement in the remotest places of Siberia." Saveliev fell silent, took a deep breath and smiled sadly. That's the way things are, Timofey Vasilievich, her mother. The staff captain could not restrain himself. And what, there are no articles on which it is possible to attract Fukushima? No, my friend. Alas, no. But for your proposal to act on the principle of, the taiga is the law, the prosecutor is the bear, Article 259 can be applied to us. Don't you want to get acquainted? Live for a century, study for a century, and you'll die a fool anyway. Finish me stupid, Mr. Staff Captain. So, Timofey Vasilievich, if any of the Russian subjects in peacetime attacks the inhabitants of neighboring or foreign states with open force, and through that exposes their fatherland to the danger of a break with a friendly power, Saveliev stopped and looked at me attentively. Can Japan, because of Fukushima, if the truth comes out, raise the issue of severing relations with our empire? What do you think, Timofey Vasilievich? I shrugged my shoulders vaguely. It's been a long time since I've been taken like this about the table, I thought. Learn to match, Mr. Cornet. Where would I find time to study? I also don't know the answer to this question, but the punishment under this article is hard labor from 8 to 10 years. That's the way things are, my friend. Vladimir Alexandrovich, so we can't even look in the direction of the Japanese major? With some bitterness in my soul, I asked the staff captain a question. Let's see, Timofey Vasilyevich, we will definitely see. And in the meantime, in order not to return to this problem again, I will quickly finish my somewhat protracted excursion on agent work. Saveliev again clasped his palms on the table, after which he continued, agents of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in countries where Russian political emigrants most often find refuge, work completely openly and are known to local authorities. Moreover, at the level of the sovereign, the question of concluding official agreements with some governments on the joint united struggle against the revolutionary movement. I sat, stunned by the information I received, and thought about how it turns out, know little about the reality in which I now live. It's one thing to be a young Cossack of the Amur army, and it's completely another thing when you are the bodyguard of a person who will become emperor in my world next year. Saveliev continued his excursion, sharing with me information that is not written about in open sources. And it is not accepted to talk about it. The third place in intelligence work and be assigned to the Ministry of the Yard. This agency is mainly engaged in collecting various court gossip, clarifying and highlighting squabbles, and in general the behind-the-scenes intimate life of foreign courts. In passing, depending on the inclinations and abilities of the main agent, occasionally also cover political, diplomatic and military issues. In terms of the number of actors, the agents of the court are small, but they are beautifully furnished, with great opportunities and equipped with very large sums of money. This agency is led by special agents of the sovereign at the courts of foreign monarchs. At this phrase Saveliev was interrupted by the orderly, who finally brought the long-ordered tea. Having placed a small samovar with a teapot on the table, the soldier quickly arranged saucers, cups, spoons, as well as plates with oven, butter, jam and disappeared from the office. After they had a silent snack under tea, Saveliev continued. The ministries of finance, trade and industry also have independent foreign agents. They are mainly interested in secret information of a financial, commercial and economic nature. These data are obtained by official agents of these departments located at foreign embassies. Saveliev took a sip of tea and continued, and finally, we reached the military department. And things are very sad with him. The Military Scientific Committee is in charge of intelligence abroad, directly subordinate to the Minister of War Vanovsky. I can't say anything bad about Pyotr Semyonovich, but there is no military agent in Japan now, only a naval one. Last year Mikhail Alexandrovich Kitrovo was appointed envoy to this country. Several career officers went with him to diplomatic missions. As far as I know, none of them knows Japanese. And what will they do there? That's it, I won't talk about the sore point anymore, Timofey Vasilyevich. Let's go back to our Fukushima. Come on, Vladimir Alexandrovich, I replied. What suggestions do you have, Timofey Vasilyevich? Mr. Staff Captain, do you have a good photographer in mind? Why do we need a photographer? Saveliev asked in surprise. I thought that the sovereign heir would certainly want to meet with such a famous traveler. Especially since the major speaks Russian. This meeting will take 3 or even 4 hours. Interesting, very interesting, Timofey Vasilyevich, the staff captain interrupted me. Let's put Fukushima in a hotel room. On the floor in another room, a photographer and a couple of my guys. We'll search the room in 3 or 4 hours, and we will take a photo of what we find. Bravo, Mr. Cornet. Now I will give the command for Lieutenant Alexander Pavlovich Chizhov to arrive here. I think he will tell us the candidate of the photographer. While we were waiting for Lieutenant Chizhov, who represented a separate corps of gendarmes in Blagoveshchensk, we came to the conclusion that in addition to the photographer, a tripod with a surface is needed. If you hold a piece of paper or a notebook in your hands, then the photos will most likely turn out blurred. And we need to decrypt a clear image of each hieroglyph. Therefore, a design is needed that will allow you to securely fix the papers in an upright position. We also agreed that I would be in the room with the photographer and select the necessary materials for copying. Chisholm, who came, stunned Valeriev and me with the message that for the most part in Blagoveschensk photo studios contain Japanese submitted Kato, Iwato, Kafuzi, Migiva, Mizuho and others. The largest studio was at Kato Sitoshi, who specialized not only in portraits, but also proved himself as a chronicler of Blagoveschensk. His photographs of significant events in the city of Blagoveschensk were published in commemorative books and an illustrated supplement to the Amur newspaper and in the newspaper, Friend of Manchuria. Sitting at the table with the three of us and sipping tea, I listened to the lieutenant and again slowly precipitated. It's a must, for the whole city of Blagoveschensk, 2 Russian photographers and 12 Japanese photographers submitted. It can be said that the legalized intelligence network of representatives of the land of the rising sun. Are you dissatisfied with something, Timofey Vasilyevic? Looking at me, Valeriev asked. You have such an expression on your face as if you ate a lemon together with the peel. And how to be happy here, gentlemen? I answered the question with a question. 12 spies in the city do what they want. I would not be surprised that the General Staff of Japan has photos of almost all our officers in the Amur region, photos of our steamships, especially those that belong to the military department and should be armed in case of hostilities. These are Zaya, Onan, Ingada, Chita, Konstantin, General Korsakov. As well as steamships of the Siberian flotilla, Shilki, Amur, Lena, Sungachi, Ashuri, screw longboats and barges. Timofey Vasilyevic, do you really think that all the Japanese in Blagoveschensk are working for intelligence? Lieutenant Chisholm grinned. Alexander Pavlovich, I would really like to make a mistake, but I'm afraid that this is mostly the case. You see, the Japanese have a different mentality. For them, cooperation with the officers of the General Staff is an honor. Unlike our subjects, who do not particularly come into contact with the officers of a separate corps of gendarmes, I took a sip of tea, looking at the twisted faces of Valeriev and Chisholm, and continued, would not be surprised that in Blagoveschensk, in addition to Japanese photographers, hairdressers, and the keepers of certain houses, along with maidens, and Japanese servants in the homes of our senior officers and generals. I would venture to assume that the Japanese intelligence network in Blagoveschensk consists of at least 100 people and a dozen of them have the rank of at least lieutenant. In my opinion, you are exaggerating, my friend, Valeriev entered into the conversation. You can't see a spy in every subject of the Mikado. Vladimir Alexandrovich, and I don't see in everyone. But those who can get first-hand information from our officers, for me, probably work for the General Staff of Japan or its officers. And the worst thing is, according to your information about our legislation, we will not be able to do anything with them in peacetime. Maximum to send to Japan. And now, I will support Mr. Cornet, said Chisholm. There are not so many Japanese living in Blagoveschensk, and unlike the Chinese, they are not busy with rough work. Basically, the service sector, and the service, one might say, of the upper class living in the city. To admit, before the words of Timofey Vasilyevic, I somehow did not think about it. And the picture turns out to be terrible, gentlemen. Yes, the picture is really scary, Valeriev said in a detached voice. In Khabarovsk, almost all officers have servants in their houses, Japanese. I have a governess myself, who helps my wife in raising our 3-year-old son, is Japanese. And I confess I really like her helpfulness, cleanliness and neatness. And now I don't even want to remember what my wife and guests and I talked about in her presence. She speaks Russian very well. Gentlemen, we must do something. If Timofey Vasilyevic is right, then we are doing irreparable damage to ourselves, the lieutenant got excited. Mr. Cornet is the closest of us to His Imperial Highness. So let him inform the governor about the state of affairs in this area. Valeriev said sadly, as if he did not believe in a positive reaction from the leadership. I will tell you, Vladimir Alexandrovich, I will definitely tell you, or rather I will report, but only after we have at least some proof of all those fabrications that have just been heard here. And for this, we need a photographer. I turned towards the lieutenant. Alexander Pavlovich, which of the two Russian representatives of this profession is more suitable for our mission? Moisheev or Denis? Mikhail Moisheev from the burghers, the lieutenant began to list. Mainly engaged in portraits. One of the oldest ateliers in the city. The same equipment. And what kind of equipment does Denis have? Valeriev asked. Madame Denis, as far as I know, has very good equipment. Seeing our surprised faces, the lieutenant explained, after the death of her husband, Madame Denis, née Klebnikova, chose the profession of photographer. I don't know how she achieved this, but on behalf of the Academy of Sciences she was sent to an ethnographic expedition. In 1890, Denis visits Kamchatka, Sakhalin, gets to Khabarovsk and Ushuriysk, and then goes to Manchuria, Port Arthur, and Beijing. Photographed the visit Tsarevich of Blagoveshchensk 2 years ago. Her atelier, A.P. Denis on Amur, has been based in Blagoveshchensk since 1891st year. A determined, courageous woman, would even say an adventurer. With Mr. Kato Sitoshi is fighting for the leadership of her photo studio in the city for the 2nd year. Vladimir Alexandrovich, it seems, this is our man. I, not hiding a satisfied smile, looked at the staff captain. Gentlemen, why don't we take a group photo? If Madame Denis does not want to cooperate with a separate corps of gendarmes, perhaps she will not refuse the request of Cornet Alenin-Zeisky, about whom they talk so much in Blagoveshchensk? Valeriev said, getting up from the table. I took my watch out of my pocket. Opening the lid, I looked at the dial. Well, I have an hour and a half before the report, and I can't miss such a valuable frame. I'm ready, Vladimir Alexandrovich. Chapter 6. Operation Photographer. Aglaya Pavlovna Denis turned out to be a pleasant tall lady of 35 to 40 years old. Broad-boned with large palms, she gave the impression of a strong woman. For sure she was. To carry a modern miracle of photographic equipment over long distances, a decent strength and endurance was needed. The device together with a tripod weighed 10 to 15 kilograms, and the photographic plates made of glass also weighed decently. Meanwhile, due to the grace and plasticity of movements, as well as a pretty face, Aglaya Pavlovna looked very attractive. When we entered the photo salon, I noticed how the woman photographer winced when she saw the uniforms of gendarmes officers. But then a friendly smile did not leave her face while she was making up a composition for a photo of me, Valeriev and Chizhov. At this time it was necessary not just to take a picture, but also to place clients in front of the lens so that something beautiful and worthy turned out. Savalieva Madame Denis placed sitting on a chair, put me and Chizhov on the sides. Tried on the camera several times. Returned to us. Corrected my order and medals, Chizhov's hairstyle. Then, she asked me to freeze. SYYYYR. I thought to myself, involuntarily smiling. Attention, I'm taking it off, said Denis, and with a slow, graceful movement removed the lens cap, held it in a circle and put it back on. Removed. Shooting ended. That's it, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your patience. The photos will be ready tomorrow afternoon, Madame Denis said with a sweet smile, showing with all her appearance that her work is finished. Aglaya Pavlovna, thank you very much. As was stipulated in advance, the staff captain Saveliev entered into the conversation. He had much more experience in recruiting than Chisholm, and especially me. "Be kind, give me a couple of minutes of your time." With these words Vladimir Alexandrovich took Madame Denis by the arm and took her a little aside. I went to the tripod camera. I've only seen these in movies in my past and future life. And whose unit is this? I thought, looking at the device. It seems to be our domestic, or not? The inscription on the nameplate above the lens read, "To and Frelant Nevsk PR 30 to 16 with Petersburg." I carefully ran my finger along the camera's accordion and abruptly pulled my hand away when I heard the phrase loudly pronounced, "This is out of the question, Mr. Staff Captain." I turned in the direction of Saveliev and Denis, who had retreated to the back of the studio hall, and saw Vladimir Alexandrovich, spreading his arms, heading in my direction. "Timofey Vasilyevich, maybe you will talk to Madame Denis?" The staff captain sighed heavily. Unfortunately, I could not convince her to help us. "Vladimir Alexandrovich, did you tell her whose papers it would be necessary to photograph?" "No, Timofey Vasilyevich. I would have told her that if she had agreed." "Well, I'll try. But if you did not succeed, I think I will not succeed." With these words I headed towards the first female photographer in Blagoveshchensk, and maybe in the whole of Russia. "Aglaya Pavlovna, allow me to introduce myself, Cornet Alenin-Zeisky Timofey Vasilyevich, Chief Officer of the Personal Convoy of His Imperial Highness." "And what does a Cossack officer, a cavalier of St. George, do in the company of gendarmes?" Lifting up her snub nose, Denis asked somewhat contemptuously. "We can say the same as they. Officers of a separate corps of gendarmes stop state crimes, and I stop possible attempts on the sovereign heir." I made a gesture with my hand, asking the woman to be silent. "Before you say something, I would like to clarify one detail. Can you reshoot the text written in hieroglyphs from a small piece of paper so that they do not blur and are readable?" "What hieroglyphs? What are you talking about, Timofey Vasilyevich?" "Aglaya Pavlovna, I ask you again, can you reshoot the text written in hieroglyphs from a small piece of paper so that they do not blur and are readable in the photo? If not, then further conversation is pointless." I looked coldly at the woman. "If you can, then before I tell you everything, you will have to subscribe." "I won't do it," Denis exclaimed impulsively. "You did not let me finish, Aglaya Pavlovna. A subscription on non-disclosure of information that will become known to you. Its disclosure is equivalent to high treason. A subscription can be given either to Staff Captain Saveliev or a representative of the Palace Police of the Ministry of the Court of His Imperial Majesty. So, I am waiting for your answer." "Yes, I uploaded Madame Denis." Standing, eyes flapping, mouth swallowing air. Doesn't know what to answer. "And I want to, and prickles, and Mom doesn't tell me," I thought to myself, looking at the mentally suspended Aglaya Pavlovna. "Well, come on, give birth faster, Ms. Photographer. They threw you such a candy, information related to state secret. Are you really not going to fall for it?" "Yes, I agree," Madame Denis finally squeezed out. "Yes, you can take a picture of it, but I agree. Is it to sign a document on non-disclosure of information that will become known to you? Did I understand correctly?" Saying the last phrase, I put some pressure on the woman with my voice. "Did you understand correctly, Timofey Vasilyevich? What size will be the paper that will need to be photographed?" Madame Denis recovered pretty quickly. Started asking clarifying questions. But they had to be suspended a little while until Aglaya Pavlovna signed her autograph in a subscription on non-disclosure of state secrets. Well, as they say, it's only worth getting bogged down. I feel that Madame will soon put another signature in the agent case. And Lieutenant Chisholm gave me a thumbs up and depicted delight when Aglaya didn't see him. In general, everything ended well, even, we can say, perfectly. We got a wonderful specialist. As we found out from Dinas, she was also engaged in reshooting photos, and she had special devices, tripods, holders, both for horizontal and vertical shooting. The stock of photographic plates was large. Just recently a large batch came to her order from St. Petersburg. Our price for each plate and a picture grew Aglaya Pavlovna more than satisfied. And when she found out that she would have to photograph documents that would be secretly seized for a while from the Japanese military attaché in Berlin, then the woman began to squeal with pleasure. Apparently, Japanese photographers as competitors got her a lot. It remained only to wait for the arrival of Major Fukushima. He also did not take long to wait and arrived the next day in the evening. By this time Valeriev had managed to do the almost impossible. He was able to vacate 2 rooms on the same floor in the hotel. Due to the arrival of the Tsarevich of the governor with his retinue, there were no places in the hotels of the city, there was no word at all. Representatives of the gendarmes corps placed the Japanese in a hotel, informing him that the sovereign heir was going to meet with him for a conversation. I assigned 3 of the 5 secret agents remaining with me to look after the major. It was necessary to find out who the official intelligence officer would meet in the city of Blagoveshchensk. The next day, at the morning report, I brought to Nikolai information about the arrival of the Japanese military attaché in Berlin. And then, somehow it turned out badly. Both the bride and the parents agree, but somehow they forgot to warn the groom. It's good that Mr. Governor was slightly busy, interested, and even intrigued by my request to talk to Major Fukushima as long as possible. I had to briefly tell Nikolai about what we started with the chief gendarme of the Far East. With great reluctance, the Tsarevich gave the go-ahead, but at the same time complained that the proposed actions did not fully correspond to the concepts of honor and legality. Pause equals 450. I came out of the future emperor somewhat nervous, thinking to myself that this cleanliness was one of the factors that led Nicholas II and his family to the basement of the Ipatiev house. And it would be good if Fukushima had information that would show this Tsarevich adhering to the rules of chivalry that there is a dirty and invisible war. And against its background our actions are seeds. Okay, we send to the major of the courier with an invitation, and we ourselves change into a particular dress and slowly move to Madame Dinas, and with her to the hotel. It is necessary to help with heavy equipment. This is not the 21st century, with smartphones, tablets and other gadgets. You will have to work hard here. An hour later we were accommodated in the room, and Madame Dinas began to prepare the equipment. In addition to me, Aglaya Pavlovna, Lieutenant Chisholm and one of my secret agents, Peter Fedorovich Burov, who, it turns out, had a specialization in secret inspections of premises, were present in the room. He even had a rich set of lockpicks. It turned out this morning, and the senior agent from the remaining 5 reported to me that Major Fukushima, after being placed in the hotel, ordered a portable bath for washing in the room, gave his clothes to be cleaned and washed, had dinner in the room. I didn't leave it until the morning. Today at 7 o'clock I went to the city. I visited the atelier of Kato Sitoshi, where I took a picture. At the same time, 2 more Asians visited the photo studio, in which a policeman attached to the observation group identified the owners of 2 more photo salons, Migiva Izama and Mizuho Takeo. After listening to this interesting report, especially about the Kato Sitoshi photo salon, I complained out loud that it would be nice to secretly check the premises of these Japanese photographers. After my words, the senior agent Makiev, who was in my secret part something like an administrator caretaker, reported about Burov. And now this agent was ready, together with Chisholm, to begin examining the Fukushima number. After waiting for the time, when the Tsarevich was supposed to receive the major, Burov and Chisholm went to the Fukushima room. Surprised at how quickly Burov opened the lock, I moved to the stairs, which had to be climbed into the corridor with 6 doors to the hotel rooms. Everything was quiet. After standing in front of the stairs for a while, I returned to the room ere the Japanese was settled, and knocked with a conditional knock. The door opened slightly, and Burov handed me a notebook. Taking it, I quickly moved to the room where Madame Dinas was. We read. While I was approaching Kazan, the stuffiness intensified more and more, and the temperature in the afternoon rose to 25 to 30 degrees Romer. 1. The horse riding under the scorching sun soon, panting and shedding sweat, as if like a falling waterfall, after a few ri, 2, was already overtired. Not that. Flipped through several sheets. Reading. Since I was exposed to frequent vomiting, I was afraid that a sunstroke would happen to me. That's why I decided that I would rest from Kazan in the east during the day and go at night. Then I flipped through a couple more sheets. I slide along the hieroglyphs with my eyes. On the 28th I arrived in Perm. The distance between Kazan and Perm is 154 of our ris. Although 15 days were spent on the whole trip, but the run on horseback was made within 13 days with the exception of a 2-day stop. Therefore, the distance traveled in one night averages about 12 ri. This means that this time I drove almost 1 ri every day, more than when I drove 110 ri from Nizhny Novgorod to Kazan for 10 days. This is what happened thanks to the convenience of a night trip. At night it is so cool and quiet everywhere that the horse is encouraged to move quickly. In addition, he begins to beat his hoof on the ground and with fright accelerate running, hearing at least the slightest sound. The entire road for 154 ri is covered with dense forest, and only in the intervals are found 2 small towns, Malmez and Okansk. Strategic data doesn't even smell, I thought with a grin. The distance between cities on any map can be calculated. If the map is large scale. It seems that the notebook is a dummy. I opened the notebook sheet almost at the very end. The terrible frost made it difficult for horses to move on the ice of rivers and lakes. Because of hurricanes and snow drifts, their hooves sank deep into the snow, sweat immediately froze, and the horse was covered with frost. The exhaled air on the visor of the cap, the collar immediately froze and, as it were, covered the cap with icicles. The nose, eyebrows, mustache were completely covered with frost, and if you close your eyes for a while, the eyelashes would freeze. In addition, metal objects in the bag froze and covered with frost, like mold, and, of course, a saber, spurs and a pistol. I flipped through the notepad again. I looked at a few pages on the clearance. I don't think Mr. Fukushima wrote with invisible ink, like milk. Maybe try to heat one piece of notebook. What the hell is not joking? I looked doubtfully at the traveler's diary. Fuck it, what is it, Timofey Vasilievich? Aglaya Pavlovna asked me. Travel notes, I replied. Colorful description of the difficulties of traveling on horseback across the vast expanses of Russia. Nothing interesting. I'll go and bring it back. I didn't have time to go to the door of the room, as it opened a crack, and Burov slipped in. I think I found it, your friend. With these words, the agent handed me a wooden tube case with a diameter of about 2.5 inches and 1.25 in length. A good master did. The lid turns away. I carefully unscrewed the lid and, looking inside, saw rolled up sheets of paper. Where did you find it, Pyotr Fedorovich? In things? There is no way. Behind the cabinet. That one is standing at an angle to the wall. So the case does not fall to the floor. If at the moment when I was looking at the cabinet, the sun did not, it would have lit up the room, I would not have seen the case. Listening to the craftsman on the secret search, I went to the table and, carefully taking out the papers, unfolded and stacked them. Let's see what it is, I said, taking the first sheet from above. On the paper there was a diagram of some area with inscriptions and icons. Everything was done very carefully. Major Fukushima is an excellent cartographer and master of Japanese calligraphy. The next sheet is all covered with hieroglyphs, but they don't make sense. Cipher? Well, your friend? What we were looking for? Burov asked. That, Pyotr Fedorovich, is what is needed, I answered with joy in my voice. And the Japanese had no book in his things? Is there one? With pictures? To bring? Carry. And put this notebook back in place. When Burov, having previously inspected the corridor, slipped out the door, I turned to Madame Diness, who was watching our conversation with a secret agent with undisguised curiosity. Well, Aglaya Pavlovna, your time has come. We will have to work quickly and a lot, I smiled at the woman photographer. How many sheets? Diness asked me busily. I quickly counted the corners of the sheets in the stack and answered, 42. About 2 hours of work. Do we have that much time, Timofey Vasilievich? I hope there is, but we'd better hurry. Then help me. Diness resolutely took the first sheet from the stack and went to the tripod standing next to the camera. Now, I'll show you how to attach the sheet. The rest will be placed for shooting by yourself. After a couple of minutes, Stakhanov's work on photographing Major Fukushima's papers began in the room. I even had to open the window a crack so as not to suffocate from the smoke after magnesium flares. Having res-hot all the sheets, we took 4 more pictures of the spreads of the love novel, the pages of which were the most stained, and the book was easily opened there. Then Burov carefully put everything back in place. There was still half an hour left until the time of H+3, when the meeting of the Japanese diplomat and the Tsarevich was to end, so Madame Diness, trying not to light her up, was sent through the back entrance with all the equipment, accompanied by Lieutenant Chishoff, to the atelier. I went to my room to change clothes and find out the news from Tur and Leshy, who were the Tsarevich's personal assistants at his meeting with Fukushima today. You know, Ermak, I wouldn't want to meet him in open combat. As you say, the wolf is still the one. Tur shared his impressions with me. Moves gently, freely, as if floating above the floor. And such a look, controlling everything around. However, after he entered the Tsarevich's office and bowed to him, he took some strange steps to the chair where he was supposed to sit during the meeting. I noticed it too. The goblin broke into the conversation. The left hand on the hilt of the saber, the right on the belt. And which leg steps forward, the same shoulder is carried out. Does that mean something, Ermak? This is Nanbo Aruki or Bushi Aruki, that is, the samurai's gait. Assumes that the right hand is carried along with the right leg, and the left hand, respectively. Such a movement does not twist the body and does not cause the swords to swing from side to side when walking or running. Previously, Japanese samurai wore 2 swords tucked into their belts on their left side, weighing more than a quarter of a pood. And they had to walk a lot. There were few horses in Japan. So they came up with such an economical gait. And where did you find out about this? Asked Leshy, aka Vladimir Leskov. Jung Lee should have listened carefully, I replied. No, I didn't hear that from him. After a little reflection, said Tur, or Verkoturov Antip. Me too, confirmed Leshy. So, he told me about it alone when he and Mei Lin lived at my house, I said. In general, during the Meiji period, when the damned Gaijin, 3, discovered Japan and began to rebuild it for themselves, many samurai showed contempt for foreigners with such an aristocratic gait. What does it mean? This Jap expressed contempt for our sovereign heir. Outraged Tour. I don't know, Antip. Maybe contempt. Or maybe he forgot himself or got excited, and because of this walked with the gait of a samurai. He comes from a very old and famous Japanese clan. If compared with our history and princes, almost Rurikovich. Wow! Leshii whistled in surprise. Okay, thanks for the information, brothers. I'll go to Golovachev. I want to put a couple of Cossacks in the security of the photo studio. Something is uneasy in my soul. Did Chuka speak? Seriously asked the tour. Not yet, but it's kind of disturbing. Send someone from our 10, advised Leshii. You are all on duty today. Let's not break it. That's it, I went. Having found Golovachev, I agreed with him to allocate 4 Cossacks to guard Madame Denis's photo studio. 2 were to guard during the day, and 2 more at night. I don't know why, but the feeling of anxiety increased. The centurion of the helicopters from the Amur platoon singled out 4 Cossacks Nasimov from the village of Poyarkov, and 2 were twin brothers. With the first riding pair of Cossacks, I went to Aglaya Pavlovna on duty on a quiet filly assigned to the office of the governor. The photo salon was closed. Lieutenant Chizhov answered the knock on the door. Alexander Pavlovich, take reinforcements, Sergeant Stoletov and Cossack Zabalin. Dmitro or Petro? Dmitro, your honor, jumping off the horse and taking him by the bridle, one of the twin brothers answered. Why is this, Timofey Vasilievich? Lieutenant asked in surprise. They won't interfere, for security, Alexander Pavlovich. I'm worried about something in my soul. But I don't understand why. Everything seems to have gone well. I nervously shrugged my shoulders, looking down the street to the right and left. How long will you be typing? What does Aglaya Pavlovna say? Hours until 11 in the evening will definitely be taken. These are her words, the lieutenant replied. Okay, I'll drive up by this time and bring a change of Cossacks. Let them guard. At night, especially Madame Denis's apartment on the 2nd floor above the photo salon. With these words, jumping on a quiet horse, I headed back to the office. There was another paperwork. Reading reports, writing an analytical reference for Nikolai on the gold industry in the Amur region. For this, yesterday I met with my old acquaintances merchants Kazyanov, Patrin and Yeltsov. Who, if not gold miners and gold smugglers to China, knew all the subtleties of its extraction and sale in Amur region. A particularly frank conversation did not work out, but tomorrow or the day after tomorrow the merchants vowed to present their vision on this issue. Well, we will analyze, combine official data with unofficial data and bring it to the governor. By the way, we need to clarify where such an interest in gold mining came from. And at the same time, we need to clarify the issue of our land plot. I must say that Nikolai's slight desire to work as a governor, his order and my indulgence from General Cherevin allowed me to get access to a lot of papers containing information about the economic, political, administrative state of affairs in the Amur region and in the Russian Empire as a whole. I confess, I shamelessly used it. But the more I learned, the more I realized that the Far East is in such an ass in all directions that it's not even clear why Russia has been trying to master it for almost 250 years. This is if we count from the occupation in 1651st year by the Cossacks of Yerefai-Khabarovsk of the fortified village of the Dorian Prince Albeza, the future Albeza prison, the center of the Albeza voivodeship. Apparently, such a policy regarding these lands was later defined by Nicholas I in the words, "Where the Russian flag is raised, it should not go down there." That's it. Mr. Nevelsky raised the flag on the stockade at the mouth of the Amur River, which he called Nikolaevsk on Amur. And everything. There is no way back. We will develop this land, despite all the difficulties. Although in the 2018th year, from where my consciousness or soul matrix moved, things in the Far East were also at the level of the ass. Despite all subsidies from the federal budget, pause equals 450, and the yellow race has almost occupied it before Baikal. In general, I worked enthusiastically in my office until late in the evening. When I looked at my watch, it turned out that it was already 22:30. It was time to move out to the photo salon. When I went downstairs, I saw two Amur Cossacks in the lobby who were supposed to guard Madame Diness and her property at night. "Are you ready, brothers?" I asked the Cossacks. "That's right, your friend, we are ready," they answered together. "Then, catch up. Where is Madame Diness' photo salon, do you know?" "That's right, we know," answered Petro Zabalin. Nodding to him, I went out onto the porch and headed for the hitching post, where there were 3 horses on duty for the officers of the governor's office. The Cossacks walked briskly behind the building where there was a hitching post for horses of lower ranks. I, having untied the extreme stallion, jumped on him and headed down the street at a leisurely trot. The anxiety that let me go while I was busy with the papers has now turned into confidence that a big trouble will happen soon or has already happened. Chuka began to give a signal. I involuntarily gave the schenkel to the horse, speeding up his run. When I drove out to the street where the photo salon was located, it seemed to me that he heard a scream and the sound of a door slamming. After pushing the schenkels, I turned the horse into a gallop. Flying up to the salon, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed how a shadow separated from the side of the front door and waved her hand. Out of harm's way, I abruptly leaned over to the other side of the horse. This saved me. At first something flew over me, then I felt the sound of a blow to the sweatbox under the saddle next to my leg. The horse, having made some kind of sound like a squeal, kicked its hind legs a couple of times, and I flew out from the saddle. I must admit, it was in time, because, falling, I managed to see that in the place where my head had just been, some object stuck into the horse's body. The stallion, throwing up his back, raced along the street with a neigh. So, 2 people are attacking, from both sides of the street, I thought, rolling after falling on the ground, having managed to press the scabbard with my grandfather's weapon to my body. Stopping with difficulty, I only managed to get down on one knee and grab a saber, as some kendo player attacked me, only with a katana in his hands instead of a bamboo stick. With a characteristic exhalation, he struck with a sword, which he held with both hands, clearly from top to bottom. I didn't have time to do anything, except to take this blow on the checker. The spinning top on my grandfather's checker did not let me down. Behind my back, the front part of the katana blade fell apart in half. The part of the blade that remained in the attacker's hands, changing the trajectory of the blow, cut through the papaka above my left eyebrow and slashed the skin on my forehead. I, waving the saber from the right from top to bottom, cut the attacker's leg and immediately rolled away. Jumping to my feet, I turned towards the salon door. Another opponent in dark clothes, who was holding a sword in front of him in his hands, the blade of which flashed in the light falling from the window of the photo studio, was approaching me silently, quickly moving his legs, and an unexpected blow from the opponent's left shoulder. On some reflexes, I performed the technique that Jing Li hammered into me, and he showed the basics of protection from samurai sword fighting techniques. Step to the right, the checker meets the opponent's sword in a relaxed hand. Katana demolishes my blade, but my hand does not stop and goes further to the left, dragging the attacker's weapon. After the saber slipped under the sword, I struck a strong wrist blow to the back of the enemy blade, forcing the opponent to fail in the blow. With a return movement from the bottom up, I slashed the inner surface of his thigh, and with a subsequent blow from the top down I opened an artery in his neck. All this took less time than 3 heartbeats. Jumping up to the first opponent, who was trying to get up, despite the almost severed leg, I ended the fight with him with a short stab in the neck, which he did not have time to block with his sword stump. That's it, enough fights with white weapons. The 20th century is on the nose, I thought, shifting the checker to my left hand. With his right hand, he took his revolver out of the holster and cocked the trigger. Let's see who's inside, especially since the Cossacks arrived in time. Without waiting for the Cossacks to dismount, I pushed open the salon door and, putting my saber forward, stepped into the room. 2 pairs of legs in Cossack trousers and boots on the floor immediately caught my eye, which could be seen from the door leading to the closet, where Madame Dinas kept all inventory and equipment. A loud male voice rang out from the salon, but I did not understand what was said. My heart was thumping, loudly reverberating in my head. Blood was running down his left temple and cheek. Moving forward with a few steps, I moved the curtain slightly with a saber, which fenced off the room for photographing. The picture I saw made me act immediately. Some guy standing with his back to me was swinging a short sword at Madame Dinas, and in the corner of the room Lieutenant Chizhov was lying motionless, blood was streaming down his left temple. Without hesitating for more than a moment, I shot offhand into the back of the attacker Aglaya Pavlovna. Feeling the movement behind my back, I started to turn around over my left shoulder, hoping to catch the blow with a saber, but realized that I was late. I really didn't have time. All I managed was to substitute a saber under the katana, which the enemy simply demolished with his blow. Moreover, my weapon hit me on my right hand, and a sharp pain forced me to release the revolver. Well, finally, I got a classic straight kick in the chest with a sweep, after which I found myself back on the floor with my breath knocked out. A young Japanese man stood over me, leaning slightly, in whose slanted eyes there was triumph. He raised his sword to strike, and I looked at his movement and realized that I couldn't do anything. The kick was so strong that I couldn't inhale and exhale and move. That's it, Lieutenant Colonel of the Guards, I thought, watching the sword begin to move down. I didn't live long in a new world. I didn't have time to think of the idea, because at that moment a shot rang out, and the Japanese, thrown forward by the force of the bullet, fell on me, finally knocking the spirit out of me. Your brood, thank God, are alive. This was the first thing I heard when I came to. Time, apparently, a little had passed since my blackout. Cossack Tretyabov, having knocked off my attacker, was groping me in search of wounds. Tretyabov, your mother, am I a woman for you to feel me? I barely pushed the words out of my throat. Oh, you've come to your senses completely, Your Honor. It's good how? And I'm feeling it, so you taught us this yourself in the help classes. Everything is fine on your head. The skin has split a little. The blood has already started to bake. I pulled my right arm to stop the blood. Now, I'm going to bandage it. Thank God, I thought to take it with me. By your order, we always carry a small medical package in our pocket. On duty. With the help of a Cossack, after he finished dressing, I got up with difficulty, and through the noise in my ears I heard lamentations with sobs. My brother, but what am I going to tell my mom and dad? Yes, how so? Dmitro, brother, I looked at Tretyabov. Both on the spot. Cut their throats, the Cossack answered my unspoken question. Good Cossacks were. Tretyabov took off his hat and crossed himself. I hardly repeated his gesture. The right hand over the forearm was tied with a piece of saponi, and the forearm itself was bandaged. Even in the capital, it was possible to push individual packages through Cherevin and Shirinkin into the convoy equipment. They were made simply. Strips were cut from a piece of gauze, a piece of cotton wool in on a gauze pillow. All this is rolled up and wrapped in waxed paper. Without sterilization, but for today, an almost individual dressing package from my time was a breakthrough in medicine. Prince Baryatinsky hinted before we left for the Far East to me that I will soon receive some money from the privilege of this invention, and not only for it. The prince appreciated the effectiveness of providing medical care in battle with a similar package when attacking the Tsarevich. Shaking my head, pushing away the memories, I commanded Tregyabov. Control the entrance with Petro. Do not remove the revolvers. And I'll go and see how the others are. Everything was fine with the others. Madame Denis was unconscious. Somnolent. Not every day they were going to kill you. Lieutenant Chishoff was alive. Skull, it seems, it was not broken. Anyway, having scalped Alexander Pavlovich's head with my left hand, at first glance I didn't find anything terrible. There was an abrasion and a hematoma on the temple. The blood was practically no longer flowing. We will not apply emergency measures to revive this couple. They will wake up as soon as they wake up. Approached the murdered man who wanted to stab Aglaya Pavlovna. You can't drink the experience, I thought, looking at the bullet hole under the left shoulder blade. You can't even control. It's a pity they didn't take anyone alive. And in general, what was it? Why the fuck did they attack the photo shop? Tregyabov? Tregyabov? I called out loudly. I'm listening, your friend. A Cossack jumped into the room. Go outside, shoot up 2 or 3 times. And then look through the window or door, just carefully. You see, the policeman or our Cossack patrol will appear. You'll call me then. And while I'm sitting, my legs don't hold something. Yes, your friend. A few seconds later, 3 shots rang out on the street, and then the door creaked. Sitting on a chair, I played with the fingers of my wounded hand. Thank God, the fingers are working fine, I thought. So the tendons and nerves are not severed. At this time, Aglaya Pavlovna came to her senses, jumping up from her chair. After looking around frantically, she fell into a kind of stupor, looking at me with empty, meaningless eyes. Madame Denis, are you all right? Are you hurt? I asked politely. What was that? Somehow the woman asked distantly. The attack, as I think, in order to destroy the pictures. But who did it, I am very interested in, I replied. This is Kato Sitoshi. Aglaya Pavlovna pointed to the corpse of the attacker, who was lying dead at her feet. He has the largest photo salon in the city. What happened here? I asked. I was printing photos in a special room. Lieutenant Chishoff was here, that is, in this room. There were 2 Cossacks. Then I heard some noise, and after a while Sitoshi burst into me, pulled me by the hair into this room. He put me on a chair and asked where the plates and photos from the hotel were. Dina started shaking all over her body with a noticeable tremor. I answered, and he swung a big knife at me. I closed my eyes. Then a shot rang out and I lost consciousness. I went up to the woman and hugged her with my left arm, feeling the Dinas shaking violently. Calm down, Aglaya Pavlovna. Everything is fine. It's over. I started babbling some nonsense to get the woman out of stress. Timofey Vasilyevich, what did we photograph so important if such a successful and wealthy person as Kato Sitoshi went on robbery and murder? Dinas asked, resolutely moving away from me. That's what I would like to know, Aglaya Pavlovna. I would really like to. Chapter 7. Khabarovsk. Stretching my arms up, I stretched, leaning back in my chair. Lowering his hands, he rubbed his tired eyes. After all, the light of 3 candles is not enough for the eyes if you work a lot with papers at night. Especially in December, it gets dark early. After looking at the stack of documents and taking a deep breath, I closed the inkwell lid and put the pen down. That's it. That's enough for today, I thought, and stretched again with pleasure. How fucked up this paper rigmarole. Okay, at least Grandpa Korf allocated a large room for the office. You don't have to huddle like in Blagoveshchensk. Yes, and there is enough furniture for me, Dana, Koroblev, and for the papers with which the cabinets are already crammed. After the Tsarevich and his escort reached Khabarovka in June, there was a trip to Vladivostok. What can I say about him? The city is a construction site. Dirt, construction debris, noise, hubbub from May to September. Then the fleet leaves the harbor for repairs and winter parking in Japan. Construction is suspended, life freezes. Apparently, that's why the Tsarevich returned to Khabarovsk, or rather Khabarovsk. The city was renamed. At the suggestion of the Viceroy of Grand Duke Nikolai Alexandrovich. Baron Korf gave his house for the residence of the Viceroy of the Tsarevich. An interesting 1-2-story building in the eclectic style, in which the Governor-General lived with his wife and daughter. The house was stretched along the central street, with a beautiful front brickwork, combined red and gray brick. The middle 1-story part of the building was flanked by 2 2-story volumes of different sizes. On the facade of the building, the frames, sandricks of windows, parapets, shoulder blades were highlighted, decorative pediments were emphasized on the territory adjacent to the governor's mansion. A wonderful park with exotic plants was laid out, which the residents called the Governor-General's Garden. In general, a chic residence, where I was allocated a normal room for work. And there was a lot of work. My adventure with Fukushima, which was supported a little more than 6 months ago by the chief gendarme of the Far East, did not end as brilliantly as we planned. We can say we screwed up completely. 2 Cossacks of the Amur army and 4 Japanese citizens were killed. As it turned out, Lieutenant Chizhov himself opened the door, recognizing Kato Sitoshi, from whom he received a blow to the temple after bowing. How and by whom the Cossacks were killed, he no longer saw. In the apartments where photographers Kato Sitoshi, Mijawa Izamu, and Mizuho Takeo lived, during the inspection, they found, as we were explained, places for contemplation, which can lead to the comprehension of the true heart of the Buddha, for the path of the warrior. In all these small rooms, stands for daisho were stored, a pair of swords, short and long, in which the soul of the samurai is supposedly located. These are the photographers who turned out to be. Kato, by the way, went to work only with wakizashi. The katana remained in place. At first glance, a very old weapon. No one identified the 4th young Japanese. For this operation, Saveliev and I received a full cradle. I was ordered by the Tsarevich to do only my duties and not go anywhere else. Saveliev was reminded that he should stop crimes against the supreme power, and not fool around like some petty thief, according to the numbers where foreigners live. In a word, do not take the initiative, because the initiative will fuck you. Especially in my past life, he was a Terminator destroyer, not a counterintelligence agent. I got into my own business, so I got. As it turned out, movie and book stereotypes don't always work in life. We still need to take into account a lot of details and work through. This is not waving a saber, although it should be able to. Strangely enough, Korf and General Dukovsky stood up to defend me and Saveliev, who recently more and more intercepted the reins of the Amur region from the hands of the old Baron. Andrei Nikolaevic's health was deteriorating right before his eyes. According to their mutual opinion, it was necessary to create some kind of intelligence department at the governor's headquarters, which would be engaged in the search and capture of spies in the Amur region and intelligence in China, Japan, Korea, And it should be the military, not the foreign ministry. Who should do this to date? There is such a department. There are as many as 4 officers in it. While none of them knows the languages of the likely enemy of this theater of operations, but 2 graduated from the General Staff Academy. Now the General Staff are preparing for a geographical journey to Manchuria. Choose an object for intelligence. As the wise Lao Tzu said, the path of 1,000 li begins with the first small step. And this step in the formation of intelligence and counterintelligence of the Amur region has already been made. And we were rehabilitated in our eyes and minds when, by the end of August, the Emperor's decree came for the papers from Fukushima. Lieutenant Chizhov and I received cranberries, which is very honorable in peacetime, Saveliev, Stanislav of the 3rd degree with swords, and Madame Dinas, gorgeous even at first the sight of a gold hairpin with emeralds. What was in those papers, I still don't know. I suspect that the important information, because of which the Japanese decided to attack, revealing the intelligence network, was in 4 pieces of paper that were not written by Fukushima's hand. The calligraphy was very different. In any case, I personally then received a telegram from the autocrat of all Russia. The Japanese trace is confirmed. Waiting for more information. Thank you, Alexander. But what was in those papers and the rest, even the heir from the capital was not informed. Major Fukushima, or rather, as it turned out later, already a lieutenant colonel, most likely did not get to Japan. In any case, nothing was reported in the newspapers about the successful completion of this officer's horse crossing. Almost 10 days ahead of our departure to Khabarovsk, he quietly left Blagoveshchensk in English the next morning after the attack on the photo salon. It didn't work out quite imperceptibly. Petro Zablin asked me very persistently who was to blame for the death of his twin brother. How can I not help my Cossack brother? So Agent Burov showed Zabelina the major leaving the hotel. In general, when Fukushima did not appear in Khabarovsk at the estimated time, Staff Captain Saveliev became worried about what he would report to the Viceroy Tsarevich. Fortunately, he had already arrived with his retinue at the administrative center of the Amur region. The investigation showed that Fukushima, after leaving Blagoveshchensk, arrived in the village of Poyarkov. I spent the night there and left on a further journey along the Amur. Only now I have not arrived in the village of Skoboltsinski. Where did the Japanese traveler go on this more than 100 versts of the way? It was not possible to find out. There was a chance that he could also go to the Chinese coast. Opposite the village of Poyarkov, just downstream of the Amur, the Chinese post is located. Approximately so they answered the request of the Japanese Foreign Ministry where, they say, has their famous citizen disappeared? I, honestly and loyally looking into the eyes of Saveliev, and then the Tsarevich, said that I did not know anything about this problem. I and all the Cossacks of the convoy were always next to the governor on the steamers that at that time delivered the Tsarevich to Khabarovsk. And the fact that relatives of the murdered Cossack Zablin and the Sergeant Stoletov live in the village of Poyarkov, these are already the problems of Fukushima. Blood grudges in this land, they do not forgive. I was already thinking this to myself, not quite imagining just how Petro was able to warn his photos of Fukushima, which were found in Cato's photo salon. Thank God I didn't give Zablin. I had enough brains not to do another stupid thing. And Burov was silent about the Major's morning show, like a partisan during interrogation. The attack on the Dinas photo salon in Blagoveshchensk did not cause any strong public response. Apparently, a running rumor worked that it was a showdown of competitors. Only the intervention of Cossacks from the Tsarevich's convoy, who patrolled the city, did not allow the Japanese to finish their business. Nevertheless, hard times came for the Japanese Mikado in Blagoveshchensk. During the 10 days that we were still in it before leaving, according to the reports of agents, many citizens began to refuse the services of the Japanese. Even later, I read in the report of the police chief of Khabarovsk at 2 Japanese photographers who left Blagoveshchensk a couple of months after the famous events disappeared without a trace on a steamer that was en route to Khabarovsk. Things, money were left in the cabin they occupied, but they themselves were not on the ship. Such is the riddle for Sherlock Holmes. I stretched again, throwing my hands up. Thoughts with memories flowed lazily in my head, giving a break to the brain that was boiling from paperwork. A small excursion into the past allowed me to relax, relieve nervous tension. The most important of the events that have happened over the past 6 months was the wedding of the Duke of York. It was she who showed that I am in another world. Well, my entry into this world could not have changed history so abruptly. I'm not the grain of sand that destroyed the mechanism, or the straw that broke the camel's spine. When a drunken Volkov told me this news, who came out of Nikolai's bedroom, I myself wanted to whip up a glass of something stronger. Better undiluted alcohol. In short, from the incoming foreign mail and newspapers that were delivered to the governor, it became known that at the end of July of the 93rd year, the wedding of Prince George, Duke of York, the second son of King Edward VII of Great Britain, and Victoria Alice Elena Louise Beatrice of Hesse-Darmstadt. Aha, the same Alex, married in my world Empress Alexandra Fyodorovna Romanova. The very fourth daughter of the great Duke Ludwig IV of Hesse and the Rhine, and Duchess Alice, daughter of the British Queen Victoria, from whom the hemophilia gene went for a walk. It was good that the Tsarevich, according to Volkov, deigned to rest, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I could communicate with Nikolai, stunned by such news. However, the next day the communication was even somewhat delayed. In the morning, Volkov went to the heir of the sovereign. Then a very large number of bottles were brought into the bedroom, mostly port wine, although cognac was present in a significant amount. There was also a little snack. And then 2 life hussars Kolya and Zhenya started drinking. The whole word in capital letters. I, slightly opening the door to the bedroom, periodically monitored the ward's condition after an hour. No matter how strangely, Captain Volkov was the first to drop out of the battle with the green snake. They found out about it when the door opened and a dressed Tsarevich with a pale face appeared on the threshold of the room, who in a sober voice asked me to come to him. Further, in short, the heir to the Russian throne forced me to drink with him. Okay, at least not cognac. And then from the doses that Nicholas absorbed, would break down in half an hour. And so for some time lasted. During this time, I learned how the Tsarevich loves Alex. But, unfortunately, her rejection of orthodoxy did not allow them to unite, and now it's too late. Prince George's older brother Albert Victor died during the flu epidemic in January of the 92nd year. At the same time, his fiancée, the Württemberg Princess Victoria Maria of Teck, died, who became such after Alex refused Albert Victor, about whom there were rumors that he was the famous London killer, Jack Ripper. After these events, grandmother Victoria insisted that Alex marry George. Especially since he looked like Nikolai like 2 drops of water. Although what is surprising, the mothers of both heirs are sisters. Then there was a reading aloud of a letter from the now Duchess of York, in which she describes all the events that happened in the royal family of Great Britain. The letter ended with the fact that, despite her love for Nicky, she had to do as she did. In general, a lot of tearful blah blah, against the background of rule the seas, Britain. And I hope that now he will rule with a hole from hemophilia in the side. Then the absorption of alcohol began in frightening quantities for my body and consciousness. So I never drank even in my past life in the future. Woke up in the morning on a bed where Nikolai and Volkov were sleeping fully dressed, like me. During the process of getting drunk, I learned from them that I must definitely write down in their diaries those 3 new wonderful romances that I performed for the first time yesterday. Further, with leading questions, I learned that I brought into this world Shores by Alexander Alenin, enchanted, bewitched, by Nikolai Zabolotsky in the romance, Vain Words, on the poems of Larissa Rubelskaya. We need to do something about this, I thought, interrupting the flow of memories and stretching again. Another such drunkenness, and I will definitely perform the Budyonny March or something even worse. Although how can I refuse the Tsarevich? At the beginning of the libation with him, when I tried to convince him that I could not drink at the service, it did not come to, "You respect me, of course." But there was a conversation somewhere nearby, and then a direct order followed, to drink. The best way out, as I see, is still conscious, to pretend that I completely passed out. It's good that I didn't have to drink more with the Tsarevich to date, although he and Volkov then spent 3 more days drinking. And the songs, at that time, thank God, fit the theme. Many people are singing them now in Khabarovsk, wanting to please the chosen ones. And again, at that drunken party, some good idea flashed by? I told myself to remember, but those brain cells that didn't want to drink died first. I straightened up in my chair and tried to remember what I had forgotten important. But alcoholic amnesia and the past 4 months since that event have increasingly hindered the solution of this problem. Spitting on everything, I began to get dressed to head home. More precisely, on the rented part of a very good house. The Governor General's house, in which the Tsarevich was housed, was relatively large. It had small and large living rooms, a dining room, music rooms and a boudoir, a reception hall, called the Ataman, bedrooms, also offices, anteroom, rooms for servants and officers on duty, in which I often spent the night on duty. But I wanted to have my own corner. All the officers of the convoy were married, and when the Tsarevich decided where his residence would be in the next year, they dragged the families to Khabarovsk. Looking at them, and I decided to rent a place for myself. But in Khabarovsk, packed with officers, it was a big problem to get housing for hire, and even more so for half a house. My old friend Arseny Tarola helped me, who rented such a living space for himself. But since he was constantly on the road, he gave this housing to me on the condition that I would shelter him when he would appear in Khabarovsk. It was a sin to refuse such a gift, especially since the house was located 2 blocks from the Governor General's house. At a leisurely pace of 10 to 15 minutes. The amount of renting a house in 30 rubles per month was normal for me. 3,500 rubles, which were spinning in the trading house, Churin and Company, for more than 3 years, brought me interest in the amount of a little more than 500 rubles. Kazyanov transferred this money to my account in the Khabarovsk branch of the State Bank. Plus the 3,000 received on it from the manager of my estate, Sazonov Alexander Ivanovich. After Christmas, another significant amount of money was expected to arrive, somewhere in the region of 15,000 rubles. While I was in Blagoveshchensk in May, I managed to draw up an agreement with merchant Yeltsov Ivan Petrovich, whose prospectors we once guarded when they washed gold at the site of the Golden Loo. The agreement implied washing gold on my land by the merchant. The guard was carried out by Cossacks and young Cossacks from the Cossack school of the village of Cherniv. After deducting all expenses, I was left with 50% of net profit. It would have been possible to get out more, but I decided not to be greedy. Without any problems in organizing and extracting gold from free land to get decent money, for this it was possible to give even more percent to Yeltsov's companion. Despite the fact that the prospectors went to the place a little late, they managed to wash a lot during the season. Everyone was satisfied. The emperor allocated me land near the place where the bandits of Golden Loo washed. And the plot turned out to be rich in nuggets and gold sand. According to Ivan Petrovich, which he outlined in a letter, production will be at the same level or a little more in 5 to 7 years. Taking into account all these cash receipts, and even the monetary maintenance of the lifeguard of the convoy, I could spend money on removing part of the house. That's where I directed my feet, putting on a sheepskin coat, changing boots for Valenki, putting on a belt and pulling the hood on my dad. On Perzello Street. After walking along Alexievskaya Street, the only one lit by kerosene lanterns, turned onto Muravyova-Mirskaya and immediately got into the wind tunnel. Khabarovsk lies on the slopes of hills and rather steep cliffs of the right bank of the Amur River, where the Ushuri River flows into it. With a southwesterly wind, it becomes uncomfortable on some streets in winter. In summer, they pester mosquitoes, midges. Around the city of taiga and swamps. Even the wind from the rivers does not save from insects. The houses in the city are mostly wooden, although recently the reinforced construction of brick buildings has begun. Because of this, 8 brick factories have opened one after another in Khabarovsk. Only a couple of central streets have wooden sidewalks. In general, a large village. Trying not to slip, I moved along the street in almost complete darkness, bending down against the wind. Before reaching the police department, I turned on to Lisanovskaya Street to the Plyasninka River. A couple of houses, and, opening the gate by the lever, enter the courtyard of my temporary, but I hope, still for a long time shelter. Lights were on in a couple of windows in my half of the house. I smiled contentedly. It all started 3 months ago. My favorite agent, in the sense of grasping everything on the fly in the learning process and skillfully applying the knowledge gained in practice, Maria Alexandrovna Filativa one evening, knowing that I was off duty, brought her maternal cousin to my house here. As it turned out, Filativa quite accidentally saw on the street that her sister was a couple of Chinese homeless, as I understood from her description, kind of trying to drag into the alley between fences of houses. A couple of blows to the kidney area and a revolver extracted from a purse showed the robbers or rapists that they were wrong and forced them to retreat as fast as possible. And what I then heard from Sister Maria made me bring her to me for help and justice. A very pretty girl was called Kunyom, which meant brave bird. At baptism she received the name Daria Ivanovna. Her father was engaged in trade and was assigned to the estate of the bourgeoisie of the city of Khabarovsk. Before this new year, having successfully terminated the goods in his shop, the girl's father went to buy a new one. To get more profit, he took a large loan from his partner. Left at the end of January this year with his wife to Sretensk on ice to return to Khabarovsk with the first steamer. No one has seen them since. The investigation showed that Pax wagon train, the name of Daria's family, or Kun, disappeared before reaching the Inokhantivsky Cossack district. A couple of days ago, the court decided to recognize the girl's father and mother as dead, since they disappeared under circumstances giving grounds to assume their death, and 6 months have passed. To repay the loan to the father's partner, all the remaining real estate and goods of the family went to Daria. A former friend of her father offered to stay on certain conditions, but the girl preferred to go outside from the house that no longer belongs to her. While I was trying to figure out this situation, the girl lived with the agents. At the end of the 2-day investigation, I announced to Daria that, to my deep regret, the court's decision is lawful. It is practically impossible to do anything. The only chance is to prove the guilt of the father's companion in the death of her parents. After listening to all this, the girl asked to be my maid. Taking into account the situation in which she found herself, according to her, hiring as a maid is her only way out, since relatives are unlikely to lend her money to start her own business. So 17-year-old Daria Ivanovna Pak appeared in my house. Well, then everything came to what it was supposed to come to. Not immediately, but about a month later, the girl came to my bed at night and stayed in it until the morning. I didn't feel any guilt before Anya Svetlana von der Felden at that time, and now I don't feel any more. There was only the sadness of parting and of an unfulfilled dream. The last letter from Anya came at the end of August. It ended with an offer to be friends. On this, we can say, our friendship love, which did not last a year, ended. 2 meetings, a couple of dozen letters. A young girl, who reminded me so much of my ex-wife from another life. Apparently, Colonel Christopher Platonovich von der Felden explained to his pupil that the newly minted nobleman Alenin-Zeisky is not a couple for her. Indeed, an ancient family, and do not understand who. Especially, waiting for my 23rd birthday, Anya could get into overdrive. And when I return from the Far East, it is unknown. So love passed without starting, pause equals 450, tomatoes withered. In this regard, Nikolai and I were both abandoned. Only I was quickly lucky with a new love. Smiling at my thoughts and memories, I stumbled into the room, having previously fanned my snow boots with a broom in the corridor. I was met by my little bird, looking very sexy in a Cossack sundress. She helped me unwind the hood, took off the hat, then put it on the shelf. While I was taking off my sheepskin coat and felt boots, I brought heated wool socks and felt slippers from the stove. After my grateful, somewhat prolonged kiss, I rushed to fill the washbasin with warm water. I, having approached the Dutch oven, pressed myself against its warm surface. I walked for only 15 minutes, and the wind got through to the bones, I thought. It's impossible to get sick. Ahead of the Christmas ball at the Tsarevich. Work above the roof. Especially since his Eleanor with the troop is coming soon. Will be to stay in Khabarovsk for more than a month. It is necessary to give our doctor in Blagoveshchensk an urgent order so that before leaving all these mamzelek provided with a love ointment, with a preliminary examination. And then they will drag some virus. And it will be like in the riddle from the magazine, Merzilka. Which young man drips from the end in the morning? Don't think about the bad, but it's a samovar. And then it hit me like a bullet. I remembered what I thought about then at a drunken party with Nikolai about the marriage of his beloved Alex. It surprised me then that not only ordinary people die from a simple flu, but even princes and princesses. And then I thought about what the healer Marfa Maria invented, that she was sent to some medical luminaries at the expense of the treasury. From all that I told her about medicine from the future on antibiotics, I could only tell her that the first name would be penicillin and it would be extracted from some mushrooms. About aspirin, I said that it was acetyl-salicylic acid, and initially it was associated with the extraction, apparently, of salicylic acid from willow bark. Then acetic acid participates in the chemical process, it seems, also sulfuric. In general, I remembered that, taking into account the fact that chemistry was the most unloved subject at school, then I told Maria. It will be necessary to ask Valeriev to clarify through his channels where and with what Maria Petrovna Sokolova, approximately 1860th year of birth, went, I thought, washing from the washbasin. Fuff, I remembered after all. And now for dinner. The dinner that was waiting for me was, as always, wonderful. Daria managed to cook wonderfully and combine Russian and Korean cuisine. So today I was salivating profusely with Korean fried dumplings called mandu, which I simply adored. Filling, pork, beef, mushrooms, now dried, soaked, pre-cooked in winter, but giving a great taste and the fragrance. Plus spices that only my brave bird knows about. I fell in love with this dish from the first time I tried it, cooked by Daria. In addition, Korean egg roll, fish, heat, from the fillet of beluga kaluga, buckwheat porridge from cast iron and Russian oven. And stewed meat, also from the oven with some herbs and spices. And taking into account the fact that I somehow flew over with lunch today because of the employment and harmfulness of someone, I pounced on all this wealth like a hungry wolf. Haven't you had lunch today, darling? Daria asked me, who, sitting at the table opposite me, watched with a smile as I greedily devoured food. It didn't work out, my bird, having swallowed a piece of meat boiled to fibers, I answered. This morning I reported to the Tsarevich at a tiger yesterday dragged a 2-year-old heifer from the outskirts of the city from the barn. So he was immediately drawn to hunting. Was going to go, almost alone, for the beast. And what? Darya's eyes lit up with curiosity. What? I almost got my resignation, not allowing such a hunt. I told about my uncle, whom the tiger picked up on the hunt. And the governor in no way. As a small child. I want to get this big cat. Let's go right now. At least, the centurion of the Ashuri platoon, Sergei Ignatievich Kapersky, helped. Well, you know him. He came to us a couple of times. And what did Sergei Ivanovich do? Smiled affectionately. As soon as I learned about the Tsarevich's desire, I immediately began to inspire him that tiger hunting is possible only with experienced specialists in this matter. Local peoples do not hunt him at all. Tung uses and Evenks often call the tiger Amba instead of the direct name, Tash, that is, the great, huge, big. Do this so as not to invite trouble. And how did the sovereign's heir react to this? Darya was generally interested in all the information, at least somehow related to the Tsarevich. The fact that she officially works as a maid, and unofficially cohabits with an officer from His Imperial Highness's personal convoy, greatly increased her conceit. Yes, to be honest, and really in the eyes of those around her, the position of my servant was significantly higher than the position of maids of other officers. At first, this interest in the Tsarevich greatly strained me. I even conducted several checks on the girl's reliability through my agents and subordinate Valeriev, who, by the way, refused his Japanese maid. Checks showed Darya's complete non-involvement in something bad. Just the mentality of her man serves the heir to the throne. Sees him every day. That's cool. Moreover, the checks showed that Darya does not tell her friends anything from what she heard from me. Yes, he did not react in any way, I continued. By that time I found out that even yesterday local hunters went on the trail to search for the beast. Experience showed that if Amba got into the habit of coming to the city for food, he would come constantly. Because of this, Tungus and Evenks left their camps if the tiger appeared nearby. Are you interested, my sunshine? Interesting, Darya chirped. But first you sing. Before it gets cold. And over tea you will tell the rest. So they did. After a while, over a cup of tea, I continued my story. 2 versts from the city, hunters found more than half of a cow carcass. The tiger, as it turned out, first carried a heifer on his back, while making jumps up to 2 fathoms in length. Then I had dinner, and buried the remaining meat in the snow. The hunters put a large dose of strychnine in it and went back to the city. And now, they are going to go and check the result. We joined this group together with the Tsarevich. I took my dozen, Hapersky, 3 Cossacks, who hunted the tiger more than once. Volkov and the officers of the convoy also went with the Tsarevich, even General Dukovsky joined. I would like to see, my bird dreamily stretched out. There would be something to watch. Cold. Okay, at least it wasn't a blizzard, or even there would be no traces left. And so we got to the place where the tiger had dinner yesterday. Saw recently dug snow, traces of breakfast. 100 meters from this place, the remains of the carcass were found, which the tiger dug up again. I paused and took a sip from the cup. Then we moved further along the tracks. Hunters were ahead, the Tsarevich and I followed them. At first the tracks were clear, then they became some kind of torn. There were several places where the tiger either lay down or fell, pause equals 450, even the goblin could not determine. Tell Vovka and the rest of your brothers hello from me tomorrow, Darya interrupted me. Let someone come by for lunch, I'll give them pagodi and a big fish pie. Tomorrow, I'll do. You spoil my brothers, Daryushka. I reached out and gently stroked the girl's cheek. They treat me like a sister. Especially Ramka. They help around the house. Even some kind of duty was established there. I've been going to the market with only one of them for the last month. You know how great. Everyone is so respectful to me. Of course, the personal representatives of the governor accompany me. So, where do they ask me to leave the service? To go to the market with you? I tried to make a formidable face, but nothing came of it. And I was thinking what Golovachev was talking about when he teased that I was using my official position. Oh, Tim! Don't scold them, please. Darya covered her mouth with her hand and looked at me imploringly. Okay, I won't, I replied in a stern voice, and then I couldn't stand it and laughed. Oh, come on, my dear, pouted resentfully. I really thought you were angry. Better tell me what happened next. I wouldn't interrupt, I would have already found out everything, I said grumpily, frowning. Then he smiled and continued, in general, a mile has not passed, as one of the hunters runs to us and reports that the tiger is visible. He lies in the ravine to leeward, and it will be 200 paces to him if he shoots from the beginning of the ravine. The Tsarevich, of course, rushed forward. We're behind him. The right of the first shot. The heir did not disappoint. With the first bullet in the head and on the spot. The tiger, however, could barely get up. Almost died of poison. I drank some more tea and continued. Triumphant return to the city. Lunch at the officers' meeting. Only for me it did not work out. I smiled sadly. The Tsarevich heard that the tiger had been fed strychnine before and that before the governor's shot, he did not die only by a miracle. What's the big deal? Darya asked in surprise. For me, it's nothing. But the sovereign heir, Grand Duke Nikolai Alexandrovich, for some reason decided that these were my machinations related to his safety. Instead of having dinner with everyone, I spent time in the outer protection of the royal person. As a punishment, so to speak. And then the inspection of the service, the divorce of the guard, paperwork. So I came home offended and hungry, and also cold. Oh, my poor darling, Dashenka gracefully got up from the table, walked around him, came to me, sat on her knees, and, pressing my head to her high chest, ran her beautiful fingers into my hair. Aha, poor me, I said. And then softly sang the chorus from Trofim's song. Have pity on me, have pity. In my fate, so cruel and clumsy. Only from your love, reckless as a woman. It gets a little warmer for a moment. I fell silent, and my bird, straining in my hands, quietly asked. And also, have pity on me, have pity. For all my sins, wanderings and mistakes. Like the Mother of God, with a sad smile. Have pity on me, my dear, have pity on me. I sang softly. Then our lips met. And how we got to the bed, I then could not remember. If in our first attempts at love, the Virgin Darya before me was very constrained, then later, thanks to the experience from the first life, I managed to wake her up quickly enough a woman. Hot and insatiable. Yes, she also turned out to be a screamer. And now I often had to clamp her mouth so that an elderly merchant couple could sleep peacefully in the next half of the house. Well, another day has been lived not in vain, and well, I thought, feeling pleasantly tired all over my body, slowly sinking into sleep. And tomorrow will be tomorrow. Let's see what kind of food fate has prepared for us. Through a doze, I heard Darya clear the table and wash the dishes, and then she dived under the blanket to me again. feeling her head on my chest, I finally fell asleep. Chapter 8. 2 Deaths. In the morning, after washing and having a quick breakfast, I, accompanied by Daria, went to the service. The temperature rose and was about 15 degrees Celsius below zero. At the end of November, temperature swings during the day of 10 degrees were the norm here. I walked quickly through the fresh snow that had fallen at night, crunching under my feet. There was no wind. The light of lanterns on the only illuminated street of the city appeared ahead, where the Governor-General's house was located, and now the governor's residence. Going into my office, I got rid of my outerwear, changed my felt boots for boots. I put on and fastened my belt. Took out my watch. 7:00. You can get to work, I thought, taking the folder I brought from home. From the table and opening it, took out and put on the table the Japanese magazine, Kakuman no Tomo, Friend of the People. On the title page of the magazine, under the heading it was written, Critical Review of Political, Economic, Social, Literary Problems. In addition to the magazine, several newspapers, Daito Nippo, Eastern Daily, and Jiji Simpo, chronicle of current events, and an analytical reference that Daria prepared for me. I was very lucky with my brave bird. Like her cousin, Mrs. Filateva, Kunyong received a good home education as a child, in which knowledge of her native Korean, as well as Japanese, was mandatory. Then the girl graduated from a 2-year school for women in Khabarovsk. After him, she studied at a girls' school, which existed at first at the expense of the funds and enthusiasm of Colonel Alexander Mayer and his relative. After them, the school was taken, on bail, by local authorities. Geography, arithmetic, Russian, French and other disciplines were taught at this school according to the classical gymnasium program. The training cost 60 rubles a year. But Kunyong's father did not spare money for his daughter. From the age of 15, Daria, like her mother, began to help her father in trade. And at 16, for the first time, she remained as the owner of a trading shop when her parents left for goods. In general, Daria was well educated, economically savvy, and besides, she was a polyglot. With this in mind, in addition to homework, for a couple of months she has been doing a selection for me from the Japanese and Korean press on the most important events. And also pulled up my Japanese and Korean. Fortunately she managed to get a great, popular Japanese-English dictionary, by Yukichi Fukuzawa, and Experience of the Russian-Korean Dictionary, Michael Puchillo. To be completely honest with myself, in my heart I thanked God that Daria appeared in my life. For not leaving with her uncle Merchant Filatov, who specially came to Khabarovsk to take her to him, and at the same time, to visit her daughter in service. If I hadn't become an officer and a hereditary nobleman, then Daria and I would have already got married. A lot of Korean women marry Cossacks. And they make excellent wives. And now, I don't even know what will happen. It is unlikely that my direct superior in the form of His Imperial Highness will allow me to marry a Philistin in 3 years, when I turn 23. And if I am on another service by this time, the decision will be made by the commander of the regiment and the commander of the division. Even if the first agrees, the final verdict was still made by the second. And the bride of the officer should be distinguished by high morality and good manners. In addition, the bride's origin should not be too low. A Philistin will not do. Therefore, a month ago I wrote a letter to Uncle Petro Seliverstov, in which I described my, one might say, marital status. What will happen next or not, the beloved woman should be provided just in case. There are a lot of marks from wounds on my body. Someday my luck may end. Therefore, the house that was built for me in the village, bequeathed and presented to Daria, if it does not work out to take her with him to a further place of service. Seliverstov allocated money for the construction of a hotel with a bath complex, a tavern, a shop and a stable. The benefit of my named relatives in their herd from Berkut, a lot of good horses appeared. In this business, 50% will belong to Daria. As it turned out, after our epic with the Hunkas, the way from the village of Cherniv to the Zaya pier turned out to be very convenient and short, so now many employees, officials, officers got off the steamers and went to the Zaya pier by a short way, saving a week of travel along the Amur, and then along the Zaya River. Savin's hotel was missing. It also took people who would be engaged in hauling along the route Cherniv-Zeisky pier. So it was necessary to urgently post a place. And if there is a good bath at the hotel, so what else does a traveler need for happiness? If only a glass of vodka after the bath. And in the morning, having rested and with a fresh head, you can go on the road on good horses. In general, I outlined all this in a letter, drawing a view of the hotel complex, and together with the money in the form of a wagon train of the trading house, Churin and Company. I sent everything to the Seliverstovs. Let the logs and building material be harvested by spring. Also, with the same wagon train, he sent money to the families of the deceased Sergeant Stoletov and Cossack Zabalin. Zabalin had not yet had time to get married, but Stoletov had a wife and son. So her help was more significant. And in the future it will be necessary to help the relatives of the victims. I remembered all this while I was reading analytics from Daria. From the analysis of my brave bird, the most interesting was the speech of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan Mutsu Munemitsu to the members of the lower house of parliament. His energetic speech was printed in all newspapers and magazine. In it, from the translation made by Daria, in particular, it said, "Gentlemen, let's compare the Japanese Empire of the initial Meiji year and the Japanese Empire of today. It's even hard to imagine what a huge step forward has been made, what rich fruits civilization has brought. Let's start with the economy. In the first year of Meiji, the volume of domestic and foreign trade did not even reach 30 million yen, and in the 25th year of Meiji, it reached a level of almost 160 million yen. About 3,000 railways and about 10,000 telegraph lines were laid. Several hundred European-type merchant ships plow the seas inside and outside. Now about armaments. We have a cadre army of 150,000 people, training officers, soldiers, and the equipment with weapons that almost does not differ from the strongest Western powers. Almost 40 military vessels have been built, and we intend to increase their number in accordance with the capabilities of the country. So what we get here, I took a piece of paper and a pen. 1 yen is something about 75 hundredths of a gram in gold, and a ruble is 1 16 hundredths of a gram. So there. Trade turnover of 160 million yen is about 100 million rubles in gold. In my opinion, it's solid, but we need to clarify. The question is, who has? Then we count. 3,000 ri is about 12,000 versts. In the 90th year, as far as I remember from the statistics that I came across here, we have 24,000 miles of railways in the empire. But this is for 40 years, and here for 25. And even after the uprising, when 40,000 samurai fought against the emperor, the total losses are almost under 100,000 people. The guys are famously unwinding. 150,000 fighters. 40 warships. And in a year and a half they will receive a big contribution from China. I was thinking, staring blindly at the piece of paper in my hand. Why did I do so badly at school? All I remember about the events related to the Far East is that next year there will be a Japanese-Chinese war. The Chinese will get a lot of money from the Japanese, they will pay them crazy money, which they will receive in the form of loans from Russia, Germany, France. Someone else. We will get Port Arthur and start building a railway through Manchuria, and not along the Amur, as planned now. Then in the 0 year of this century, the Boxer Rebellion, the Russian-Chinese campaign. Honestly, I don't remember what was there at all. Then the Russian-Japanese War. The death of the cruiser Valeriev, the death of Admiral Makarov, the Battle of Tsushima, the defense of Port Arthur, a peace agreement about which I don't remember anything. Or maybe I didn't know. Damn, time is flying. Madhouse. In 3 days, I will turn 20 in this body. November 27th, in my past life, the day of the Marine Corps. On such a day, Timoka was born here. Apparently, there was a relationship between our souls. I wanted so much in my childhood and youth in that life to enter the Far Eastern Higher Combined Arms Command School in Blagoveshchensk, where officers were also trained for the Marine Corps. But I didn't pass the scores then. I furiously scratched my forehead with my palm. And now, I'm sitting here and suffering. For 20 years, I have achieved a lot in this world. The Prua was just incredible. Here I am sitting, selecting material for a report to the governor of the Far East, concurrently the sovereign's heir. And the more I sit and read and select materials, the less I understand what to do. How simple it was in my dreams 5.5 years ago. To become an officer and teach new tactics to Cossacks or soldiers. Here I became an officer, and even the life guards. I teach the new tactics of the Tsarevich's bodyguards. What I really have the most superficial knowledge about. At the level of adventure books and movies in my past life. And globally, how to change this whole ass, I can't even imagine. Okay, stop reflecting. In Japan there is something to report to the Tsarevich. Now they will bring a certificate from the police chief. Yesterday, by the way, something scratched the consciousness. Some fact. But the thought has not formed. It is necessary to reread yesterday's analytics for now. I read part of my analysis on the situation in the city from yesterday's report to the governor. Everything seems to be as usual. There have been no spikes in crime in recent days. Dan came into the office and put on my desk certificates from Police Chief Chernov, Staff Captain Valeriev about incidents over the past day. Let's see, I thought, taking the sheets in my hands and settling down more comfortably on a chair. So, 2 corpses. A dead Chinese man outside the city with a broken head. And and this is interesting. More precisely, very interesting. A maid who worked for Berkman, a free practicing doctor in the city, was found dead near her home. Cause of death was a blow to her temple on the porch step. And yesterday the doctor she worked for was found dead at her home. Berkman's preliminary cause of death was a fall from the stairs and a fracture of the spine. Here is this fact, either with a murder or with an accident, and scratched my brain yesterday. Hurrying to report to the Tsarevich, I read yesterday in the police chief's certificate that there were no murders in a day. And I calmed down on this. And the fact that the doctor may have been killed after all flew by, but the subconscious loaded. I will have to move to Yuri Petrovich to clarify the details. Collegiate Assessor of Banks Yuri Petrovich was the investigating bailiff of the city of Khabarovsk. Criminology enthusiast Mr. Banks loved his job. I tried to solve every criminal offense that was committed in the city. And it was problematic to do it. The entire city police department at the moment consisted of a police chief, an investigative bailiff, a police supervisor, a secretary, an interpreter, a head clerk and 10 policemen. Valeriev, the chief gendarme of the Far East, who had only 2 officers under his command here, was engaged in political investigation. And the city is growing before our eyes. Only in the 6 months that the governor is here, the population of Khabarovsk has grown by 15% and was approaching 9,000 people. And this already provided for the presence of 18 policemen according to the norms of the Russian Empire, 1 policeman for 500 residents of large cities. The only thing that saved the city from the dominance of criminality was that another fanatic of police work served as a police chief for the last 2 years, Chernov Alexander Mikhailovich. By order of the military governor of the Primorsky region from July 1890, he was entrusted with the post of Khabarovsk police chief and head of the temporary Khabarovsk department of the Sakhalin penal servitude, and from January 91, he was appointed Khabarovsk police chief. From the analysis of the periodical press and from personal communication with Mr. Chernov, I was convinced that Alexander Mikhailovich is a real professional. For some 2 years, Alexander Mikhailovich became famous in the city as a successful fighter against crime and as an active supporter of improving the professional level of police officers. Of particular note in Chernov's activities is the fact that, as the Khabarovsk police chief, he drafted the regulations on the School of District Wardens and Policemen, which assumed the creation of such an educational institution in Khabarovsk. The main purpose of the school was determined by the training of employees for the positions of district supervisors and policemen for police institutions throughout the Far East. At the moment, this project was lying on the governor's desk, and I think that Nicholas will approve it and find the money. Of no small importance, in my opinion, is also Chernov's active participation in the public life of Khabarovsk. He has drawn up projects of the Sanitary Executive Commission, the city shelter for the elderly and disabled, the emergency room. In addition, Alexander Mikhailovich has already created and headed the Free Fire Society on a voluntary basis. And more than 1 fire has been eliminated, thanks to this society. "Dan, I'm going to the investigating bailiff Bankov," said Peter Danilov, putting on a sheepskin coat. "I'll be in an hour or a little later." Yuri Petrovich is sometimes difficult to find. Dan nodded his head, continuing to write something. Tightening my belt and putting on my hat, I went to my desk and transferred a stack of papers to Danilov's desk. "You will enter information into the analytics from here." I began to mark paragraphs in the press and certificates of the police chief and the head of the department of the Gendarmes Corps with a pencil. Then they should bring a certificate during the construction of the railway from Vladik. You will rewrite the main numbers and sort out everything that will still come from yesterday. "It's good for you, Ermak," said my freelance secretary, looking through my marks on the papers. He took and left. And here I'm poring over the certificate. And today we have a free day off duty and training. We can change, Dan. You need to go to the investigating bailiff and find out if he thinks that the death of Bertman's doctor and his maid Ermolova occurred from natural causes, or is it still possible to kill? You will finish faster than the certificate. Well, no, Ermak. Don't I know you? You'll ask me so many questions later that I won't be able to answer. And then you'll still go to the bailiff yourself. So go right away. There's nothing for me to indulge in. It's necessary, great paper things to do. Thanks for letting me, I playfully saluted Dan and, turning around, headed for the door. Use my kindness, Your Honor. Danilov grinned at my back and barely managed to dodge the pencil, which I threw at him from a U-turn. Well, here we go again to sharpen. And the pencil inside must have broken, droned Dan, picking up a pencil from the floor, which bounced off the wall, flying very close to his crown. Train your military in a real way at any time, Cossack. This has already become an axiom for all personalities, Pyotr Dmitrievich, I said instructively and, smiling, left the room. It was a leisurely 10 minutes to the police department building with its famous fire tower, but knowing Yuri Petrovich, who did not like to sit still, I went to a meeting on horseback. Suddenly, I would have to look around the city. "Good morning, Yuri Petrovich," I greeted him when I entered Bankov's office. There is no good morning, Timofey Vasilyevic. Especially in our institution, the collegiate assessor got up from the table and shook my hand. What brought you to our abode of sorrow and sorrow? I would call this monastery a bastion of legality, Yuri Petrovich, I replied, returning to the hangar and taking off my outerwear. Compliance with the rule of law in our city is still problematic. And you have come for sure to find out about some case of violation of the law. Am I right, Timofey Vasilyevic? You're right, Yuri Petrovich. I sat down on the chair indicated to me by the bank. However, I don't know if there was a violation of the law, that's why I came to consult you. I am listening attentively to you. The investigating bailiff, clasping the fingers of his hands lying on the table, looked at me attentively. The fact is, Yuri Petrovich, that in the certificate that your department provided yesterday, there was a message about the death of Dr. Berkman Joseph Bronislavovich, and today I received data on incidents over the past day, where there is information about the death of Glafira Petrovna Ermolova. As far as I understood, she worked as a maid Berkman. Agree, 2 deaths of people who were closely related to each other, which occurred in a row, even if natural, cause reasonable suspicion? Timofey Vasilyevic, the collegiate assessor, all got up. I confess, the information about Ermolova's death passed me by. What happened there? Yuri Petrovich, the certificate reflected that this morning the husband found his dead wife on the porch of the house. Interestingly, I was not informed about this. Apparently, they considered the death natural, banks thought. Timofey Vasilyevic, indeed, 2 deaths in a row, a doctor and his maid, arouses suspicion. What do you want from our service? First of all, I would like to learn more about Berkman and Ermolova. Well, Timofey Vasilyevic, it's not difficult. They lived in our city for a long time and are well known to me. The collegiate assessor rang the bell and, waiting for one of the employees to look into the office, asked to bring tea. I did not wait for the ordered tea and asked Bankov to continue the story. Timofey Vasilyevic, Berkman practitioner, one of those convicted after the Polish uprising in the 63rd year. From the nobility of the Vilna province. He studied at the Warsaw Main School, created by the director of the Commission for Religious Affairs and Public Education Alexander Velopolsky by decree of Emperor Alexander II on the basis of the Medical and Surgical Academy. Joined the rebels. Mainly engaged in the treatment of rioters. For this, he received 4 years of hard labor. After serving his sentence, he worked for a long time in Chita. 10 years ago he moved to Khabarovsk. Engaged in free medical practice. Enjoys, or rather enjoyed great success, especially in the treatment of migraines, because of his ergot-based medicines. He made them in his laboratory. Stop, Yuri Petrovich. Does Berkman have his own chemical laboratory? Yes, Timofey Vasilyevic, and one of the best in the city. And Ermolova just helped Joseph Bronislavovich in the work on the manufacture of medicines. She worked for Berkman from the very beginning of his appearance in the city. First as a cleaner, and then he began to train her to work in the laboratory as it was created. Recently, Glafira Petrovna has been doing many of the work herself. Yuri Petrovich, did Berkman have connections with the People's Will or other revolutionaries? I asked Bankov on the machine, thinking that I urgently need to meet with the chief gendarme of the Far East. This question, Timofey Vasilyevic, you need to ask Staff Captain Saveliev or one of his people. I do not have such information. Well, Yuri Petrovich. And you were at the scene with the doctor? Was there anything unusual? Yes, I went home, to Berkman, where his corpse was found. The district doctor Lubarsky on the spot determined a fracture of the cervical vertebrae. He also noted numerous bruises throughout the body. Were they received during his lifetime? And who discovered the body? I asked. The corpse was discovered by Ermolova, who came to work. When she went down to the basement where the laboratory was located, she saw Joseph Bronislavovich, who was lying next to the stairs. Based on the examination of the scene and the conclusions of the doctor, I made a decision that Mr. Berkman, falling down the stairs, broke his spine in the cervical zone, from which death occurred. The rest of the injuries were caused by the body hitting the stone steps of the stairs when the doctor rolled down it. And why, Yuri Petrovich, was this case included in the certificate for the governor? In my memory, this is the first death, even of a former, but a nobleman in Khabarovsk from such a cause. So they made it into the certificate as a curiosity. And, apparently, now a version of Berkman's violent death is also possible. It is quite possible, Yuri Petrovich, I shook my head thoughtfully. And the presence of a well-equipped chemical laboratory at the doctor suggests a version about its use for making a bomb. And the death of Berkman and Ermolova is covering up traces. Timofey Vasilyevich, it seems to me that you exaggerate. Why would revolutionaries, if we consider this version, kill those who helped them? Of course, I am not a great expert on relations in a revolutionary environment, but even the Irks, whom I know well, kill their own for a significant reason. The collegiate assessor spread his hands. At this time, a couple of glasses in cute cup holders were brought into the office on a tray. After taking a couple of sips of scalding strong tea, I said, Yuri Petrovich, as you understand, it is the version about the possible action of the revolutionary group in Khabarovsk that I will work out together with the people of Staff Captain Saveliev. But you will also need all possible help. I'm listening to you, Timofey Vasilyevich. How can our department help? Yuri Petrovich, I need to establish who supplied Berkman with chemical reagents. Has there been an increase in the number of deliveries recently? I am especially interested in those chemicals and reagents that are used in the manufacture of bombs. And I am also interested in information about Berkman's visitors over the past 2 months. Timofey Vasilyevich, we will try to fulfill your request. Is there anything else you need from us? It will be required, Yuri Petrovich. It is necessary to work out all those who arrived in Khabarovsk during the last month. Timofey Vasilyevich, we will try, but you yourself know what forces the department has. And in the last 2 months only the permanent population of the city has increased by almost 300 people. And if you count all seasonal workers, Chinese, Koreans, Japanese, the investigating bailiff turned his head as if he was being strangled by the collar of his uniform. Therefore, do not count on a large amount of information in the near future. I understand everything, Yuri Petrovich. Today the collegiate secretary Koroblev will approach you. Share with him the amount of work on checking. Thank you for that, Timofey Vasilyevich. We could use some help. I'm going to the Ermolov's house now. I will inspect the scene of the accident. And in 2 hours I'm waiting for Koroblev to coordinate our work. Yuri Petrovich, one more question. And what kind of family life did the doctor and the maid have? Are you hinting at a love triangle, Timofey Vasilyevich? Banks grinned and took a sip of tea. I have to disappoint you. Ermolova has a great husband and 2 children. Her husband works as a foreman at a brick factory. There is complete prosperity in the house. Glafira Petrovna also earned good money from Berkman. Joseph Bronislavovich had a constant passion for the last 2 years. Merchant widow. There were rumors that a couple of months after the 3-year anniversary of the deceased husband Natalia Dmitrievna Veshkova and Berkman were to get married. Well, the doctor and the maid had a purely working relationship. Khabarovsk, more precisely Khabarovsk, I still can't get used to the new name, the town is small. Everyone knows about everyone. Washing and sucking your neighbor's bones is a favorite activity at local routs and feasts. If any love triangle had arisen with the participation of a doctor, Timofey Vasilyevic, believe me, I would have found out about it. Thank you, Yuri Petrovich, for the information and delicious tea. I think I'll go to Mr. Saveliev. Let's think with him what can be done today. Berkman's house and laboratory, as far as I understand, we will be able to explore in detail only tomorrow after the funeral and wake. I think it will be Christian, Timofey Vasilyevic. The bailiff rose with me from the table. Then have a good day. I shook hands with Bankov, then quickly dressed and left the office, escorted by the collegiate assessor. Staff Captain Saveliev took my version about the possibility of the violent death of a doctor and a maid because of ties with revolutionaries skeptically. According to him, Berkman was a pronounced Polish nationalist. After hard labor, he did not return to his homeland only because he could not watch how great Poland was under the heel of the Russian Tsar. He did not advertise his views much, but did not hide. He did not call for the overthrow of the power of the Russian autocrat. Did not intersect with the first composition of the Narodnik organization, Land and Freedom, in penal servitude. But in the observational case there is a note that in Chita Berkman met several times with Ivan Spiridonovich Jabadari, who, according to the 50 trial, was sentenced in the 77th year to 5 years of hard labor. After serving his sentence, he was left in a settlement in the Transbaikal territory. Jabadari was one of the organizers of the All-Russian Social Revolutionary Organization and wrote its charter. He was also an undergraduate student at the Medical and Surgical Academy in St. Petersburg. Berkman has been practicing medicine in the city for the last 10 years. Was in demand. In something criminal or political was not noticed. Was registered. And in general, the death of a doctor and his maid with an interval of 1 day, according to Saveliev, can only be a coincidence. Unlikely, but possible. In general, I left the chief gendarme dissatisfied with the conversation that took place. Although he promised help in working out my version, but it was clear that Saveliev did not feel much desire to work on this topic. After the adventure with Fukushima, when the sovereign heir personally scolded us, our relationship with the staff captain lost its former warmth and mutual understanding. Even the award of Stanislav of the 3rd degree with swords did not melt the estrangement that arose. It's a shame, however. Well, okay. I have more strength than in the local branch of the Gendarmes Corps, so I'll work out the version anyway. The main figures involved in the revolutionary terror could be the SRS, I thought, returning on horseback to the residence. But in my world they seem to have appeared later. Yes, and I only remember Boris Savinkov and Azef the provocateur. And everything. From the bulletin about the revolutionary movement, which Saveliev gave to read, there was not a word about these defendants. There is also silence about the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Marx wrote his Communist Manifesto and Capital a long time ago, and has been resting in the cemetery for 10 years. Plekhanov promotes the idea of class struggle, founding in '83 the first Russian Marxist organization, the Liberation of Labor Group. I held the horse, which, having stagnated, wanted to go to the trot. Well, we need to remember what was in the bulletin for this group. In the first program issued by the group Liberation of Labor, in 1884, Plekhanov and his comrades recognized the need for a terrorist struggle against the absolutist government, claiming that they diverged from the people's will only on issues of the so-called seizure of power and the tasks of the direct activity of socialists among the working class. The Plekhanovites did not deny the expediency of terror, but believed that the people's will pays too much attention to impracticable plans for a coup d'état and spends energy and resources on individual acts to the detriment of other, most important aspects of the revolutionary struggle, in particular, to the detriment of agitation among the masses. Moreover, Plekhanov not only did not propose to stop terrorist activities, he reserved for her a role of paramount importance in the future of the revolutionary movement. According to Georgy Valentinovich, propaganda in the working environment will not eliminate the need for a terrorist struggle, but it will create new, hitherto unprecedented chances for it. Thus, the new Marxist revolutionary movement based on class theory also advocates terror, and even expects it to become mass. Bakunin, Kropotkin and his anarcho-communism also put terror in a prominent place. I gave Schenkel to the horse, transferring him to a trot. About the young Ulyanov Lenin while silence. Who else can be? Japanese trace? It is unlikely, as well as the fact that the death of Berkman and Ermolova is a simple combination of circumstances, for which Saveliev is so advocating. And for some reason Yuri Petrovich believed me. With these thoughts, I got to the residence and returned to my office. Dan prepared a daily certificate and dumped it in the barracks. It's time to go to the report, and then training with brothers and personal officers from the Ashuri platoon. We will work out the reflection of the attack on the convoy when following the Tsarevich on horseback. There will be a big surprise for the Ashurians today. My first dozen will be dressed in winter masks. I organized them partly with my own money and partly with government money. 50-50. Let's see how the personalities will react. Basically, all 8 Ashuri Cossacks elected for Nikolai's personal close guard are excellent hunters. 3 guys have more than one tiger in the form of a trophy. Chapter 9. New information. The report to Nikolai passed calmly and without questions. The Tsarevich's thoughts were already in the second half of December, when the theater with its prima was supposed to arrive in Khabarovsk. After the report with the Ashurians, Sergei Mihailovich left the city in the direction of the new shooting range, which was organized in the summer by order of General Dukovsky. Throughout the summer and autumn, he showed vigorous activity, creating great changes in the Far East. Everything was done with the approval and as if on the direct instructions of the Deputy Tsarevich, but in fact the initiator of most administrative cases was Dukovsky, who was actively supported by Baron Korff, still nominally listed as Governor-General. The first thing the enthusiastic general did was, through Nikolai, back in May, he broke through the priority rearmament of linear infantry units in the Far East with Mosin rifles. By December of this year, almost 80% of infantry battalions from Vladivostok to Irkutsk will already have new 3 lines. On his own initiative, new Mosin Cossack rifles were brought to Khabarovsk and Blagoveshchensk. Their prices were acceptable, and the Cossacks of the Amur region and the Ashuri region began to quickly arm themselves with them. Only the appearance of these rifles was very different from the one I saw in Oranienbaum Rifle School, and from those that he brought as a gift to the Seliverstovs. Firstly, the Cossack rifle was almost a foot shorter than the infantry rifle, which is almost 30 centimeters. In general, the length of the rifle came close to the Mosin carbine of the sample 1907th or 44th year. Secondly, there was an upper wooden barrel plate to protect the shooter's hands from burns. Thirdly, the straight neck of the butt was replaced with a semi-pistol, like the Lee Metford rifle. The butt also noticeably changed shape. Fourth, and this was almost the main thing, the bolt handle shifted back and was bent down. Now it is possible to fire a weapon without taking the butt off the shoulder, thereby increasing the rate of fire. Fifth, the front sight was protected by side wings. Sixth, a new ramrod, longer and with a larger diameter head that does not pass through the barrel, which simplified the cleaning of weapons. Seventh, we eliminated the notch on the sides of the lid of the magazine box, which wiped the uniform when carrying weapons. In general, it was a completely different Cossack rifle. Comfortable, grasping and applied. Almost all my wishes that I expressed at the shooting range at school in Oranienbaum were heard. And there were even more changes in the design. How in such a short time, less than a year, the new rifle passed the test, was adopted and manufactured in large quantities, I did not know. Any rumors about this have not yet reached the Far East. But we were rearmed first of all, which the convoy was very pleased with. The second innovation of General Dukovsky was the laying of roads. Before our arrival in Khabarovsk, this city could only be reached by the Amur River. The general announced exercises for the 14th Battalion, which stood in Khabarovsk. The goal was to go along with the guns to Pointa. And now work began to boil. Soldiers make clearings in the woods, where necessary, level the road, where necessary, the bridge will be adjusted. And if artillery passed along such a road, then the Philistin cart, and even more so, pause equals 450, after Pointa there were points B and C. Starting from Khabarovsk, the studies switched to other cities and settlements where the troops were stationed. After these maneuvers, the locals literally prayed for Dukovsky, and the soldiers cursed, but only to themselves. The third thing that Sergei Mikhailovich managed to do in 6 months was to carry out land reform on behalf of the governor, forming and registering a military land reserve for the Amur and Ashuri Cossack troops. Desert strips of land along the Amur and Ashuri were allocated to settlements and districts for temporary use. This was carried out within the framework of the program organized by Dukovsky for the resettlement of small land Cossacks of the Don and Orenburg Cossack troops to the Amur region and the Ashuri region. In everyday speech, the military land reserve was called the Dukovsky allotment. I remembered all this while I was following the Cossacks at a leisurely trot to the shooting range. I was already beginning to worry about the fact that the targets appeared ahead, but there was still no attack. 2 Ashurians rode ahead, for held me in a box, 2 in the rear guard. Cossacks turned their heads 360 degrees all the way from the city, because they knew that there would be an attack on the road. In case of loss, they were waiting for a march from the shooting range to Khabarovsk. A little more than 4 miles running in winter clothes, with weapons and a satchel with a ballast simulator weighing in pounds. It will take a lot of sweat. So the Ashurians were serious about protecting my carcass, depicting a protected person, like Tsarevich Nikolai. But it didn't help them. Unexpectedly, even for me, snowdrifts rose up on the sides of the road, and my brothers, looking like white ghosts because of their masks, opened fire. Snapped the triggers of their rifles and revolvers. No one from my guard had time to use the weapon, as it was over. The senior Ashuri personal officer, Sergeant Sungurov, a healthy, bearded Cossack of a beastly appearance, spat with annoyance and prepared to listen to my sentence. Well, Mitrofan Petrovich, of course, I'm not a gypsy, but I see a long way running for your 8 right up to the city of Khabarovsk, I smiled at the bearded man. But only after shooting practice. There is a run, Your Honor, the sergeant sighed heavily. Only you are a fair inventor. How many went hunting, and did not think up such clothes for the winter? How is it that it will be convenient to hide the beast? We will all be given this form? No, Uriadnik. This is experimental clothing, in which it will be convenient to sneak up on the enemy in winter in case of war. Vashbrod, so we sort of protect the Tsarevich. And what kind of war is expected? Sungurov asked in surprise. Wouldn't such a uniform be useful against the Hunkas? I answered the question with a question. That's right. Still, how useful? I didn't even look near the road. I didn't think it was possible to hide in a prominent place like that. I figured that they would attack from that little forest. The sergeant pointed with a whip to the edge of the forest near the shooting range through which the road passed. At this time, Ramka came up to us, whose only eyes were dark in his whole white figure, and the tip of the barrel with a front sight and a rear sight were black on the rifle wrapped in white cloth. Your Honor, may I have some comments? No comments, Seliverstov. Well done. Move out to the shooting range. Yes, Your Honor, the fox saluted and went to the brothers, who were getting out of the snowdrifts on the road. After the shooting, we returned to the city. In order to support the Ashurians, I ran to the city with them. To be honest with myself, I did not have time to react to the brothers' attack. Which means that I had to punish myself. In front of the city, we got into the saddles. Horses were led by a dozen fox, whose horse traction was hidden in the woods near the shooting range. Today, all the brothers were in place. Dan, having prepared a report, immediately rushed off to his. He really wanted to try out together with everyone new masks and methods of conducting combat operations using them. In the city, I went to my house to change clothes. While we were running, I managed to sweat a lot, and somehow I didn't want to return to the residence in this form. Having led the horse into the gate of the house, I saw a lot of footprints in the snow of the yard. I think I know who has arrived, I thought, smiling, tying the bridle rein to the hitching log. Going into the house, I made sure that I was not mistaken. In the front room, a man I could call my friend was sitting at a table, and his name was Arseny Terela. A young merchant overgrown with a sparse beard during the journey from Vladivostok to Khabarovsk. Still dressed in a warm jacket and trousers, Arseny was wrapping borscht with garlic dumplings, sometimes twitching his shoulders. I know by myself how hard it is to get warm, and I spent several days in the cold, not being able to visit a warm room. Daria noticed me first. Timofey Vasilievich, I sent a neighbor's boy to the location of the convoy, ordering your orderly to come here. It is necessary to heat the bath. Well done, Daria. Hi, Arseny. How did you get there? We got there, well, Timofey. Thanks to Dukovsky with his roads for guns. In some places, we managed to shorten the way along the Amur. It was a little cold. And your maid really did well. You will offend her, I will lure her to myself. Terela looked at me with a grin, and then turned his gaze to Daria. For such a borscht with pampushki, I will pay her double salary. And if in the evening she feeds me with her famous fish pie and salad, then I will pay triple. Arseny, who was saying all this with a serious look, could not stand it and laughed. You should see yourself from the outside, guys. You'll laugh. Don't be offended. And I congratulate you from the bottom of my heart. Rumors are rumors, but really your happiness is just nice to see. And a bath would be nice. I want to warm up the bones. Intending. We'll have a steam bath in the evening, I answered smiling, looking at Daria, who was turning red like a poppy flower. I stopped by to change clothes after training. Now I'm back at the residence, and I'll try to get out of service early. Late in the evening, after we had a good steam, we sat at the table with Terela and restored the water-salt balance with tea, which my brave bird expertly brewed for us. Daria fussed in the kitchen, and Arseny, sipping from a saucer, leisurely talked about his affairs over the past 3 months. By the way, Timofey, an Englishman, came to Khabarovsk with our wagon train. He says about himself that he came to hunt a tiger. As if he had traveled through Africa before and had an elephant, a rhinoceros, a lion and a lioness on his account. And why, as if, Arseny? I interrupted Terela. You see, Timofey, Kazyanov conveyed your request to me. Here, within its framework, I am informing you. With our last wagon train, 3 people who posed as a merchant and 2 clerks left for Khabarovsk. This was reported to me in our office in Vladivostok. And this Sir Beckham, who came with my wagon train, believe me, is not an English nobleman. Damn, I just needed a football player, I muttered, digesting the information received. For almost 6 months after my conversation with Kazyanov, it was the first important news. What football player? Terela asked me in surprise. Yes, I'm talking about my own, about women's, I answered again mechanically, being in thought. Daria burst out laughing at this phrase of mine, who entered the room and sat down at the table, and Arseny, looking at me somehow accusingly, said, "Sometimes, Timofey, I absolutely do not understand you." "Don't pay attention, Arseny, sometimes I myself don't understand what I'm saying." "And why did you decide that this Sir Beckham is not an Englishman?" "You see, Timofey, I didn't communicate very much with representatives of this nation in Beijing. But they have any servant who looks more aristocratic than this Beckham. There is no prudery, arrogance, and this view of everyone around him as barbarians. Arseny, what if I introduced myself to you as a nobleman, which I became a little more than a year ago? Would you believe me, Timofey? Only a blind man and you will not see a Cossack in the next generation. You are constantly behaving like a beast hiding prey. Even here in a room with a friend and a beloved woman, you put a revolver on the dresser next to the table so that it was at hand. Becoming a nobleman, you remained a Cossack. You Cossacks, you just don't notice your constant readiness for battle. Sometimes I think that you are in bed with a dagger under your pillow." Hearing these words, Daria started dancing, and then burst out laughing. "Timofey, what is this? Did I guess right? Daria, does he really have a dagger under his pillow?" "Sometimes a revolver, my brave bird," replied and laughed again, ringing like a bell. "Yes, and I thought better of the Cossacks." "You're nuts." Taryla laughed. "Not everyone, Arseny, just me," he smiled, and then laughed after his friend and beloved. When our laughter died down, the merchant continued. "You know, Timofey, I do not know how to explain it correctly, but this Beckham is not who he claims to be." "Thank you, Arseny, we will definitely check your Englishman," I also answered my friend seriously. "And what else can you say about the three, a merchant and two clerks? They left Vladivostok for Khabarovsk less than a month ago, with the last autumn wagon train of our trading house. As the manager of our business in Vladivostok told me, what kind of merchant is this who goes to Khabarovsk with so much goods that even the cost of the road it won't pay off? And one of the clerks had chemical burns on his face and hands." "Why in chemical burns?" I interrupted Arseny. "The manager in his youth was fond of chemical experiments. So he drew attention to the scars of one of these would-be merchants. Acid leaves such marks." "Chemist, bomber and militant," I muttered softly, but Taryla heard me. "What are you talking about, Timofey?" What could I say to my friend? In a previous life, I came across an article on the internet about the revolutionary chemist Kostya, who prepared some special dynamite extra for the combat organization of the SRS. The militants respected this kind of explosives very much. It was they who blew up Stolypin's dacha. There were photos of the consequences of this explosion in the article. For me, so a couple of dozen kilos of TNT exploded in a shell, but in fact only 7 kilograms of bone dynamite extra. These guys from the combat groups of the socialist revolutionaries and Bolsheviks formed such troika: chemist, who makes a bomb, bomber, who throws it, and militant, who guards the chemist. But to all this in my world came, it seems, 10 years later. I don't remember exactly. Yes, Arseny, there are some thoughts that need to be urgently shared with Mr. Valeriev. After a short pause I answered Taryla. "Is it that serious, Timofey?" "I'm afraid so." "Very seriously. And thank you very much, Arseny, and Alexander Vasilievich. If you see him, tell him that I am in debt to the trading house, Churin & Co. So, a really serious matter. Usually we have been in debt to you lately because of your information." Taryla rubbed his forehead fiercely with his right palm. "Damn," and I left a sheet with the names of these three in the cash register, and she was taken to the office. "Time, I hope, tolerates," I replied, and I thought to myself that in my world, after receiving such information, all services would be put on their ears, despite the time of day. And here, all events are slow. More than 1 week may pass between the request and the response, or even months. Okay, Dasha, let's organize something to eat, and have a drink, I patted the excited girl on the shoulder. You won't be full of tea. And then we'll do bedtime. The morning of the evening is more sophisticated. The people in this regard correctly say. The next morning, having received from the merchant the data on the 3, as Arseny called them, would-be merchants, went to Valeriev. Timofey Vasilyevich, don't you think that you are trying to tie all the events to your version? Somehow you have everything on time and in one line, the staff captain said irritably when I brought to him the information received from Tarala. First the death of the Dr. Berkman and his maid, the chemical laboratory, and now a combat group consisting, as you called them, of a chemist, a bomber, and a militant. And this Englishman, then from what side is the heat? Controller, I answered wearily, how does it suck when you have to convince someone who, according to his position, had to pray for the information received from me? And possibly a separate shooter, I continued. Vladimir Alexandrovich, do you know what I'm most afraid of when guarding the Tsarevich? What, Timofey Vasilyevich? Here is such a shooter who will put a bullet between the eyes of the Tsarevich in 300 or 500 steps and disappear into the forest or among the houses in the city. Cornet, spit! Timofey Vasilyevich, why such pessimistic thoughts? Vladimir Alexandrovich, do you know who a pessimist is? And who? Saveliev asked with interest. A well-informed optimist. And I am very well informed. A doctor, a maid, a chemical laboratory, a trio of would-be merchants, one of whom has many scars from acid burns, a shooter. Can I count on you, Vladimir Alexandrovich? Or work only on their own and the forces of the city police department? Do you want to offend me, Timofey Vasilyevich? Of course, we will work out your information. Where to start? Start with the Englishman Beckham. My people and Yuri Petrovich will take care of the would-be merchants. I'm going to meet him now, find out what Mr. Banks has already managed to dig up. The trip to the investigating bailiff did not give anything. Bankov was not in place, and none of the employees of the department could say where he had gone. Therefore, having asked to tell Yuri Petrovich that I was looking for him, I went to the residence. It was time for the daily report. A surprise awaited me in the office in the form of Lieutenant General Dukovsky. The general occupied a special place in the governor's retinue, not yet having an official position. It could be said that he was Nikolai's nanny, with the administrative capabilities of the Governor-General of the Far East. Sergei Mihailovich was of short stature, with thinning gray hair, combed back, a Zaporozhye drooping mustache. Today, as usual, he was dressed in a white tunic with George in his buttonhole, in wide blue trousers with yellow Cossack stripes and soft Cossack boots. For the 6 months that Dukovsky spent in the Far East, all cities and villages already knew that the general is abstemious in his personal life, does not tolerate rude flattery, resolutely suppresses attempts to give bribes, even disguised as a gift, honest and incorruptible. The general never avoided talking to the townsfolk when he was still accompanying the Tsarevich on his way to Khabarovsk. Then in Blagoveshchensk and other cities and settlements, ere they stayed for a long time, he could often be seen communicating with ordinary people on the street. However, it should be emphasized that Dukovsky did not know how to talk to people, and he was sometimes understood differently than he wished. On solemn occasions, Sergei Mihailovich considered it necessary to address the audience with speeches, and when he spoke, it seemed that he was about to stop. He was so worried, he turned red all over, his voice trembled. Yes, and the general spoke with a burr, which is characteristic of people who are used to constantly speaking French, and which the guards' dudes like to imitate then. But Dukovsky's burr was natural and did not go very well with the appearance of the old Cossack Zaporozhets, which he tried to give himself. In general, as an orator, he could not be compared with Baron Korff, who had all the natural data. But as for working capacity, both Dukovsky and Baron Korff were not inferior to each other. The doors of Sergei Mikhailovich's apartment, which he was currently renting with his wife, were always wide open for any resident of Khabarovsk and non-residents. It seemed inconvenient to many officials. For mercy's sake, what kind of habit they took, just a little bit, every man is babbling, I'm going to Dukovsky now. I have often heard such expressions from representatives of various services at the governor's residence. In the narrow officer circle, Sergei Mikhailovich was called Spirit. And this man was doing something in my office. May I come in, Your Excellency? I froze on the threshold, standing at attention. Come in, Cornet. This is your office. But I've been waiting for you. As I was informed, do you usually come to work earlier? That's right, Your Excellency. But yesterday we received information that had to be urgently discussed with Staff Captain Valeriev in the morning. And then I stopped by the city police department. So, I was delayed. What kind of information, Cornet? I had to briefly tell Dukovsky about the latest events and about the version that formed in my head. And what is the probability that your conclusions are correct, Cornet? Sergei Mikhailovich asked me when I finished the report. Your Excellency, I would say 60–70%. Well, I must admit, this is unexpected. The general thought about it and took a few steps back and forth in the office. Do you need my help, Timofey Vasilievich? Oh, how? For the first time I addressed myself by name and patronymic, I thought to myself and answered aloud. If you suddenly need to use soldiers from the battalion, you need an order from the Governor-General so that Tsarevich Nikolai Alexandrovich is not disturbed. Dukovsky thoughtfully twirled his mustache and then said, There will be such an order. I will settle this issue with the Baron. But I consider it necessary to report to the Tsarevich about what happened and about your version. Your Excellency, allow me to collect more detailed information and then report. Maybe I'm wrong. And all this is a combination of circumstances. Okay, I'm waiting for your report tonight. The general turned around and headed for the door. But after taking a couple of steps, he stopped and, turning to me, said, You completely knocked me off my mind with your news, Cornet. I came on what occasion? Saul Golovachev told me that you practiced an exercise yesterday ere the attackers on the convoy were dressed in some white clothes, thanks to which they were able to get close and destroy the Cossacks. Is that true? Dukovsky asked me. That's right, Your Excellency. I have designed and custom-made 10 masks in the atelier. What kind of robes, excuse me? The general looked at me in surprise and questioningly. Camouflage robes, Your Excellency. The main purpose of this clothing is to hide the warrior from the enemy's gaze on the terrain in winter, which will allow for unobtrusive observation of the enemy and an attack on him, I replied. Somehow it turns out to be uncivilized, an inconspicuous attack. Don't you think so, Cornet? Your Excellency, until recently in the Russian army, the military uniform was distinguished by the richness of color and decorative elements. Each regiment had its own uniform. Such clothes made it possible to see soldiers from afar and determine which regiment he belongs to. Visual control was the only means of understanding what was happening on the battlefield for the commanders. However, the very principle of warfare was more like a game of chess. I paused, gathering my thoughts. But the general hurried me by asking. And what does it have to do with, as you called it, a camouflage? Your Excellency, the experience of the last Russian-Turkish war has shown that the chess wars are coming to an end. Destructive artillery fire, shrapnel, which literally mows down dense formations of troops. Bright clothes and battalion columns are perfectly used by artillery fire spotters. Adopting magazine rifles will lead to an even greater increase in the density of fire and even greater losses in manpower. Yes. Timofey Vasilyevich, I was informed that you have an interesting vision of the tactics of warfare in modern conditions. But why do you think you're right? Is there any confirmation of your theory? Dukovsky returned to my table and, taking my place, sat down on a chair. He gave me the command to sit on a visitor's chair with his hand. Your Excellency, there is no practical experience to confirm my words. In Europe, interstate military operations have not been conducted for 15 years. The Russian Empire has also not been at war with anyone during this time. But the logic itself speaks of the need to abandon the lack of respect for fire and from betting almost exclusively on the bayonet. But what about the bullet, fool, bayonet, well done? Or was Alexander Vasilyevich Suvorov wrong? The general smiled. If we recall Suvorov's science of winning, then the whole phrase sounds like this: shoot rarely, but accurately. With a bayonet, if it is strong, the bullet will be fooled, the bayonet will not be fooled, the bullet is a fool, the bayonet is well done. There is another phrase: grenadiers and musketeers tear on bayonets, and huntsmen shoot. Only at the same time, when Suvorov commanded the Suzdal regiment, both huntsmen, musketeers, and grenadiers shot at him. And 30 rounds a year, and not 3, as in other regiments. It's interesting. Sergei Mikhailovich twisted his left mustache on his index finger. I read the book several times, but for some reason I remember only the bullet is a fool, the bayonet is a good fellow, and not the whole phrase. And you, Timofey Vasilyevich, it turns out, treat fire worshippers. You can say so, Your Excellency. I really believe that the rapid development of weapons will lead to serious changes in the tactics of combat. And the bullet will come first, not the bayonet. Although bayonet education, which His Excellency Mikhail Ivanovich Dragomirov speaks about in his Textbook of Tactics, in full, only troops with a strong will and not afraid of death will be able to go to the enemy's positions under his destructive fire from artillery, magazine rifles, machine guns, and in order to reduce losses from enemy fire, a form is needed that would not single out a soldier on the battlefield, but, on the contrary, would make him as inconspicuous as possible. And you, Timofey Vasilyevich, do you want to dress all soldiers in such masks in winter? The general pronounced the last word confidently. Your Excellency, it would be great, but I'm afraid it's too expensive for the state treasury. I regretfully spread my hands. The last years of pacification of the Caucasus have shown the need to use small teams for covert surveillance of the enemy, targeted attacks. From our side, such combat the actions were carried out by Kuban Plastins, Circassians, Hezreets, Cycads. It is for such teams that masks for winter and summer are needed first of all. An interesting thought. As far as I know, you and Golovachev wrote a paper about the action of such small groups in the enemy's rear? That's right, Your Excellency. Wrote. Last year it was transferred to the Academy of the General Staff. The results of the review are not known to me. Well, it's wonderful that the evolution of military thought does not stand still, and young people, as always, are looking for something new. Dukovsky smiled kindly. Prepare me a lesson plan where we would see all the possibilities of using your winter camouflage. At the same time, you can also use the forces of the line battalion. Yes, Your Excellency, I got up from my chair after the general, who got out from behind my desk. At that moment, Koroblev flew into the office. Timofey Vasilyevich, I'm from Bangkok. Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. The collegiate secretary drew himself to attention. Come in, Sergei Mikhailovich paused, apparently trying to remember the name, one might say, of the head of the secret part of the convoy. Collegiate Secretary Koroblev Nikolai Alexeyevich, I came to the general's aid. Yes. Nikolai Alexeyevich. Come through. Timofey Vasilyevyk, and I have already finished. So, I won't bother you. I'm waiting for a report in the evening. This phrase of Sergei Mihailovich was already intended for me. After finishing speaking, the general left the office. Is there something urgent, Nikolai Alexeyevich? I turned to Koroblev. Yuri Petrovich asks you to drive up to him. He asked me to tell you that with a high degree of probability you were right. Chapter 10. Introduction to Criminology. Good morning, Yuri Petrovich. What news? I asked Bankov, entering his office at the police department. The investigating bailiff got up from the table and said, Hello. Hello. Come on in, Timofey Vasilyevyk, take off your outerwear. There is news, how can they not be? Sir, you know, Yuri Petrovich, I will not refuse. It's frosty outside today. The collegiate assessor, passing by, shook my hand, and then looked out into the corridor and ordered someone to bring tea. Returning to his seat, sat down at the table and invited me to sit on a chair. Well, Timofey Vasilyevyk, I want to please you, although the occasion itself is not joyful. I would not call the death of Glafira Petrovna Ermolova natural. It's a pity that I did not inspect the scene, but even according to the testimony of her husband, who found the corpse, one could say that she was killed. Banks rubbed his palms excitedly and continued, and since I examined Ermolova's body today after our conversation, I can state with all responsibility that we have a murder with direct intent and with deliberate intent. Article 1454 Regulations on Criminal and Correctional Punishments. This is hard labor, from 15 to 20 years old. Perhaps a murder committed for the sake of facilitating another crime. And this is already Article 1459, an indefinite hard labor. And how did you, Yuri Petrovich, determine that a murder was committed? Oh, Timofey Vasilyevyk. If Ermolova had not been examined by this alcoholic Venikov. There is such a doctor in our city. Every day ends at the bottom of his glass. The investigating bailiff made a disgusted face. So, if the same Lubarsky examined the corpse of Glafira Petrovna, he would immediately say that a murder had been committed. Any evidence? I asked with interest. Firstly, Ermolova's body was found in a position where she could not have received such damage to the temporal region. Banks bent his index finger. Secondly, the wound on the temple corresponds to a strong blow either with the handle of a revolver or with brass knuckles. But we will wait for an official conclusion from Lubarsky, our district doctor. Yuri Petrovich, and you from the description of the husband about the position in which he found his wife's corpse, concluded that Ermolova could not have received such damage to the temple? I looked at the bailiff with curiosity, and I was really interested in what he would say to me in response. Timofey Vasilyevyk, as they say, you can't praise yourself, no one will praise you. Bankov's face lit up with a perky smile. I won't brag too much, but I think I'm well acquainted with forensic medicine. You, by the way, are aware, what about the ways to determine which wound on the body is fatal, Hippocrates wrote? And after Caesar's murder, his body was examined by a doctor who found that only one of the 23 wounds was fatal. Interesting facts. For the first time I hear about this, I was really amazed by this information. Oh, Timofey Vasilyevyk, back in the 13th century, at the University of Bologna, forensic medicine was officially recognized as a specialty. Johann Richter discovered ultraviolet rays in 1804. But recently we learned that in the light of an ultraviolet lamp, a fresher varnish looks darker. And what does this give us, Timofey Vasilyevyk? I was looking at the investigating bailiff, who at that moment resembled my chemistry teacher named Mattress. He got this nickname because he spent 20 years in a suit of dark blue fabric with light gray stripes. He was also a fan of chemistry, and each of his lessons was a representation of one actor who broadcast about the triumph of chemistry on planet Earth. Despite for the love of his subject, few students liked the mattress. His favorite phrase when grading the magazine were the words, "God knows chemistry for 5, I'm an excellent student for 4, but you, young man, fail." And now I saw before me a fanatic from science, but, it seems, still adequate. I can't say, Yuri Petrovich. And what gives us such a property of varnish in ultraviolet light? This gives us that the restored sections of paintings and artistically rewritten signatures on the money will appear in darker spots. This will help to fight counterfeiting, forgery of paintings. In general, the future belongs to criminology. Are you familiar with this term? Judging by the way Banks asked me a question, it was also some kind of innovation at that time. So I decided to pretend to be a felt boot. For the first time I hear, Yuri Petrovich. And what does it mean? This term was introduced by my good Austrian pen pal Hans Gross. According to his definition, criminalistics, from the Latin criminalis, that is, criminal, is an applied science that studies the patterns of preparation, commission and disclosure of crimes, the occurrence and existence of its traces, collection, research, evaluation and use of evidence. Currently, Gross has developed a system of recommendations for the investigation of crimes, which described in the work Guide for Forensic Investigators, Gendarmerie and Police Officers. This year it should be published, and I am looking forward to it with the signature of the author. Hans is a great man. He systematized successful investigative techniques using sciences such as chemistry, physics, botany, microscopic studies and psychology. Hans fully supports bertillonage. This is an anthropological method of registering criminals based on measuring the human body by 11 parameters, which was invented by Alphonse Bertillon. Also insists on the introduction of fingerprinting. I see you didn't understand what it is. I looked at Bankov, who had a blush on his cheeks. Speech became fast, intermittent, louder. Gestures intensified. Yes, a real fanatic of criminology, I thought, continuing to listen to the investigating bailiff. I hope that his fanaticism and knowledge will help me. Still speak of the collegiate assessor as an excellent specialist. And Banks continued to broadcast. Can you imagine, Timofey Vasilyevic, back in 1858, the English colonial employee William Herschel, forcing the Indians to certify their signature with a fingerprint, notice that each person has an individual fingerprint. In the 80th year, a similar effect was described in an article in Nature by the Scottish physician Henry Folds. In 1891, another of my pen pals, Juan Vucetic, suggested adding 10 fingerprints to the bertillonage in his laboratory at the Buenos Aires police. And now he is developing a system to make it easier to compare prints. In his opinion, very soon fingerprinting will replace bertillonage as a more convenient way to register information about criminals. The investigating bailiff paused, which I hurried to use. Yuri Petrovich, excuse me, but still, how did you understand from the story of Ermolova's husband that she was killed? Timofey Vasilyevic, in addition to the fact that I am actively engaged in self-education, we can say that I am also a student of Putilin himself. Saying these words, Banks looked at me with a sense of obvious superiority and pride in himself. Excuse me, Yuri Petrovich, but who is Putilin? I asked the investigating bailiff, thinking to myself, so here you are, Your Honor, a fanatic of criminology. Well, I don't know who Putilin is and what they eat him with. At this time, one of the lower ranks of the police department came into the office with a tray on which there were 2 glasses of tea and a pair of saucers or sockets, one with jam, the second with dryers. Having placed everything on the Banks table, the employee left the office. Yuri Petrovich, making a gesture with his hand, saying, "Get started," hooked a spoonful of jam, sent it into his mouth and took a sip of tea. I, having picked up a cup holder supporting a glass of cool tea, began to warm my palms on it. It was cool in the office, and a short trip through the bitter cold to the police department managed to draw the heat out of the body. Banks meanwhile continued his story. I am surprised, Timofey Vasilyevich, that you have not heard anything about Mr. Putilin. Yuri Petrovich, less than 2 years ago I was an ordinary Cossack of the Amur Cossack army. I continued to warm my hands on the cup holder. How could I have heard, apparently, about someone from the famous policeman? Well, I somehow didn't think of that. But haven't you heard about Putilin in St. Petersburg? Banks looked at me questioningly. Believe me, Yuri Petrovich, but this is the first time I've heard this surname. I wasn't lying, I hadn't heard this surname before. And yes, I don't even know where to start. The investigating bailiff rubbed the bridge of his nose. In short, Ivan Dmitrievich. Putilin is the founder of the detective police in the Russian Empire. His contribution to the fight against crime is difficult to assess. As a military, you will understand his first awards more. In December of the 57th year, by decree of the Emperor, he was awarded Stanislav of the 3rd degree, in September of the 58th Anna of the 3rd degree, in December of the 59th Stanislav of the 2nd degree, and in October of the 61st Vladimir of the 4th degree. Since the 66th he is the head of the newly formed Detective Police of St. Petersburg. He has hundreds of solved crimes on his account. Twice he resigned and returned again. He rose to Privy Councillor, and this is the 3rd class in the table of ranks. Now he is finishing his book, 40 Years Among Robbers and Murderers. I am also looking forward to this work and hope for the autograph of Ivan Dmitrievich. Cool, I almost blurted out, but stopped in time. The merits were really impressive. Yuri Petrovich, did you work under him? I asked Bankov. Unfortunately not. But I was lucky that Ivan Dmitrievich was a friend of my father and often visited our house. I became a policeman, dreaming of being like Mr. Putilin. As far as I know, you, Yuri Petrovich, are considered an excellent specialist in your field. Not wanting to flatter, I said. Thank you, Timofey Vasilyevich, but compared to Ivan Dmitrievich, I'm just an ordinary hard worker in the investigation, but Putilin is a genius, said Banks decisively. Really a genius. I'm lucky that Ivan Dmitrievich is at home, talking about in his work. He often explained how he achieved his successes. And I wound everything up with a mustache. The collegiate assessor grinned and took another sip of tea. Putting the glass aside, Banks looked at me and asked, would you like, Timofey Vasilyevich, one story? It will allow you to understand why I drew conclusions from my husband's story today that Glafira Petrovna was killed. Yuri Petrovich, my curiosity just tickles me, I replied, taking the first sip of tea. Well, Timofey Vasilyevich, the investigating bailiff put aside a glass of tea. I was 10 years old when in January of the 72nd year the murder of heir Ermak Valerian was discovered in the Alexander Nevsky Lavra. Next I will tell what I heard from Mr. Putilin when he told about his investigation of this case at our house. By the way, the investigation took a little more than a day, and Ivan Dmitrievich in his story made the emphasis on the fact that such a quick capture of the killer was due to his correct logical conclusions. Are you interested, Timofey Vasilyevich? Very interesting, Yuri Petrovich, I was really interested in. Well, then I will continue. Ilarion lived in 2 rooms of the monastery cell assigned to him, led a closed existence and only occasionally hosted singers and gave them tea. Banks took another sip of tea. When the door of his cell, from where he did not leave for 2 days, was open, then a terrible sight presented itself. Ilarion lay dead in a huge puddle of dried blood that had flowed from many wounds inflicted on him, presumably with a knife. His hands and face bore signs of a struggle and cuts, and the long gray beard, by which he was obviously grabbed by the killer, striking his blows, was almost all torn out, and tangled, blood-splattered shreds of it lay on the floor in both rooms. There was a samovar and a glass with the remains of unfinished tea on the table. A bag with a gold coin was stolen from the chest of drawers. As it turned out later, Father Hilarion sailed abroad on ships as a hieromonk and saved a decent amount of money. On the table at the entrance there was a copper candlestick in the form of a rather deep cup with a low room for a candle in the middle, and there were only traces of the burnt candle, and the cup itself was filled with blood almost level with the edges, exactly frozen without any traces of splashes. The investigating bailiff paused and took a sip of tea. Timofey Vasilyevich, I'm telling you what I heard from Mr. Putilin. Even though 20 years have passed, but for me it was like yesterday. Yuri Petrovich, go on, I'm very interested. I will continue. Timofey Vasilyevich, Banks, took another sip of tea. The judicial authorities arrived at the place just at the time and the solemn memorial service for Speransky was being held in the cathedral, on the centenary of his birth. The sovereign and the entire official Petersburg were present at it. I showed with all my appearance that I was listening very attentively to the collegiate assessor. The autopsy of the hieromonk's corpse in the cell under the funeral prayers showed that the deceased was killed 2 days ago. In the evening, Banks sent another spoonful of jam into his mouth. At that time Putilin arrived, to whom the investigator reported the difficulty of finding the accused. Ivan Dmitrievich began to walk quietly through the rooms, looking back and forth, and then thought. After that, he informed others that it was necessary to send agents on suburban railways. According to his conclusions, the killer is probably carousing somewhere in a tavern, near the station. He justified this by the fact that the killer was wounded in the right hand and seeks to leave the city. Putilin drew conclusions about the murderer's injury from the fact that there is a lot of blood on the candlestick, and it flowed not in splashes, but in a steady stream. Therefore, it is not the blood of the murdered man, and it flowed after the murder. Because it cannot be assumed that the attacker cut the old man with a candle in his hands were busy, there was a knife in one, and with the other, apparently, he was grabbing the old man by the beard. In addition, the killer carefully rummaged through all the linen in the chest of drawers, while on each rolled towel from below there was a blood stain. Logically, that it was the right hand and not the left. When turning over with the left hand, the spots would be on top. Late in the evening, on the same day, the murderer was arrested in a tavern at Luban station. He was wounded in the palm of his right hand and paid with gold. Delivered to the investigator, he confessed to the murder and was convicted, but before going to Siberia he went mad. It seemed to him, unhappy, in a frenzied delirium, that Father Hilarion was climbing up to him, threatening and cursing. From your story, Yuri Petrovich, we can conclude that Mr. Putilin used the deductive method of investigation, like the famous detective Sherlock Holmes. I said to say something when Banks fell silent. And who is this? The collegiate assessor asked me in surprise. Yes, I came across a book in English in St. Petersburg, I began, trying to remember whether Conan Doyle had written his books at that time or not. So it told about the London detective Sherlock Holmes, who used deduction when investigating crimes. This is a method of thinking, the consequence of which is a logical conclusion, in which a particular conclusion is derived from the general. I don't know, I haven't read about this, Banks drawled thoughtfully, then shook his head. Most likely, a recently written work. Hence the conclusion that it was not Putilin who used deduction like Sherlock Holmes, but the writer, when describing the investigations of this detective, used the methods that Ivan Dmitrievich used in his investigations. I won't argue, Yuri Petrovich, I raised my hands up. To be honest, I bought the book to update my knowledge of the English language. At the same time I bought a dictionary. Phew, it seems that the topic of Conan Doyle and Sherlock Holmes has moved out. Or maybe nothing has been written or published yet, I thought to myself, making a mental deep exhalation. I have heard about your knowledge of a large number of languages, Timofey Vasilyevich, the investigating bailiff said with a little sadness. I confess, I envy white envy. For me, studying French, German, Latin, and even more ancient Greek at the gymnasium was a fanatical torture. Well, they didn't go into my head. Barely mastered French orally more or less passably, the rest, just so they wouldn't be kicked out of the gymnasium. And to me, Yuri Petrovich, I confess, languages are somehow easy to give. But this does not mean that I am not doing anything. Right now I have a plan for every day to learn 10 characters in Chinese and 10 words in Korean. While saying this, I took out a piece of paper from the left pocket of my trousers, on which there were 10 Chinese characters. Then from the right a piece of paper with words written in Korean. And in the evening my maid will take my exam, I continued. An interesting way to learn foreign words, Banks shook his head. We should try with German. Pull it up, so to speak. And about your maid, Timofey Vasilyevic, I, as an older comrade, would like to advise you not to show others your more than close relationship with her. Otherwise, you now have a position in society. Sorry if I said something wrong. The collegiate assessor made a kind of apologetic gesture with his left hand, saying that I was meddling in my business, after which he scooped jam from the outlet, put it in his mouth and washed it down with tea. I silently repeated the movements of the bailiff with a spoon and a glass, enjoying the delicious jam from the krasnika berry, or, as it is also called, bedbugs and strong tea. I understand everything, Yuri Petrovich. And to be honest, on this issue I regret that I took such a place in society, I said slowly. It would be better if I remained a simple Amur Cossack. Even so, Timofey Vasilyevic? Banks looked at me sympathetically. That's right, Yuri Petrovich. That's right. Two loneliness that found each other. I'm sorry, Timofey Vasilyevic, but I think that you will be able to solve this problem with your luck. The bailiff smiled at me in a supportive way. We'll decide, Yuri Petrovich. Somehow we'll decide, I squeezed out an optimistic smile. But still let's get back to my question. How did you conclude, from the story of Ermolova's husband, that she was killed? About the fact that Ermolova's body was found in a position in which she could not have received such damage to the temporal region, and the size of the wound, which corresponds to a strong blow, I have already told you. But it all turned out later. And the very first words that Ermolov told me gave me grounds to conclude that, most likely, a murder was committed. Banks paused, as if giving me the opportunity to ask a question. And what were those words? I asked, having justified the hopes of the collegiate assessor. My wife came out of the house dressed in a fur jacket with a hood, a fur hood, and I heard the stairs creak twice. Banks paused. Sorry, Yuri Petrovich, but it doesn't mean anything to me. Explain. Timofey Vasilyevic, Ermolova from Inorodtsev. Either a Yakut woman or an Ivanka. Often puts on her foreign clothes, at home, richly decorated. This is such a latest fashion cry in Khabarovsk. Yes, and in Blagoveshchensk, they also tell about this order of things in women's society. The collegiate assessor grinned, showing with all his appearance that the weaker sex could not understand. Sokuya's hood, embroidered with beads, and even a fur bonnet, also embroidered and decorated, worn simultaneously on the head, probably will withstand an arrow strike. And falling headfirst on the steps or handrails of the porch would definitely not lead to death. Especially if you saw the porch of the Ermolov house. There is not a single sharp ledge and only 2 steps. And talking to Glafira Petrovna's husband, I already knew that her temple was fractured. And Ermolov's further testimony, examination of the victim's corpse, only confirmed the murder version. At this moment, the police chief of the city of Khabarovsk burst into the office. Yuri Petrovich, let me ask you why I don't know anything about the search for criminals plotting against the heir to the throne? Chernov asked the question in an irritated voice and in raised tones. Alexander Mikhailovich, I'm sorry, but I don't understand your question." Banks got up from the table and looked at his immediate superior in surprise. "Mr. Court Counselor, allow me to answer your question," I said, getting up from my chair. "Yuri Petrovich is not yet aware of the information that I brought to General Dukovsky in the morning." "If you please, Cornet," Chernov turned his attention to me. Having received permission, I retold the morning report to Sergei Mikhailovich almost word for word, adding to it only Bankov's conclusions about the violent death of Ermolova. "Sit down, gentlemen. We need to think about everything. After all, there is a high probability of malice against the life of His Imperial Highness Nikolai Alexandrovich." With these words Chernov began to take off his outer clothes, and Banks vacated his seat at the table and moved behind a chair for yourself. "Well, gentlemen, let's get started and let's go without ranks." Sitting down at the table, the court counselor excitedly rubbed his palms. "So, we have that Dr. Berkman's maid Madame Ermolova was killed. Is it installed?" "That's right, Alexander Mikhailovich. Ermolova was killed," said Banks. "And what do we have on Berkman, Yuri Petrovich?" "Not everything is clear here. I have as many as 4 versions. The first is natural death due to a fall. He stumbled on the stairs, fell, rolled down, broke his neck. The second option is negligent homicide. An unknown person unsuccessfully pushed Berkman, and he fell, died. The third version is that the doctor's neck is purposefully twisted, and then masked murder by falling down the stairs. The fourth option is the third, only the murder was committed in order to hide another crime, for example, malice against the heir to the throne." Banks spread his hands, indicating that he had finished expressing versions. "Well, Yuri Petrovich, I completely agree with you on Berkman." Chernov gave out a fraction with his fingers on the tabletop. "And what do you say, Timofey Vasilyevic?" "To be honest, Alexander Mikhailovich, I have not yet had to participate in solving crimes, but I do not see any inconsistencies in the words of Yuri Petrovich. Any version is possible, but the last one seems to me to be true. Both Berkman and Ermolova were killed to hide what was being prepared attempt on the Tsarevich. This is my opinion. Frankly speaking, Timofey Vasilyevic, I really would not like your opinion to be correct." Chernov turned his head, as if trying to loosen the tight collar of his uniform. "Oh, how I would not like. Since the execution of members of the terrorist faction of Shevirev and Ulyanov in the 87th year, everything was quiet." "Oh, God forbid, you're right, Timofey Vasilyevic." The court counselor vigorously rubbed his face with his hands and exhaled sharply. After examining me and Bankov, he asked, "What are your suggestions, gentlemen?" "Excuse me, maybe I'll start as the youngest on the table of ranks and with minimal knowledge of the investigation?" While uttering the phrase, I raised my hand like a schoolboy, or rather a high school student in class. "We are listening to you, Timofey Vasilyevic." Chernov smiled at me, looking at my hand. "I have agreed with Saveliev that the gendarmes will take care of Sir Beckham." "This is good," the police chief of the city of Khabarovsk interrupted me, but then made a sign with his hand that I should continue. "It is necessary to establish whether Berkman has purchased glycerin, mercury, nitric and sulfuric acids recently and in large quantities." "I can already partially answer your question, Timofey Vasilyevic." Banks already interrupted me. "I did not buy from official representatives selling chemical derivatives. There are only 2 such suppliers in Khabarovsk. I agreed with one of them today after the funeral to inspect Berkman's laboratory together. We'll tell you where everything is. We will also interview Natalia Dmitrievna Veshkova's widow there. She organized the doctor's funeral and is, as it were, his heir." "Can you buy unofficially the ingredients for making bombs, Yuri Petrovich?" I asked. "Timofey Vasilyevic, you can buy anything in the Korean and Chinese quarters at the risk of your life," the court advisor answered me for Bankov. "These are fanzas in the 95 and 97 blocks along Popovskaya Street behind the Sawmill River. Unfortunately, our department has few informants in that environment. We can say that there is not at all. I don't think things are any better with Mr. Valeriev. But you keep going. And what is there to continue? We need to look for a trio of would-be merchants. After their establishment, organize surveillance. Agents from my secret part will deal with this. And then act as information becomes available. I rounded off with the answer. What do you say, Yuri Petrovich? The police chief looked at his subordinate. In principle, in general terms, everything is correct. The investigating bailiff, responding to the chief, straightened his back, trying to portray something like a stand at attention sitting. And in particular, first of all, we need to speed up the search for Ermolova's killer. I will connect all our agents to this. We will also collect information on Berkman. Perhaps some evidence of one of the versions will appear. We will check the 3 would-be merchants in the secretariat now, whether they were registered. If not, then the policeman will start a survey and search by quarters. I will meet with a couple of my friends among the Chinese. Maybe you can learn something in chemistry. In short, everything, Alexander Mihailovich. Well, for the first steps, it is enough. We are starting work. Timofey Vasilyevich, and where is the description of this troika of false buyers? Chernov turned to me. I handed the police chief a piece of paper, where Tarala, as best he could, provided information on possible terrorists. Well, it's not much, the court advisor grinned after finishing reading. But there is one representative with bright signs in the form of chemical burns on his face and hands, so it will be easier to look for this 3. This was the end of our mini-meeting. Chernov went to give commands to his small army, and Bankov and I, having stopped by for his familiar chemistry salesman merchant Sevon Andrei Savich, headed home to Berkman. According to the time, the funeral should have ended. And Veshkova organized a small wake in the house of the late doctor. Entering the house, we took off our outer clothes and went into the front hut, where there were tables set with memorial dishes. There were 12 people at the tables. There were free seats. Come in, Yuri Petrovich, Andrei Savich, Madame Veshkova apparently addressed us. And you, Mr. Cornet. Have a seat. Remember the servant of God Joseph Bronislavovich. Although he is Polish, he is Orthodox. Hello, Natalia Dmitrievna, said Banks, and we followed him to the table. The wake lasted another 2 hours. People came, sat down at the table, drank, commemorated, crossed themselves, sympathized with Veshkova, bowed, left. There was a whirlwind of commemorators at the table, who were served by 2 women who watched the dishes, the serving of hot, the change of dishes. Finally it was over. Savanik and I went to the laboratory, and Banks stayed to talk, one might say, with the widow twice. As Banks said, Veshkova cohabited with Berkman for more than a year. An inspection of the laboratory showed that there were no ingredients for making bombs in it. Nitric acid, sulfuric acid, glycerin and mercury were present, but in ridiculous quantities. The equipment even for the future was gorgeous, and the stairs to it were truly murderous. It's easier to fall off and break your neck with such a thing. Even railings and handrails will not save. After talking to the merchant, I learned from him that Dr. Lubarsky was targeting a part of the existing laboratory. Other doctors would take something for small things. 2 owners of the photo studio would also come to see what they might need. But this is all after Veshkova inherits. As rumor has it, Berkman bequeathed all his property to Natalia Dmitrievna a year ago. Before I had time to think that it was necessary to look for the killer among those who benefit from it, Andrei Savich stunned me with the following news. Madame Veshkova, it turns out, made a will according to which all her property, which is estimated at 200,000, after the death of the merchant goes to Berkman. Against the background of Natalia Dmitrievna's wealth, the doctor's house and laboratory somehow looked weak, one might say beggarly. But, as they say, love is evil, you will exchange wills. Bankov was more lucky. From a conversation with the widow, he learned that 2 men came to Berkman about 10 days ago, one of whom had many scars on his hands and face. Natalia Dmitrievna did not hear what the doctor was talking about with the visitors. And I saw these 2 briefly through the half-open door. The ambiguity of their relationship with Joseph Bronislavovich did not allow Veshkova to meet guests at Berkman's house. But after this meeting, the doctor was nervous. And when asked who came, he sharply replied that it was a reminder from his stupid youth. Then, however, he swore in Polish. What I did very rarely in the presence of Natalia Dmitrievna. According to her recollections, it was the second time. Leaving the savants to negotiate the sale of the laboratory, Banks and I returned to the management. We learned from Chernov that 3 would-be merchants have not yet been found. They were not registered in the Secretariat to live in Khabarovsk. The city officers are search-oriented. This is where all the news, both good and bad, ended for today. Having planned the work for tomorrow, we parted. Arriving at the governor's residence, I changed my clothes and went to report to General Dukovsky. As it turned out, Nikolai was also in his office. Timofey Vasilyevic, why do I learn about the threat to my life not from my guard, but from Sergei Mikhailovich? The Tsarevich met me on the threshold of the office with a question. Your Imperial Highness, this morning the information available to me gave only an assumption about the possibility of an assassination attempt on you. Therefore, I did not report anything to you, but brought the available information to His Excellency. Standing at attention, bravely I reported to Nikolai. And now what, some new information has appeared? Dukovsky asked me. I had to tell in detail about everything that turned out today during the day. The Tsarevich and the general listened attentively to me. What are you planning to do? The general asked the question first. Your Excellency, we will strengthen the security, we will throw all our forces in search of intruders. We will find them, detain them, collect the evidence base, and go to court, I answered briefly. Heavy security, as I understand it, is it in category A? The Tsarevich asked me. That's right, Your Imperial Highness, I took a stand even more meekly. All right, Timofey Vasilyevic. It is accepted, but we will hold one solemn public event, Nikolai said somewhat sharply. What is it? I prepared to resist this event with all the strength of my soul. There are bounty hunters here, and the Tsarevich has some kind of entertainment on his mind. Your birthday, Timofey Vasilyevic. Sergei Mikhailovich and I have prepared a list of people who would like to congratulate you on your 20th birthday the day after tomorrow. With these words, Nikolai handed me a piece of paper, which I stared at stupidly, because I felt bruised by something very heavy on the head. Chapter 11. Birthday. Timofey Vasilyevic, you look like you don't understand what we are talking about. The Tsarevich, smiling, looked at me, and General Dukovsky was clearly making efforts not to laugh. The day after tomorrow is your birthday, followed by the day of the Angel of the Holy Martyr Timofey, Bishop. But you didn't even hint to anyone about it. Modesty, of course, adorns a person, but not to the same extent. So Sergei Mikhailovich and I decided to remind you that according to the metric you were born on November 27th 20 years ago. We need to correct ourselves, Timofey Vasilyevic. Really don't invite you to your birthday? Dukovsky couldn't stand it and snorted. Apparently, I had the same look. Type, a dust bag from around the corner hit and stunned. The Tsarevich,